You get some control over your retirement with this hanging over your head. Buy gold and silver from Roslyn Capital. Gold and silver are the only forms of currency that make me feel secure, something that paper money can't do. And with Roslyn, what you order is what you get. No gimmicks, no nonsense, no hassle. So take a good look. That's the debt clock. And this is your wake-up call. Buy gold and silver from Roslyn Capital.
Call Roslyn Capital now to get your free gold kit, free silver kit, and free IRA kit with smart ways you can transfer or roll over your IRA. Call 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
The Pentagon chastising Hamas for its attack on Israel and confirming the Department of Defense will help Israel defend itself from violence and terrorism. We have our own chief national correspondent, Jennifer Griffin, live from the Pentagon with more on all of this. Jennifer, to you.
Hi, Molly. We've just heard from Hezbollah that they are threatening a ground incursion into Israel if Israel carries out a ground incursion into Gaza. It's safe to say that the IDF most likely will be going into Gaza with all of those sites where the rocket launchers were located, as well as the hostages now inside the Gaza Strip. We've just received details of Defense Secretary Austin's call with his Israeli counterpart. This from Brigadier General Pat Ryder. Secretary Austin spoke this morning with Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant to convey his condolences for the victims of this appalling, abhorrent terrorist attack by Hamas on Israel. He conveyed that his thoughts are with the families of the victims and that he sends his best wishes for recovery to those who were injured. Secretary Austin made clear to Minister Gallant his ironclad support for the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli people. He reaffirmed that the department's commitment to Israel's security and its absolute right to defend itself from acts of terrorism is unwavering. Secretary Austin has directed his team to ensure that DoD is closely consulting with all of the U.S. allies and partners who share a commitment to peace and oppose terrorism. Secretary Austin will continue to consult with Minister Gallant in the coming days and weeks to ensure that Israel has the support it needs. This is the statement from Defense Secretary Austin earlier this morning after he spoke by phone with General Kurilla, the head of U.S. Central Command, who's responsible for U.S. military contacts with Israel, as well as the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General C.Q. Brown. Quote, "I am closely monitoring developments in Israel. Our commitment to Israel's right to defend itself remains unwavering. I extend my condolences to the families of those who lost their lives in this abhorrent attack on civilians. Over the coming days, the Defense Department will work to ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself and protect civilians from indiscriminate violence and terrorism." Defense Secretary Austin also spoke, as I mentioned, with his top commanders this morning. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and CIA Director Bill Burns were at the White House with the president this morning. Burns canceled a trip to an intelligence conference to remain in D.C. The NATO defense ministers meeting is this Wednesday and Thursday in Brussels, and the October Ukraine Defense Contact Group is meeting this Tuesday with about 50 defense and military leaders. That will include Secretary Austin and General Brown. They will be in Brussels. Remember, there are also, Molly, $2 billion of U.S. weapons that are stored in Israel. Look in the coming days for some of those weapons to be, and some of that ammunition to be provided to Israel as they go through some of their stockpiles. Molly?
Good point. Jennifer Griffin, thank you. And thank you for that look ahead, what we can expect to come. Griff, to you.
Jennifer and Molly, thank you. For more reaction, let's bring in General Jack Keane, retired four-star general and Fox News senior strategic analyst. General, I want to get your thoughts picking up on where Jennifer left off. Obviously, the escalation ladder here is going to move fairly swift, and it's coming as we begin to fully understand just how significant this attack was, not just with a higher number of missiles, but also a multi-front ground attack.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, what the Israelis are confronting some unique experiences here, but one that's obvious that we've seen before is they're going to attempt to suppress as much as they can, future rocket and missile attacks by destroying the launchers and destroying the stockpiles of ammunition. They likely have some intelligence on that, and we've seen some evidence of that using fighter jets and attack helicopters and the like. But also, given the multi-front, as you described it accurately, ground attack, which attacked 21 different locations, penetrated 3 Israeli military bases. And listen, preliminary information at times is a little off, so I give our viewers have some patience with it as it unfolds in front of us. But also tactically attacking multiple border towns, not only to kill innocent civilians in their homes and in those towns, but to hold them. And they are still holding some of those border towns. That is different. So the Israelis, in addition to suppressing future rocket and missile attacks, actually have to conduct ground operations to retake their communities away from the militants and to drive them back across, obviously. And they'll attempt to take down as many of them as they can. And then they have another problem, and Jennifer mentioned it, is the hostages themselves. There seems to be a concerted effort on the part of the Hamas militants to actually take hostages and take them back across into Gaza. So the Israelis will try to work their intelligence apparatus to figure out the location. If they can get them out using special operation forces to go in there and do that surgically without major disruption, that's what they would like to do. But certainly they are putting plans together to go into into Gaza with full-blown ground armor forces, as they have done in the past as well. And we've seen already what Hezbollah thinks about that. They're saying if you do that, obviously they're going to come into the war themselves. They're obviously attempting to deter Israel from attempting to do that.
This is certainly going to escalate and get bloodier. General Jack Keane, thank you for your insight. We will bring you back as warranted for your take on what's happening as we follow this developing story. General, thank you very much. In more reaction on this morning's Hamas surprise attacks, we'll give reaction from the ground in Israel after the break.
Providing for your family is a top priority. But what happens when you need affordable health care? Christian Healthcare Ministries could save you up to 40% today. As a member, you can choose your provider without network restrictions. Sign up at your convenience with our anytime enrollment. Join a Christian community that supports each other's medical expenses, offering peace of mind as you prioritize what's most important. Enroll now at yourchm.org.
Diabetes can serve up a lot of questions, like what is your glucose and can you have more carbs? Before you decide, with the Freestyle Libre 2 system, know your glucose level and where it's headed, no finger sticks needed. Manage your diabetes with more confidence and lower your A1C. The #1 doctor-prescribed CGM, Freestyle Libre 2. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
At SimpliSafe, we build advanced security sensors and cameras for your whole home, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring and Fast Protect technology, exclusively from SimpliSafe for faster police response. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too. I can feel the winds of change.
It's nothing.
Sounds like something.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol coats and soothes for fast relief when you need it most.
A Ron DeSantis exclusive. The GOP hopeful highlights his policies to lead America in his first Sunday show sit-down as a candidate. Shannon has the must-see interview on Fox News Sunday.
I love cooking with Analon X. It's just the best. So whenever I'm cooking and I put the oil in the center of the pan, it stays right where I put it.
So one of the things I noticed about these pans is they have this beautiful sear-tech surface. And it just makes the searing way easier compared to my old nonstick pans.
It cooks really evenly, so there's no hot spots, so everything turns out amazing.
Overall, things taste much better.
Shop now and get free shipping at AnalonX.com.
Battling a bad bra?
That's where Third Love comes in. Over 60 sizes, including our exclusive half cups for unmatched fit, support, and comfort. Kiss your problems goodbye. Shop thirdlove.com and get $15 off.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan cannon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
For more insight from right on the ground in Israel, we're joined by U.S.-Israeli citizen Adan Dolgan. Thank you, Adan, for taking a few minutes for us. We're thinking of you, your safety, the safety of your family and all of your friends. Just tell us about what you've experienced today there on the ground.
Sure. Thank you for having me. Most of the day was spent running in and out of the bomb shelter, which is across the street. I spent most of the day in the town of Ashdod, relatively close to the border with Gaza. Woken up at 6:30 a.m. by sirens wailing, which every Israeli knows means that a rocket will be hitting or can hit within minutes. So a little bit stressful. It's not a good situation.
The magnitude of this attack has really shocked the world. How prepared were you, your friends, for something like this?
Me, myself, my friends, 0% prepared. This was completely unexpected. I was going to go to the beach today. That obviously did not happen. This is something nobody was expecting, and the gravity is shocking, it's horrifying, it's inhumane.
What can you tell us about how people are moving around there on the ground? We know that there's literal ground fighting happening there.
There is. I, a few hours ago, drove to drop off my boyfriend at the military base. Many young people are going now to join the reserves. People who are not going to the reserves pretty much are immobile and will be stuck sheltering in place because we don't know what's going to happen next.
Adan, thank you so much for joining us, giving us a little insight into what you're seeing, experiencing there in the ground. Our hearts are with you. We hope for your continued safety. Thanks for joining us. Griff?
Thank you so much.
And we'll be back with more coverage of the developments in Israel. Stick with us.
Life, diabetes. Each day is a unique blend of going, doing, and living. Lucerna Protein Smart with 30 grams of protein to help keep you moving. Uniquely designed with Carb Steady to help manage blood sugar response. Glucerna, bring on the day.
After Advil.
Let's dive in. But what about your back?
It's fine! Before Advil. Advil Dual Action fights pain two ways. Advil targets pain at the source. Acetaminophen blocks pain signals. Advil Dual Action.
Hi, I'm Norma, and I lost 53 pounds on Golo. When I started Golo, I expected to plateau like I had so many other times. I was surprised that sticking to the Golo plan and taking release, the weight just kept coming off.
Anyone who's ever sold a home can tell you it is really hard. That's why who you work with matters. Together with HomeLight, we've helped thousands of people sell faster and for the best price.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
Your ancestry is so much more than names and dates. It's the story of your family then and now. A story that made your name mean something. A story you're still writing. So discover your heritage,
Preserve your traditions. Represent all that makes you, you.
When you're the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration, how do you make like it never even happened happen? Let it rain, Randy! Woo! Yes! By being prepared for anything! Woo! Whatever comes your way, there's a pro for that.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford, with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just one day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
100 Israelis and 198 Palestinians killed, along with hundreds wounded and dozens taken hostage after the violent Palestinian surprise attacks on Israel this morning, bombarding the nation and erupting the border region into deadly conflict. Welcome to Fox News Live. I'm Molly Line.
And I'm Griff Jenkins. We were just looking live at Trey Yingst. He's there in the middle of what appears to be rockets firing. Let's go right to Trey. Trey, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Griff, Molly, right now, Islamic Jihad and Hamas have launched a massive barrage into southern and central Israel. In the distance, I can see some interceptors coming off. My cameraman's going to pan here, back here. And you can see this is Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome, in action. They've had to resupply these batteries as much as possible throughout the day, but what Hamas is trying to do is overwhelm these systems. So they're firing barrages at different angles and at different times to try and get past the missile defense in the southern part of Israel. There are still soldiers right now coming back from the Gaza border area, Griff. They are engaged in gun battles along the border with a number of Palestinian militants who are still here in southern Israel, working at this hour, doing everything they can to free the hostages that are still taken by these Palestinian militants, as the military makes a plan for what will take place in the coming hours and days.
Trey, when you began covering this early today, you were describing the ground component as well as the missiles being attacked. Now you've got a full-on ground component as IDF forces try and take back areas, territories, towns that were seized and the Hamas militants are trying to hold, and you've got missiles going right now. Where does this take us?
Yeah, it takes us into some very dangerous territory, Griff. Israel is bracing for the possibility of a multi-front conflict. Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, has just released a statement saying that he will expand the fight to Jerusalem and the West Bank. As we saw for ourselves just a few weeks ago, there are a variety of militants across the West Bank in Palestinian cities very close to Israeli troops and Israeli civilians, and the cities that sit just along the border with the West Bank. So the indication right now is that Hamas and Islamic Jihad will continue their rocket fire into southern and central Israel. They could even expand that fire. And they also say they are going to bring in militants from the West Bank and Palestinians in Jerusalem to this fight. Israel has called up hundreds of thousands of reserve troops. We are not sure what the plans of the Israeli military are. We have very limited information right now about what will take place in the coming days, but there are many options on the table. One of them has to do with sending troops into Gaza, which is a real possibility given the significance of what occurred earlier today with more than 100 Israelis killed in a cross-border attack. The other possibility is Lebanon and Hezbollah getting involved in this fight. And it's certainly of a concern to Israeli officials, and it's part of the reason they are raising the posture here, because they want to ensure that if Iran or its proxies across the region decide to capitalize on this opportunity that has been seen as a moment of weakness and an intelligence failure by the Israelis, that the army is prepared. And so that's part of what we are seeing right now. Griff?
And just lastly, one last little insight there, because you're seeing cars behind you, people leaving perhaps some of the attacked areas. Obviously, this caught the Israeli government off guard. But what has been the reaction to Israeli citizens?
You see some civilian cars behind me, and these are people who were trapped the entire day in their communities along the border. Some of those communities just now retaken by Israeli forces. One woman pulled over and spoke with us, and she was with her young son, and you could see in her eyes terror as she recalled what took place in her neighborhood, describing gunfire from Palestinian militants as they beat on the doors and shot into people's houses. She said it took hours for Israeli troops to get there, and that there were people inside her neighborhood that were killed and that were taken hostage by these militants. It was hours inside of a shelter with her son. And again, you could see just in her eyes the terror that she experienced today. Just one of many civilians here in southern Israel. One that thankfully were able to make it out. And these cars, again, civilians that are just now making it to safety. Griff, Molly.
Amazing reporting. Stay safe, Trey. We'll check back in with you as this story develops. Molly?
President Biden speaking with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just this morning on the phone after the Hamas surprise attacks. Netanyahu's office says Biden expressed his full support for Israel's right to self-defense. Lucas Tomlinson is live with the latest developments in all of this just outside of the White House. Lucas?
Molly, officials say this was the largest attack on Israel in a half century, dating back to the Yom Kippur War 50 years ago yesterday, which also took Israel by surprise. As you mentioned, President Biden is here at the White House. He just spoke to Israeli counterpart Benjamin Netanyahu, the White House releasing a statement in the president's name saying, quote, "The United States unequivocally condemns this appalling assault against Israel by Hamas terrorists from Gaza, and I made clear to Prime Minister Netanyahu that we stand ready to offer all appropriate means of support to the government and the people of Israel. Terrorism is never justified. Israel has a right to defend itself and its people. The United States warns against any other party hostile to Israel seeking advantage in this situation. My administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering." Now, like the Yom Kippur War, today's attack launched not only on Israel's Sabbath, but also on the Jewish holiday that celebrates and marks the conclusion of the annual cycle of public Torah readings. Now, former Defense Secretary Mark Esper, speaking to Neil Cavuto this morning, offered this blunt assessment of what happened this morning.
It was a surprise. It caught the Israelis completely off guard, and you can't say anything, but it was an intelligence failure. And I think, look, we're dealing with a tactical situation on the ground, which is terrible and tragic for both the Israeli citizens and the Israeli military.
Now, Senator Tom Cotton releasing a statement a short time ago, which I will read in part. It says, quote, "This war is a transparent attempt by Iran to derail the peace talks between Israel and Saudi Arabia." Now, just a reminder of the reach of Israeli forces going back to 1976 in the Entebbe raid. There was an Air France flight from Israel that was hijacked by Palestinian terrorists as well as German leftist terrorists as well. Israel's Sayeret Matkal, that is equivalent, there's an elite commando unit equivalent to the U.S. Army's Delta Force, launched a daring raid to the African continent, to Uganda, to rescue the passengers. Benjamin Netanyahu's brother led that raid, and tragically he was killed. He was the only Israeli casualty from the forces. Molly?
Lucas Tomlinson, thank you for that update. U.S. Embassy personnel in Israel are now instructed to shelter in place amid the violent clashes between Palestinian militant groups Hamas and Israelis. For more on this, we're joined by Chief Political Anchor Bret Baier. Thank you so much for coming back up and joining us again. A few moments ago, we were talking about potential escalation, and just within the last couple of minutes, we heard reporting from both Trey Yingst on the ground there and Jennifer Griffin as well, talking about Hezbollah to the north, also Iranian-backed. So I just want to get your thoughts as we're beginning to see some of these outside factions beyond Hamas start to weigh in on where this could potentially go.
Yeah, Molly, good afternoon again. I think this is directly tied to Iran. I don't think you can not connect the dots. And if you talk to intel officials, they will say that this funding is right from Iran, both to Hamas and to Hezbollah, and that this had to be orchestrated for some time. I said the last hour about, it had to be more than just weeks, and there is concern about the $6 billion that was funneled back to Iran in that hostage deal, which is obviously a major concern, and critics of the administration are pointing to that. But it's also the funding beyond that, the funding to the Palestinians, the funding to Iran over sanctions relief over the past couple of years that a lot of experts have seen funneling right to these groups, Hamas and Hezbollah. This is complex. This is an attack that we haven't seen in decades. And when you see those ground units going community to community, shooting women and children, taking people hostage, this was planned for quite some time with a lot of backing, and all eyes really point to Iran.
Yeah, it's really, truly barbaric what's happening there on the ground. And when you talk about the level of planning involved, we've also seen the cusp of historic deals, the United States working between Saudi Arabia and Israel. But when we talk about the planning, that theoretically would be going on long before those deals got close to fruition. Is that what you're thinking?
I mean, we don't have any insight to that. I'm just talking to experts who know the region really well and look at this attack and the complexity and say this had to be a long time in the making. This normalization talk has obviously been happening for months, and after my interview with the Saudi Crown Prince and then the Israeli Prime Minister, it really did feel like it was on the cusp of possibly a breakthrough. Remember, Saudi Arabia normalized relations with Iran first, and then in the hopes that they were going to get some kind of deal with Israel, both sides expressing a lot of optimism. I think that optimism is way out the door right now, judging by the statements that are coming from those Middle Eastern countries, and judging by what we're likely going to see, not in days, but weeks in this operation. This is not going to go away anytime soon. And to your point earlier, if you start seeing Hezbollah really increasing its attacks in the north, or you see other elements start to move in the Middle East, we could see something very expanded. In the beginning of this today, you had some elements of the Biden administration and embassies and Palestinian affairs put out statements urging Israel to have restraint. I think that messaging has changed in that the president putting out a statement that the U.S. will do anything to support Israel. Right now, it's all about the Israelis trying to protect themselves and rescue those hostages and take out the terrorists who have taken over those communities on the border.
Yeah, it's incredible developments today. Bret Baier, thank you so much for your insights. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you all throughout the day. Thank you.
You bet.
Griff?
Bret and Molly, thank you. Now let's bring in the former Speaker of the House and Republican Congressman from California, Kevin McCarthy. Mr. Speaker, thank you for coming in for us today. I understand you've had some conversations with officials in Israel. What can you tell us?
I've been to Israel many times. I was just there in May for speaking at the Knesset for the 75th anniversary. President Herzog had just called me a couple days ago, but I was speaking today after this attack with their speaker, Speaker Ohana. This is different. They are telling me this is their Pearl Harbor. You've got to understand, 5,000 missiles are what are are overwhelming the Iron Dome. The Iron Dome can only take so many. And then to enter Israel. This has not happened where a foreign has actually controlled land inside Israel since 1948. There are still a number of villages, I believe the latest of 7, where you're having street combat trying to win that land back. But the atrocities that have happened here, the killing of children, the kidnapping of children, of grandparents and others, this is well planned months in advance, and this Hamas could not go forward without the approval of Iran. They would not have the resources for the missiles, for the weaponry, without Iran applying them. But now to have maybe a battle on the northern front as well, this is what the world has to understand. You cannot refrain from violence here. Israel has to take care of this situation, and it won't be 1 or 2 days. This is different than anything we have seen in 50 years, what is going on in Israel. And there's a reason for it. The shift in our administration to Iran in this new administration, the $6 billion. But I would also argue, when I was in Israel in May, my very first question was, why won't President Biden invite Prime Minister Bibi to America? He still hasn't invited him to the White House. He would only meet with him in New York. That sows real doubt inside the Middle East. And we were finally making further progress on the Abraham Accords, which the Trump administration able to do with Saudi Arabia. But think about our shift. With this new administration, President Biden picked a fight with Saudi Arabia that moved China in to bring Saudi Arabia closer to Iran. All of this has ramifications for the world. Foreign policy matters, appeasement fails, only strength, and we've watched that through history. We can go back time and again. Appeasement fails, a strong America makes the world safer.
Congressman, I want to ask you, because we've raised this point earlier today already on this show, and that is, you know, all of this underscores the national security implications that now, at this very moment, the legislative branch, in my estimation of where things stand, are essentially paralyzed because there is no Speaker of the House. They can't bring things to the floor. Your reaction, your thoughts on that?
You're 100% correct. There is nothing the House can do until they elect a Speaker, and I don't know if that happens quickly. The Speaker is part of the gang of the 8 that takes action to be able to have the briefings and others. But think about this. Why would you ever remove a Speaker during a term to raise doubt around the world? The other thing that happens here, too, is it's driven by only 4% within the Republican Party, driven by one person that's afraid of an ethics complaint. I don't know what's in it, but it must be very serious that Matt Gaetz is so afraid that he would put himself and his fear of what he has done over the protection of the nation. And for those Democrats all to join those 8 individuals after I just moved to keep government open, could you imagine, had I not done that, that our military not being paid right now, that our border would be wide open? Think about, you know this, Griff, you've been down there, the number of people we catch on the terrorist watch list coming across our border. This could shift to our country. But think if we were shut down right now, and to remove me based upon doing what's right, I will always stand to make sure I will give my job up to do what's right for this nation and make sure I fight for America.
And we look at really what this will do, as Bret Baier was just so accurately talking about, the normalization of relations in the Middle East are pretty much all but thrown out. Are you concerned, and thank you for your time, last question, but are you concerned there are some members of your party that don't fully grasp the national security and global implications of what's playing out today?
Very much so. The other thing that transpired here in this Biden administration that's hurt us, the way this Biden administration pulled out of Afghanistan. That led to Ukraine. Remember, President Biden met with Putin before he invaded Ukraine, and what did President Biden do? He lifted the sanctions off Nord Stream 2. He showed appeasement. That moved a lot of our allies to shift towards more to China, but it also developed this new axis of power we haven't seen since the 1930s. It's now China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. And look what Iran is doing. All those countries want to expand their sphere of influence. China wants Taiwan. North Korea wants South. Putin wants to invade further the old Soviet Union, and Iran wants the Middle East, and they're using Hamas to do it today, and we're watching it. We better stand firmly with Israel and let them do what they need, and it may last longer than a week. Otherwise, they will not be safe, and the world will not either.
I think you're right. I think we're in for a marathon, not a sprint, in the response you're going to get from Prime Minister Netanyahu. Former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, thank you for taking time and your insight.
Thank you.
Molly?
And for more reaction, we will be back after the break with General Jack Keane, retired 4-star general and Fox News strategic analyst, coming up.
With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, know your glucose level and where it's headed. No finger sticks needed. Manage your diabetes with more confidence. Freestyle Libre 2. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
The boys, the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
In 3 seconds, Pam will decide.
I'm moving closer to the grandkids. Wait, I gotta sell the house.
Don't wait. Just sell directly to Opendoor. Easy as pie.
Piece of cake.
Whichever. Get your competitive offer at opendoor.com.
Messy happens. When it does, there's HomeAglow. For just $19, HomeAglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
Judge Napolitano here with a wake-up call. Do you feel we're moving from one economic crisis to another? I sure do. Just think about it. The last one wiped out trillions of dollars overnight. We can't afford to get blindsided again. Gold is an opportunity you should look at. Why? Because central banks are buying gold at a record pace not seen in the past 50 years. And according to Bloomberg Intelligence, conditions seem more than ample for gold to head to $3,000 an ounce. Maybe it's time you call my friends at Lear Capital. Over 25 years in business and thousands of 5-star reviews and a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. Lear is whom I trust when I buy gold.
Call now for your free gold and silver wealth protection guides. When you call, Lear will put $500 in your account immediately. Call 800-450-6767. 800-450-6767. 800-450-6767.
Israel at war after a deadly Hamas onslaught. What is happening on the ground and how will Israel respond? Mark Levin is live with special insight and coverage tonight.
People say Analon X is the perfect pan. Tough, triple thickness Italian titanium plasma nonstick surface. Analon X is the only pan that keeps oil in the center. Patented SearTech surface. Analon X sears like cast iron. Ultra thick base stores heat like cast iron for great even sear. There's harmony in these carefully constructed pieces. Analon X, the most advanced safe nonstick cookware.
Battling a bad bra? That's where Third Love comes in. Over 60 sizes, including our exclusive half cups for unmatched fit, support, and comfort. Kiss your problems goodbye. Shop thirdlove.com and get $15 off.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
For more reaction on the Hamas attacks, let's bring in General Jack Keane, retired 4-star general and Fox News senior strategic analyst. General, thank you for sticking with us. Just within the last hour, Trey Yingst and Jennifer Griffin both talked about the potential of Hezbollah to the north, also Iranian-backed, being brought into this conflict, getting involved in this conflict intentionally. Your thoughts on how this could expand?
Yeah, well, if that happens, it would be quite significant. I mean, they're already indicating that if the Israelis conduct a ground operation inside of Gaza, that would bring them into the war itself. So the Israelis did a ground operation inside Gaza back in 2014, and they may find themselves having to do it here. But the expansion with Hezbollah is really quite significant, so our viewers understand. Iran has given them over 100,000 rockets and missiles that they have in their arsenals. As a matter of fact, when they fly them into the Damascus airport, the Israelis have conducted strikes against the initial warehouses that they're storing them inside of Syria. What would take place here would be really quite significant because their missiles and rockets are more sophisticated, longer range, more lethal, and more precise. And it would have the capacity to overwhelm the Iron Dome and other air defense systems that the Israelis have, not only from different multi-geographic locations, but just in terms of the sheer numbers of it. And if the Israeli troops have to go into Lebanon, they went back in there in 2006 and full of a lot of hubris at the time, to be frank about it, and they thought they could deal with the situation in a couple of weeks. They left after about a month, and they had their noses bloodied in doing that, and the Prime Minister relieved all of his top generals as a result of the failure of that military operation. So this is serious in terms of the expansion if Hezbollah comes into the fight and what they would bring to the table. Plus, certainly, I mean, Lebanon being involved in another war and the casualties it would have in terms of civilians there would be also catastrophic for the Lebanese people who really are innocent here as much as the Israelis are innocent in the sense that they're not certainly supporting the Hezbollah. Some of them do and support them very vociferously, but most of them don't. They just want to live their lives like people around the world want to do. But this is a potentially very dangerous situation strategically. And once again, this is the Iranians and Hezbollah. All those rockets and missiles come from Iran. And where do they get the money to do all of that? They strip all of their finances. Their primary means of financing comes from their own budgets and also from allies that give them donor money, and they put it clearly on their proxies. And Hezbollah is a major proxy of the Iranians. And I'm sure that $6 billion, some way that we gave in exchange for hostages, at some point will find its way into the coffers of their proxies in the Middle East, as it has in the past.
General Keane, thank you so much for that insight, both regarding the physical map, the potential expansion in that regard, as well as what this could mean as far as other countries and diplomatically. We appreciate your insights. Griff?
Yeah, great talking to you.
And Molly, the Pentagon sharply condemning the unexpected attack on Israel and confirming the Department of Defense will help Israel defend itself from violence and terrorism. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin is live from the Pentagon. And Jen, we just heard General Jack Keane talking about Iran funding proxies like Hamas, and you have some new reporting on that $6 billion we heard earlier in the show. Ronna McDaniel, the RNC chairwoman, talking about the $6 billion given to or unfrozen for Iran in the hostage deal last month as possibly playing a part in this. What can you tell us?
Well, Griff, I've spoken to senior officials who were involved in that hostage deal, and they explained to me where this money came from and where it is currently sitting. And what I can tell you is that from talking to them, none of that money has been released into Iran's hands as of yet. Here's how it worked. Basically, the money, the $6 billion, was set up. There were accounts set up under the Trump administration for Iran to sell. They got a waiver to sell their oil to 4 countries: India, Turkey, South Korea, and another country. The $6 billion in the South Korean bank account was Iranian money for those oil sales. It was not U.S. taxpayer money. The money then that was exchanged to the Iranians is now being held in a Qatari bank. The Qataris, the U.S. Treasury has insight into when that money is released to Iran, and they have to have permission. They have to have bills of lading showing that it's used for humanitarian goods, food and medicine. That has not happened yet. So to link the two right now, currently, to the Hamas invasion is incorrect. But what you can say, and ever since I was based in Israel from 1999 to 2007, and I saw firsthand that it was Iranian money that was flowing into the Gaza Strip that was allowing Hamas to build up its rocket supplies. They have been building up these rocket supplies, tens of thousands of rockets, since 2007. I was there for a 34-day war with Hezbollah firing rockets, dozens and hundreds of rockets, even thousands of rockets, into northern Israel in 2006, the summer of 2006. After that, Hamas and Iran and Hezbollah, they have been rearming, and they've been waiting for this moment for some time. But to link the $6 billion that were part of that hostage deal is misleading. Now, in terms of what we've just learned from the Gaza Strip, Hamas is claiming to have taken hostage dozens of Israeli soldiers and officers. They claim to be holding them in the tunnels they use to move weapons across the border. The Israeli Defense Forces, or IDF, say they have now regained control of the Gaza Division base in southern Israel. That was one of the bases that Hamas overran earlier today. And they've also regained control of a second base in Kibbutz Reim. CENTCOM just released the following statement. I'll read from it. U.S. CENTCOM is closely tracking the situation surrounding the appalling terrorist attack by Hamas against the people of Israel. We stand with Israel and extend our condolences for the lives lost in these attacks. U.S. CENTCOM remains in communication with our counterparts. We've also just received details of Defense Secretary Austin's call with his Israeli counterpart. This from Brigadier General Pat Ryder. Secretary Austin spoke this morning with Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant to convey his condolences for the victims of this appalling, abhorrent terrorist attack by Hamas on Israel. Secretary Austin will continue to consult with Minister Gallant in the coming days and weeks to ensure that Israel has the support it needs. Here is the statement from Secretary Austin. I'm closely monitoring developments in Israel. Our commitment to Israel's right to defend itself remains unwavering, and I extend my condolences to the families of those who lost their lives in this abhorrent attack on civilians. Over the coming days, the Defense Department will work to ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself and protect civilians from indiscriminate violence and terrorism. That could be a reference, Griff, to the $2 billion in U.S. military weaponry that is stored in Israel. I would expect in the coming days and weeks, as Israel runs out of some of its stockpiles, that the U.S. taps into those stockpiles or makes them available to Israel. Griff?
All right, Jennifer Griffin with all the insight from the Pentagon. Jen, great stuff. Thank you. For more on the fallout from the surprise attack on Israel, James Jeffrey joining us now. He's a former ambassador to Iraq. And Mr. Ambassador, thank you for taking time. You just heard Jen Griffin talking about the complexity of this attack. What are your thoughts?
First of all, besides many Israelis and Palestinians who died today, two other things died. One is Israel's deterrence against the foes on its perimeter in the south and in the north. And secondly, the Biden administration's risky gamble to de-emphasize the Middle East, and particularly Iran, and focus on China and Ukraine. We now have to help Israel get back and reestablish deterrence. Israel will have to, that's what Netanyahu means when he says, I'm going to war, launch a major ground incursion into Gaza to reestablish deterrence. General Keane was right that the Israelis didn't do well in Lebanon in 2006, but what they did do was reestablish deterrence. Hamas has to be defeated. Right now, they're enjoying a psychological and to some degree tactical victory, and Hezbollah has to be, one way or the other, by the Israelis or by us, deterred from entering this fight.
Are you concerned then, as General Keane was, that the expansion of what comes next involves Hezbollah? And what is your estimation about what that would do to our relations with our partners in the Middle East?
Well, first of all, everybody in the Middle East is watching, not just Jerusalem. They know how Bibi Netanyahu will react, but they're watching Washington. That's what's so critical. Everybody's referring to a surprise attack 50 years after the Yom Kippur War. At a critical point in the Yom Kippur War in 1973, Russia threatened to intervene. President Nixon and Henry Kissinger put the entire U.S. military, including at the time Captain James Jeffrey, on full, just short of war alert. The administration has to be prepared to take similar, very, very courageous and risky actions to keep Hezbollah and Iran out of this conflict, because the Israelis are going to need time to deal with Gaza and Hamas, and that won't be easy.
Mr. Ambassador, there's nothing that indicates that that is something this administration is interested in doing.
We will have to see in the hours ahead. Again, if Hezbollah starts moving towards some kind of intervention, everybody will look to Washington and what it will do.
And you're looking live now on the right side of your screen to the Gaza City missile strikes happening here. It appears, and thank you for your time, Mr. Ambassador. I just want to ask you one last question, and that is, if you had to predict and guess where we are headed, is this a days-long thing, a weeks-long thing? What does the future hold?
And this is a month-long thing that will require an Israeli ground incursion of tens of thousands of troops into Gaza and very heavy fighting, while the rest of the region will be on the knife's edge of an even greater escalation, which is, again, why Washington has to play a much more aggressive role than simply saying we'll support Israel with weapons deliveries.
Ambassador James Jeffrey, thank you for your insight, sir, and giving us your take on all things.
Thank you.
Molly?
Southern Israel is left with devastating damage after Hamas bombarded the country with rockets terrorizing the people and killing many. Alexandria Hoff is live with the most striking images and reaction from Washington lawmakers. Alexandria.
Hi, Molly. Yeah, the horrific sights and sounds of these attacks, they're echoing here in Washington, with lawmakers expressing that the United States firmly stands in solidarity with Israel and its people, who were shaken from their beds this morning as the assaults first came by air, with a barrage of missiles coming from Gaza. You can hear them there, and smoke billowed over the city of Ashkelon. That's about 30 minutes south of Tel Aviv, where one man described that nightmare that has now consumed the lives of him and those around him.
At around 6 in the morning, a rocket fell near the house, and due to that, everything got burnt. The house destroyed, the windows, and the walls. We heard a massive shock. The child was startled. I don't know. We live in a reality that is not real.
Well, immediately after the missiles, the rockets, came the militants crossing the border into Israel. Additionally, what's been described as an Israeli army tank. It's seen here in some of this footage. It was apparently captured by Hamas. And at one point, there were people who were posing for photos with it. And reaction from Capitol Hill has been swift. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who's in China right now, actually extended his prayers, adding, quote, "The terrorist attacks by Hamas on the people of Israel are absolutely horrific. The U.S. stands with Israel in its unwavering right to defend itself." From Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, quote, "Today's terrorist violence against Israel is a reminder of the evil that motivates Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and their patrons in Tehran." Republican Congressman Michael Waltz, he was more direct, writing on X, quote, "This is 100% Iran calling the shots." Congressman Alex Mooney agrees.
It's a huge role. Iran is a terrorist state. They support terrorism. That's their goal. They made it clear. Iran made it clear their goal is to wipe out Israel. And if somebody says their goal is to kill you, you ought to believe them.
And the Jewish members of the House of Representatives, they also released a collective statement. It reads in part, "Hamas has declared war on Israel and her people. Our alliance with Israel is unbreakable. Our commitment to Israel's security is ironclad." Now, earlier in the show, we heard from former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. He said that there is nothing that the House can do right now legislatively until they elect a new speaker. Congressman Patrick McHenry is serving in the interim, but Molly, it's unclear if he would be able to receive an intelligence briefing on today's attacks. I'll send it back to you.
Just one of the challenges ahead for Congress this week. We appreciate it. Alexandria Hoff, thank you. Griff?
Molly, New Yorkers sharing their shock and grief over the attack on Israel today. CB Cotton is live with the latest from New York. Hey, CB.
Hi, Griff. Good afternoon. We're in one of the city's many neighborhoods, which has a large Jewish population, speaking to people who are devastated by what's unfolding in Israel. This is typically a joyous holiday season for those in the Jewish faith. Today is a holiday called Simchat Torah, which follows the week-long holiday called Sukkot. And now it feels like there is a dark cloud hanging over what would normally be a very, very happy time for those in the Jewish faith. Many people, because because of this holiday season and today being the Sabbath, many who are Jewish are not comfortable speaking with us on camera. But we've talked to many off camera who are just absolutely horrified, and they feel as if they're growing more anxious by the hour as they try to reach loved ones in southern Israel. This is just an absolutely horrific time. We did speak to one woman. She is not Jewish, but she lives in this neighborhood and she has many friends who are a part of the faith. And she shared with us part of a conversation she had early this morning. Listen to this.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I just came out of Key Food and I said, oh my God, this weather's so terrible. And she said, it's not as terrible as what's going on in Israel. I go, I have to tell you, it's like God's crying. They're being treated so badly.
And New York City Mayor Eric Adams releasing a lengthy statement this morning, Griff, calling the Hamas attacks in part cowardly and unprovoked. He also mentioned that he was on the ground in Israel less than 2 months ago, and he says he witnessed Jews, Christians, and Muslims living alongside each other in peace. Now, New York is known to have the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, so there are a lot of concerns about this region. Mayor Eric Adams saying right now there are no credible threats to the city, but he says there is intelligence members on the ground actively gathering new information. And even though there are no credible threats right now, he says members of NYPD have been deployed to Jewish houses of worship today just to make sure everyone feels safe. Griff.
All right, CB Cotton live for us on the streets of New York. CB, thank you. Molly?
For more on the deadly attacks on Israel, let's bring in our political panel. Joining us today is Democratic strategist Brad Howard and Vice President of Restoring Integrity and Trust in Elections, May Mailman. Thank you both for joining me as we're watching really history unfolding in Israel, something we haven't seen for many, many decades. Brad, I want to start with you. We're also seeing rather unusual circumstances in Washington, where there's a battle over who will become the next speaker. We saw this historic ouster of Kevin McCarthy last week, and big challenges ahead, potentially some briefings delayed, that sort of thing, because there is no leader yet in place. Your thoughts on what we'll see this week in Washington, given this new enormous attack on Israel in the backdrop? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the top line of this crisis at the moment is that this was a massively coordinated land and air and sea assault. And so this is unprecedented in modern times for the country of Israel and for the United States. It's a great test for the United States. Like, are we going to step up and defend one of our allies, a critical ally in the region? Or are we going to let domestic politics get in the way and hamper our response? The Biden administration has responded quickly and robustly and has pledged their firm and unwavering support to Prime Minister Netanyahu. I think that's a strong signal to the rest of the world that despite this domestic turmoil, we are committed to defending Israel through and through. But, you know, the country will and can function. It's just going to be a little more complicated than before.
May, to you, we were talking, last week we were talking about all these domestic issues that potentially were being put off while Congress was in sort of a big mess. Now we're looking at something, really that could affect a key international ally. Your thoughts on the week ahead and what should be happening in Washington?
Yeah, when I hear firm and unwavering support, that to me does not sound like the Biden administration's first reaction was to tell Israel to stand down and not defend themselves. And then Biden finally gets to making a statement 12 hours later. But you know what? We don't need a statement. There's nothing that he can say. The world is a more dangerous place now. There is more human suffering now. There is more terrorism now. There are more risks now to people around the world than there were during the Trump years. So you know what? Kevin McCarthy, he's not speaker anymore. Steve Scalise can be speaker. Jim Jordan can be speaker. It doesn't matter. We have a commitment to Israel. We're going to honor that commitment. There are weapons stockpiled, and we're going to follow through with that. But there was a failure here. There was a failure. Our military was somehow not ready. I don't know whether we were learning about white rage or what it was, but we need to fix our position in the world because it is broken.
Brad, your thoughts on that? Because a lot of people are looking at this and saying, look, it wasn't just Israel that was caught without the intelligence needed to prevent something or have some indication that this was happening, but the U.S. and Israel are very closely tied and share intelligence. And seemingly the United States also did not have much warning on this. Your thoughts, Brad?
Look, clearly this was an intelligence failure across the board, but even the more liberal members of the Knesset in Israel are saying this is not the time for that discussion. This is the time to respond and to have the backs of the Israeli people. And that's what the United States should and can do. There will be time to investigate what happened here and how we miss it. And I think that absolutely needs to happen so that we can deter future aggression from Israel's opponents. But right now is the time for Americans to unite and to do the right thing here and defend Israel at all costs.
May, your final words.
Yeah, well, right now we are facing invasions, threatened invasions, or full-out war in Europe, in the Middle East, in potentially Asia, and at our own southern border. There's something that we clearly don't get. And maybe the thing that we don't get is the way that nations respond, the way that nations see themselves, the things that nations want. So I think it's time to put the diplomats aside who have, a long Ivy League background, and to get somebody in the White House who understands people, who understands relationships, and who has a proven track record of peace around the world.
May Mailman, thank you very much. Brad Howard, appreciate both of your insights as we're watching all of this unfold. Thank you. Griff?
Molly, more on the attack on Israel with the latest developments on the ground after the break.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
One roll of a lifetime, one sore throat. But she had enough. She took Mucinex InstaSoothe sore throat lozenges. Show your sore throat who's boss. Mucinex InstaSoothe works in seconds, lasts for hours.
Always lived in California, but never did take up surfing until just a few years ago. A surf session can be pretty physically demanding, and Balance of Nature helps me do that. I love being out on the water. I don't want to slow down. I plan on surfing until I'm 80, and I don't think I would be able to surf every day if it wasn't for Balance of Nature.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-333-4485. That's 1-800-333-4485. Or go to mesobook.com.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours.
They're here.
Hey, I knew you were coming, so I WeatherTech the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now.
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Oh no! You hate coming home to a dark house, and you're uptight about noises outside in the night. Outdoor lighting systems cost a fortune, and leaving lights on all night drives utility bills out of sight. You need the Bell & Howell Bionic Spotlight, the outdoor motion sensor light that is motion activated, so it automatically turns on the instant motion is detected and turns off when the motion stops. Bionic Spotlight is solar powered, so there's no expensive wiring or batteries to change. Simply place it where the solar panel can soak up the sun, and you're done. The panel collects the sun's energy to charge all day, so it has the power to provide light when and where you need it all night. Bionic Spotlight looks just like a professional security camera that is actually a high-tech security light with smart motion sensing technology. Look, the instant the motion sensor detects the movement, Bionic Spotlight triggers 8 high-intensity LED lights that shower the entire area with light, covering over 600 square feet. The light stays on for as long as the motion continues, and then shuts off 30 seconds after it stops. So there's no more arriving home to a dark house. Illuminate walkways and stairwells for visitors and guests. Light up your garden at night or the yard for your kids and pets. Add Bionic Spotlight to your sports court and to help secure outbuildings and storage sheds. So you can spend hundreds of dollars on an outdoor lighting system, or you can save hundreds of dollars and get the motion-activated Bionic Spotlight for just $19.95 with free shipping. Bionic lights are weather-resistant year-round and backed by our Bell & Howell 5-year replacement warranty. But wait, if you order right now, you get a second Bionic Spotlight for $50 50% off, and the shipping is still free. That's right. Get a second unit for half the price when you order now with free shipping. And when you call, ask about the contractor's discount on the complete 6-light home value set. Bionic Spotlight is all you need, and it's guaranteed. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-317-9014. That's 1-800-317-9014, or go online to bionicspotlight.com. So call 1-800-317-9014 or go to bionicspotlight.com.
White House hopefuls are on the campaign blitz in Iowa, as many of them have commented on their support for Israel after deadly attacks by Hamas. Mark Meredith is live from Iowa with all the details on this. Mark.
Molly, good afternoon to you. These folks here lined up behind me, they're waiting to hear from former President Trump. He's making 2 stops in eastern Iowa today. In a few moments, he'll be speaking in Waterloo, and we expect him to add additional comments to the situation, which you and Griff have been talking about all hour, the deadly attacks in Israel overnight. He called it a disgrace, and we expect him to go a lot further than that. We've seen members of the National Security Council, though, come out saying that his comments earlier in the day that he essentially was blaming actions by the Biden administration that they were taking a big issue with. So we'll see if he adds on to those remarks or maybe clarifies what he had to say. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, he's also in Iowa today. He had a chance to talk about his reaction, speaking with supporters earlier this morning. He also spoke to reporters, vowing to provide additional support to Israel. Here's what he had to say earlier today.
First, just let me say, as Americans this morning, we all stand with the state of Israel, who is undergoing a terrorist attacks by Hamas, by Iranian-backed militants. They not only have a right to defend themselves, they have a responsibility to defend themselves with overwhelming force. We will stand by them when they do.
We're also hearing from former Vice President Mike Pence. He released a statement saying every American should condemn the unprovoked and massive attack on Israel by terrorists and Hamas. Our prayers are with the families and soldiers of our most cherished ally. Prime Minister Netanyahu says Israel is at war. We also heard from former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, who had a statement who said, make no mistake, Hamas is a bloodthirsty terrorist organization backed by Iran and determined to kill as many innocent lives as possible. The reports out of Israel are horrific, with a stunning number of dead and wounded, and should be universally condemned. So we are expecting this to continue to dominate the campaign trail this weekend. And as I mentioned, the former president, he's in Waterloo and expected to speak at length about what's going on. Molly.
Mark Meredith, thank you very much. And for reaction, continuing on those morning's attacks there in Israel, we bring in Senator Tim Scott. He is currently in South Carolina. Are we bringing him in? There we go. Hello, Senator. Thank you so much for joining us. You know, I want to get right to this. The magnitude of this has been startling, truly stunning. Your thoughts as we're continuing to watch it all unfold.
Devastation. 5,000 rockets.
Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Why settle for one guesstimate to see the value of a home when Realtor.com's Real Estimate gives you up to 3 independent valuations?
Don't all apps do that?
Not really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
Israel under attack and at war. This is a live look at Gaza City, where Hamas this morning launched an unprecedented surprise attack on our closest Middle Eastern ally. The terrorists striking by land, air, and sea on a Jewish holiday, firing thousands of rockets and infiltrating the country's south. Hello and welcome to a brand new hour of Fox News Live. I'm Arthel Neville. Hi, Eric.
Hello, Arthel. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Eric Shawn. So far, we're told at least 100 Israelis have been killed, more than 900 wounded after these terrorist attacks, and Hamas holding an unknown number of Israeli soldiers and civilians now hostage in Gaza. Israel responding with a counterstrike on Hamas-controlled areas, killing at least, they're told, 200 Palestinians and leaving hundreds more injured.
The fighting expected to continue as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declares, quote, "We are at war," and vows Iran-backed Hamas will, quote, "pay an unprecedented price." Trey Yingst is live in southern Israel with the very latest. Trey.
Arthel, right now you can hear Israeli military helicopters flying just a couple hundred feet off the ground. They are conducting operations against Palestinian militants in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. This as rocket fire continues into southern and central Israel. As we speak right now, sirens are sounding in the central part of the country. We just saw a new barrage of rockets come off of the Gaza Strip. Israeli media right now has updated numbers on fatalities and casualties across this country. According to the Israeli press, 200 people were killed in this attack earlier today. That number could rise. We're not sure what this helicopter is doing exactly right here, but they have been taking off from this area and firing missiles at infiltrators that they believe are still along the border. Also, Israeli media is showing images of Palestinians that were captured just this hour. So this is very much an active scene, and I will give you some new information that we are just getting in right now from the Israeli military, who conducted a briefing indicating that there are 22 active scenes right now with hostages in the southern part of Israel. Some of them are firefights taking place between militants and the Israeli army. But to be very clear, Hamas and the militants that entered today still control territory in the southern part of this country, and the Israelis are working at this hour to try and recapture this area and free any hostages that are still alive. Back to you.
We'll get back to you.
Trey, if I can ask you, first of all, watch your back there. There's some big tanks or big trucks passing by. Where are you, or maybe not where are you, but what are those vehicles behind you with the flashing lights?
Yeah, so these are ambulances. We are at an evacuation point right now near to the Gaza border. Throughout the day, we have watched as soldiers brought their wounded and dead comrades to this location. We have watched as civilians pulled their family members out of cars and loaded them into ambulances. And we looked into the eyes of mothers who were crying as they held their wounded children. The scene here has been horrific for the Israeli population, and that terror reigns still at this moment. There's an understanding that this operation is nowhere close to finished. The Israelis have not even really started their main response, and part of that has to do with the fact that we know Israelis have been taken prisoner of war. There are Israeli civilians and soldiers, dozens of them, that were taken alive, some of them just their bodies pulled into the Gaza Strip and taken into the tunnels below Gaza. Now, the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, is warning tonight about more rocket fire on Tel Aviv. And in the statement that we saw from the militant group, they hinted at the fact that Israel should not target their tunnel system where they store the rockets and other weapons, because they have moved these hostages and these prisoners of wars to the tunnels. Artel?
A very tenuous situation, very complicated indeed. 22 active scenes, as you just reported. That is according to the Israeli military. A lot going on, a lot for you to continue to cover for us, Trey.
Well, the Pentagon says it is helping Israel fighting this terrorism after the unprecedented attack on our longtime closest ally in the Middle East. Now with more reaction in Washington and images of the war that we're seeing today, Alexander Hoff is live in D.C. with the very latest from there. Alex?
Well, Eric, the devastation, the heartbreak that Trey has been describing so eloquently, if that can even be used as a word to describe what's going on, what he's been saying has been echoing here in Washington all day long. And lawmakers here in D.C., they're expressing that the United States stands firmly in solidarity with in the short term, with video and images coming out of Israelis struggling to tend to their own dead. That included soldiers and children, much of that too graphic to show. The democracy was first attacked by air, then by militants crossing through by breaking the wire that separates Gaza from Israel. Hamas military also released footage of that breach, as you can see. And one resident of Eshkelon, which is about 30 minutes south of Tel Aviv, he described the sky falling in on him and his family.
At around 6 in the morning, a rocket fell near the house, and due to that, everything got burnt. The house destroyed, the windows, and the walls. We heard a massive shock. The child was startled. I don't know. We live in a reality that is not real.
He said, I don't know, because there is so little to know right now. And Israel Defense Forces, they have carried out retaliatory strikes in Gaza. As Trey mentioned, the bulk of this retaliation hasn't even started yet, but Palestinian authorities say that more than 160 people have been killed there. And reaction now from Capitol Hill, you have Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. He extended his prayers, adding, quote, the terrorist attacks by Hamas and the people of Israel are absolutely horrific. The U.S. stands with Israel in its unwavering right to defend itself. From Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, quote, today's terrorist violence against Israel is a reminder of the evil that motivates Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and their patrons in Tehran. Republican Congressman Michael Waltz, he was more direct, writing on X, quote, this is 100% Iran calling the shots. Now, in terms of national security, keep in mind that the House right now is operating without a speaker. The legislative branch is essentially paralyzed until a new one is selected. So that matters in the event that there's a need for the U.S. to respond to some kind of threat that would be out of the Middle East or elsewhere. Former Speaker McCarthy, he spoke to that a short time ago.
The speaker is part of the gang of the 8 that takes action to be able to have the briefings. Why would you ever remove a speaker during a term to raise doubt around the world?
And Congressman Patrick McHenry is serving as speaker in the interim. It's unclear right now if he would be able to receive an intelligence briefing on today's attacks. Eric.
All right, Alex, thanks so much. Arthel.
Well, Eric, President Biden says the U.S. condemns what he is calling the, quote, appalling assault against Israel today. The president spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier and reassured him of the full and unwavering support of the United States. Lucas Tomlinson is at the White House with more on this reaction. And Lucas, is that what the president said? He is offering full support?
Well, not exactly, Arthel. In the statement, the words full support are not in there. It says the U.S. will be offering, quote, all appropriate means. As you mentioned, the president speaking to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this morning, the White House releasing a statement. We'll read it to you in full, Arthel. It says, quote, the United States unequivocally condemns this appalling assault against Israel by Hamas terrorists from Gaza. And I made clear to Prime Minister Netanyahu that we stand ready to offer all appropriate means of support to the government and the people of Israel. Terrorism is never justified. Israel has a right to defend itself and its people. And the United States warns against any other party hostile to Israel seeking advantage in this situation. My administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering. Now, officials say, Arthel, this is the largest attack on Israel in a half-century, dating back to the Yom Kippur War, which took place 50 years ago yesterday. And like the Yom Kippur War, today's attack launched not only on Israel's Sabbath, but also on the Jewish holiday that celebrates and marks the conclusion of the annual cycle of public Torah readings. Senator Tom Cotton issuing a scathing statement saying in part, quote, "This war is a transparent attempt by Iran to derail the peace talks between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The United States should provide Israel the military and diplomatic support it needs to destroy Hamas, and the Biden administration should cease all engagement with Iran." Now, former Defense Secretary Mark Esper spoke about the attacks this morning and offered this blunt assessment.
It was a surprise. It caught the Israelis completely off guard, and you can't say anything, but it was an intelligence failure. And I think, look, we're dealing with a tactical situation on the ground, which is terrible and tragic for both and you can't say anything, but it was an intelligence failure. And I think, look, we're dealing with a tactical situation on the ground, which is terrible and tragic for both the Israeli citizens and the Israeli military.
Now, the White House says that President Biden will be addressing the nation and the world in just a few minutes here at the White House at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, we'll take that live on Fox. And just a reminder of the reach of Israeli forces, Arthel, back in 1976 with the Entebbe raid. Airliner was hijacked out of Israel, and a daring raid was launched out of Israel using Sayeret Matkal, that is an elite commando unit out of Israel. It's equivalent to the U.S. Army. Green Berets are really actually the Delta Force, and the leader of that elite commando unit was Benjamin Netanyahu's brother, who tragically was killed during the raid. Arthel?
Thank you for that, Lucas Tomlinson, there live at the White House. And again, we will take President Biden live with his remarks when he is ready to give them. Eric?
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in fact, had to drive from Boston to visit his father, who was a professor at Cornell, drove all night to break it to his father and his mother that his brother Jonathan was killed in the Entebbe raid. Former Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Dan Gillerman, joins us now. Ambassador, this seems different. It seems more organized. It seems planned out, broader in scope. Your thoughts at this wide-ranging attack by Hamas?
Yes, hi, Eric. Yes, this was a very, very tough day for Israel. And as you say, it was different. But it was no different in the fact that Hamas has shown how evil, indiscriminate, and inhuman it is. They have, killed indiscriminately women and children, civilians. They've barged into a big party which was going on, and a nature party in a forest, and killed scores of people. At the moment, we're talking about over 200 people killed. The vast majority of them, women and children, elderly, young people, totally indiscriminate. And, I think that the world has seen today, for those who still doubted it, how evil and inhuman these animals are.
There have been reports of bodies being desecrated, of Hamas terrorists going door to door, dragging Israeli civilians out of their homes. The West is condemning this, but do you fear that some of the Persian Gulf states, especially on the brink potentially of normalization with Saudi Arabia, that this was Hamas's intention to try and launch a major attack in order to try and scuttle peace with Saudi Arabia and some of the other Persian Gulf nations?
I think you're very right. I mean, Hamas, at the end of the day, is a proxy of Iran. And what you're seeing today are the bloody tentacles of these beastly brains in Tehran, which have, I believe, made Hamas do what they do in order, indeed, to unsettle the Middle East, to try and sabotage the very promising normalization and even peace process, which is on the verge of happening with Saudi Arabia. So at the end of the day, what we're seeing is Iran from Tehran conducting this inhuman, vicious attack by the Hamas terrorists. And, these are people who truly do not care about human life. For Israel, every dead Palestinian child is a mistake we're dealing with. We left Gaza 20 years ago They could have made Gaza into the Singapore of the Middle East. Instead of that, they made it into a terror base. The poor people in Gaza, and I do really, I care about the people in Gaza because they're prisoners of this horrible, horrible, evil regime of Hamas. And they will eventually pay the price because, make no mistake, we are going to punish Hamas in a way which they have never experienced before. We will go in and we will make sure that their leadership will realize that what they did today was actually a joint suicide act.
Some would say, though, by Israel doing that, that could potentially boomerang on the Jewish state, that it would go in with too much force. What do you say about that argument and also the sensitivities that there are Israeli civilians and soldiers now kidnapped and held hostage, apparently in the tunnels under Gaza, and how does that deter the IDF, if at all?
Well, you're right, Eric. This is a very complex situation, especially with quite a few hostages being held in Gaza. But, you know, in the past, we've always been very, very careful not to hurt civilians. We've done unprecedented things which have made American and British and European generals describe Israel as the most moral army in the world. We called before we bombed the building and made sure that the civilians left it. We have warned them time and time again that we're going to do it because we wanted to, you know, avoid any collateral damage. I think this time, after the horrible act which they have carried out, after their indiscriminate and vicious and barbaric assault on Israeli children and women and civilians, the gloves are off. And I think that we're going to punish them. You know, what happens, these guys are really cowards. And the leaders of Hamas, when they do this thing, they go and hide under a hospital because they realize that Israel, being very humane, would not bomb a hospital. I think these days are over. And even if it takes killing some civilians, and as I said before, every Palestinian civilian casualty for us is a tragedy, but we have to make sure that the people who did this horrible, horrible thing today will pay the price, and they will pay the price.
Hamas hides its rockets and ammunition among the civilians, using them as the result of that, of the terror you just say. Former Israeli Ambassador Dan Gillerman, who served ably at the United Nations for years. Ambassador, thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric.
Arthel?
Ambassador, thank you. Eric, well, right now we're going to bring in the anchor of the story, Martha McCallum. Martha, what more can you add to our reporting? I mean, what are you hearing from your sources?
Well, it's good to be with you. You know, this is obviously an enormous story, and you have been talking to so many people, and the coverage has been fantastic all day. I think it's going to be a story that we're covering ourselves for quite some time, unfortunately, because of the magnitude of it and because of the shift that we're seeing in global politics in the Middle East right now. We saw this coming together in Brett's interview with MBS, essentially the leader right now, the Crown Prince in Saudi Arabia, and then the subsequent interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, who has been prime minister 6 times in Israel, that they were closer than ever. Obviously, that rankled the leadership in Iran. And from all reports and everyone that I've spoken to this morning, the belief is that it would take Iran's organization and money and ability to pull off a coordinated attack like this, something that took a lot of planning. And I would just point back to U.S. foreign policy, because I think there has been a feeling. I met with some Israeli leadership when they were in town for the UN just a few weeks ago, and in a broad sense, there's a feeling that the United States has not been as engaged as it has in the past in this issue, that they've tried to sort of move the Middle East a little bit to the back burner and focus more on Ukraine, focus more on China. And Iran notices this. They notice that change in posture. Then we had the $6 billion that went into their pockets for the exchange of these hostages. And at the time I interviewed John Kirby, Jake Sullivan was out there as well, talking about the fact that this was going to go only to humanitarian sources. And I think it's impossible to look at this situation and think that Iran has hewn to that part of the agreement. we don't know for sure, but certainly it raises a lot of questions. Then just, one other thing, when I was in Israel earlier in the summer, there was a lot of tension in the streets. We've seen protests, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time, over the judicial issues, and, inter-battle between Israelis about whether or not they wanted to support Netanyahu in that. So I think that when you look at the vulnerabilities that existed and you ask yourself, how could there be such a breach of intelligence? The Israelis have been so strong in that part of their defense. And I think it points to a lot of these different factors. And the world is never a static environment. Foreign policy shifts, and you see the possibility of Israel and Saudi Arabia coming together, and it moves other pieces on the chessboard. And I think we've seen that in a powerful and horrific way.
Has to validate the bills of lading, which, as you know, it's a strict detailing of any transactions for that money to be used. So ultimately, right now, the Qataris have oversight over the money, and they're the keepers of the deal. So as far as the $6 billion going to support this particular invasion, war, attack on Israel, we're not quite sure to connect those dots right at the moment. But, listen, we've done this before. We've been here before, and this is especially complicated with so many moving parts. And you are right, Martha. Unfortunately, we are going to be covering this in the days and weeks to come, and our eyes will be on the White House, how they respond, how the administration responds. Our eyes will be on Saudi Arabia because they have said before that they want to make sure that the Palestinians are not cut out of any deals that are being made. And of course, you have the person, if you will, looking over the shoulder of all of this is Putin. He has to be watching this closely and probably feels like he has some cover now to work in his heinous ways in his war on Ukraine.
Absolutely. You make great points, Arthel. And I would just say, with regard to the $6 billion, that the signal that's sent that money is unfrozen forces Iran into a different position in their decision-making process. So, and we heard from the leadership in Iran saying, no one's going to tell us how to use that money. It was their money that was unfrozen. So we'll watch and we'll see. It's very, very difficult to follow the money trail in these situations in the Middle East, but clearly the knowledge that money was unfrozen might have forced them to make different decisions about how they're spending their money. They have not typically given it to humanitarian purposes within Iran. I would just point out that the Nobel Prize was awarded this week to Narges Mohammadi, who's a woman, incredibly brave woman, who's in Evin prison for speaking out on behalf of the rights of women. And look at what has happened in Saudi Arabia in the last 6 years. It's been an absolute sea change in terms of the treatment of women. These are the kind of things that make the Iranian leadership nervous. They see sea change in a country like Saudi Arabia, and they have an enormous amount of protest in their own country. Masih Alinejad has been at the forefront of that here in the United States. We've talked to her a lot. So they feel that the ground is shifting a little bit beneath them, and all of these things together can put them in a position where they make the choice that they have clearly made in the early morning hours of today. So it's an extraordinary moment. And with regard to Putin and how he sees this, does it take the focus off him a little bit? Does it give him a little bit more leeway to push harder in Ukraine? I've seen a lot of stories coming out of Ukraine this morning about explosions there as well. No doubt they want to make sure that their story is getting out there while the world is watching this. And then you have to ask what China thinks. They want to be in the leadership dominant position in global politics. So where do they come down on this? They also have a deep trade relationship with Saudi Arabia that they have fostered and that has grown recently. So these are all I think the chess pieces is a good way to look at it, because when one moves, others move as well. And that's the story that will be unfolding in the days and weeks to come.
And we will be watching you on this story weekdays here on Fox News. Martha McCallum, I'm so glad you could join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthella. Good to be with you both.
Thank you. Eric?
Well, Martha and Arthella, coverage is continuing. Iranian-backed Hamas launching an unprecedented, wide-ranging surprise attack on southern Israel at sunup this morning from Gaza on a Jewish holiday. At least 100 Israelis so far reportedly killed in this terrorist attack. Nearly 200 Palestinians also reportedly killed in Israeli counterstrikes. An unknown number of Israeli soldiers and civilians have been taken hostage by Hamas. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin live with us in Washington. First, Jen, let's talk about the military aspect. We have we have stored military assets in Israel. What do you see going forward, and why was this such a surprise?
Well, Eric, first of all, it's notable that on the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, the 1973 multi-front surprise attack by Egypt and Syria, that Hamas, with its Iranian backers, has decided to upend what was likely to be an historic agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Middle East watchers whom I've spoken to say the purpose of this attack was to derail any peace deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Yesterday also marked the anniversary of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat's assassination after he made peace with Israel. The White House has pushed back, as we've reported, on suggestions by Republican presidential candidates that the recent hostage deal that involved the release of $6 billion contributed to the Hamas attack. The $6 billion is still currently held in a Qatari bank account with U.S. Treasury oversight. The money came from Iranian oil sales to South Korea and did not include U.S. taxpayer dollars. NSC spokesperson Adrian Watson said in a statement, quote, "Not a single cent from these funds has been spent yet, and when it is spent, it can only be spent on things like food and medicine for the Iranian people. These funds have absolutely nothing to do with the horrific attacks today, and this is not the time to spread disinformation." Hamas claims to have taken dozens of Israeli soldiers and officers hostage during the incursion. The hostages have been taken back to Gaza and reportedly are being held in tunnels used by Hamas to smuggle weapons in and out of Gaza. The IDF says it has retaken control of 2 bases infiltrated by Hamas militants, the Gaza Division Base and Kibbutz Re'im. It has also carried out an airstrike on the home of the head of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, near Khan Yunis in Gaza. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke with his Israeli counterpart, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, to convey his condolences. Quote, "I am closely monitoring developments in Israel. Our commitment to Israel's right to defend itself remains unwavering, and I extend my condolences to the families of those who lost their lives in this abhorrent attack on civilians." Over the coming days, the Defense Department will work to ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself and protect civilians from indiscriminate violence and terrorism. Defense Secretary Austin convened a meeting with his top commanders, including CENTCOM Commander General Eric Kurilla and the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs this morning from the Pentagon. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and CIA Director Bill Burns were at the White House with the president this morning. Burns canceled a trip to an intelligence conference to remain in D.C. The NATO defense ministers will meet this week in Brussels, and the October Ukraine Defense Contact Group will still meet this Tuesday with about 50 defense and military leaders, including Secretary Austin and General C.Q. Brown, the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs. You were referring to that $2 billion in weapons that the U.S. stores in Israel, Eric. I would expect to see some of those weapons being released, some of that ammunition to replenish the stockpiles of Israel in the coming days and weeks. The U.S. Navy, I'll point out, still does not have a confirmed chief of naval operations because of the hold placed on her by Senator Tommy Tuberville, which Pentagon officials say continues to impact their operations. Eric?
Yeah, and Jen, in terms of the billions of dollars that the Biden administration has released, if we just for a second drill down on that, the Washington Institute says Iran started funding Hamas in 1992 with $50 million. So you're talking about a spigot and a funnel of financial backing for Hamas from Tehran that has gone through Bill Clinton, George H.W. Bush, President Obama, George W. Bush, President Trump, and now that's 6 presidents. Why hasn't this been stopped, until now? And is it a fair criticism of the current administration to try and pin this on them?
Well, I think, Eric, as you've pointed out and as the Washington Institute pointed out, this funding of Hamas from Iran has taken place over multiple presidencies. When I was there from 1999 to 2007, we documented not only the money that was flowing in, but I was the first to report on a major weapon shipment from Iran that Israel intercepted in the Red Sea. And that was a huge story about weapons being sent into Gaza. Since 2006 and that war between Hezbollah and Israel that lasted 34 days, there have been thousands of rockets sent into Gaza through the tunnels, through the Egyptian tunnels, by shore, and that's why the Navy is so important, because Navy patrols off the coast of Gaza are so important to intercept those Iranian weapons. But basically, the Hamas and the Palestinians have been preparing for this day for years, and they have building up their rocket stockpiles, and they have been testing the limits of what Israel would do.
Yeah,
and this is the most massive incursion that we've seen really in almost 50 years.
Yeah, and could Hezbollah now unveil some of those 150,000 rockets they have in the north?
Absolutely.
Well, we hope it doesn't get to that, of course. Jennifer, always good to see you. Thank you.
Hey, Jen, this is Arthel. I wanted to ask you, if you could, Jen, clarify what you said about Tuberville and his position on the military and not wanting them to travel for abortions. How is this coming to play into this situation?
So what I was pointing out is that the U.S. military still does not have a confirmed head of the U.S. Navy. Admiral Lisa Franchetti is awaiting confirmation. She is part of the 300-plus officers that are being held up by Senator Tuberville's hold. He is upset about a Pentagon OSD policy that allows U.S. service members to travel to out of states where abortion is prohibited to receive the medical care and abortions if needed in other states, and that he is still holding up 300 military officers. And without a head of the U.S. Navy, when in fact the Mediterranean Sea and the Fifth Fleet, which Lisa Franchetti, and the Seventh Fleet, which Lisa Franchetti, the admiral, used to be the head of, it really does diminish the ability of the Navy to operate, and that is what we've heard time and again from Pentagon officials.
Thank you very much, as always, Jennifer Griffin, for your excellent reporting and for clarifying that for us. Thank you very much. And right now, we're going to get more reaction from Washington and from Congress. We're going to bring in Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn. Senator Blackburn, good to have you here with us on this very critical Saturday. I do want to say up front that we're waiting to hear from President Biden. And when that happens, we will have to interrupt you, but we'll hold you over to see if you would like to comment after that. I want to start where Jennifer Griffin just left off in her reporting, and just speaking about how impactful Senator Tuberville's position on the any military traveling for abortions, and therefore he is against that and for the military to fund that travel. So therefore he's holding up these key positions, one being the head of the Navy, which, as you heard Jennifer Griffin report, how crucial that is, and particularly given what's happening today. What's your position? What do you think about this?
Arthel, it is so important that we realize that these nominations could have been moving forward, and there was a way forward for that, and Senator Schumer chose not to take that path. But I am certain that as we return in a week, as we get some classified briefings on this, that you will hear us talk about getting Israel what they need to defend themselves. And that is going to be a priority. People do not, our allies around the globe do not want to see weakness. And when our adversaries think there's weakness, that is when they take an action. And right now, what the U.S. military needs to do is stand with Israel and make certain they have what they need to defend themselves. And if it shoots or flies or sails and they need it, we need to be getting it to them so that they've got what they need to defend themselves.
Senator Blackburn, what is Congress's call to action? In what way can Congress extend support to Israel? It seems to me that you're saying that any funding in terms of dollars, monetary funding, you're willing to support that.
Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, and we need to be standing with them. And when you look at the actions that what I call the new axis of evil, Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea take, you have to think about where they're going to move and what they're going to do. And Iran is teamed up with Hamas, is what we are hearing. That's what the reporting is coming out of there. We know that when we had President Trump, that he cut aid to Palestine. President Biden chose to re-up that aid, even surpassing the amounts they had before. And for Congress, it is going to be important to realize that a strong defense helps the United States protect ourselves. It also helps our allies. And making certain that people who are our allies know that they are our allies and we're going to be true to our word and we're going to stand with them is something that is important. And our adversaries need to fear us. And we need to be true to that.
And President Biden, again, we're waiting to hear from him for him to address the nation and the world, frankly, in moments from now. You know, he's already offered support. I'd like to know if you feel that the president has offered at this point. We're going to wait to see what he has to say momentarily. But at this point, given the statement that he's made and the reporting that we heard from our Lucas Tomlinson, that he has offered support, I'd like to know if you feel that the president has offered enough full-throated support. And specifically, what do you expect from President Biden at this juncture?
Arthel, he should give a full support to Israel. There should be no doubt that the United States is going to stand with Israel and that we fully support their right to defend themselves. And that is the type of certainty that that our allies are wanting to see. I was listening to Martha as she was talking about some of those that she was visiting with during the UN conference, and you had Jennifer giving her report. What do people want to see from the U.S.? They want to see that we're going to show that strength, that when they are challenged, we're going to show up to support them, that we're going to stand for freedom, and that when there are bad actors out there that are acting in ways they ought not to be acting, that are invading and are trying to take the rights of free people, looking at what was happening in Israel, looking at what they're doing to citizens, 200 dead, hearing the reports that that Hamas has taken as hostages some of the military officers that are military members, and hearing those reports, it shows you Israel knows, yes, indeed, they are under attack, and they need to know that we're going to stand with them during this. You have heard Netanyahu's comments today. And you see the boldness of these organizations when they say are these countries that are bad actors, these groups, these terrorist organizations, and they
I love you're making some great points. If I may. If I may, Senator Blackburn, you're making some excellent points there. I do want to follow up with some questions for you, because as you said, here it is at 9:39 p.m. in Israel. Hamas is at war with Israel. And you mentioned just all the heinous crimes that are taking place right now, not just to Israeli military, which is horrible, but also to innocent civilians. And of course, there are lots of unknowns at this point. But when you try to at least grapple with how did this happen, what is coming to your mind?
Coming to my mind is you think about how small an area that Israel is. And you think about that wall and the West Bank and Gaza and just the proximity, that small area. And Arthel, you know that Israel is going to have to be aggressive in protecting themselves. I've had the opportunity when I visited there to be out with their military and to see the Iron Dome working. And you realize that these technologies and utilizations like the Iron Dome, David Sling, some of those components that Israel uses to protect themselves, the work that we have done supporting the Israeli army. And you realize the importance of this continuum of support from the United States to Israel, because they are our strongest ally in the Middle East. And then you begin to hear these reports of the Taliban saying, we want to get in there and help Hamas. And you realize the volatility of this region and the absolute importance of America being true to its word.
Senator Blackburn, I have not heard that reporting, but I'm not disputing what you're saying. I just have not heard it myself in terms of other military or terror groups trying to join Hamas. But of course, that is definitely a possibility if it's not already happening, to your point. But we did hear when Eric was speaking with former Israeli ambassador to the UN, Dan Gillerman, earlier, you mentioned how aggressive Israel has to be in its retaliation. And the former ambassador said, at this time, you may not have to be able to have the consideration for collateral damage.
And when you look at all of these things about who is teaming up and about all the damage, one of the things I'm looking forward to, and I know many of my colleagues probably are having the same thoughts, it would be helpful if everyone had a briefing. And I think as we move forward in the couple of days, and if there is an escalation or a continuation, that it is going to be important that we do, so that we have that proper assessment and know exactly what is happening on the ground there.
Well, I'd imagine you, and particularly as a senator, will be getting briefed sooner than later. Just really quickly, I've got to go. They're telling me, but is there a place for the Palestinians at the table when it comes to trying to figure out a resolution?
When we look at this issue and the importance of standing with Israel, when you look at what is happening with Hamas, you look at Hezbollah, and to me, the thing that is of paramount importance is that the United States keep its word to stand with Israel. And we know that right now, Israel is under attack. We need to be praying for Israel and their citizens who are living through this. and looking at what has happened as it comes the day after the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War.
We will leave it on that very fine point. Senator Marsha Blackburn, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And we will be back after a very short break with more coverage on Hamas's unprecedented attack on Israel.
Did you know most vitamin supplements have a warning label on the back? That's because without the synergy of thousands of nutrients working together that are found naturally in whole fruits and vegetables, vitamins are not balanced. This is why Balance of Nature only uses whole fruits and vegetables, no isolates or synthetic vitamins of any kind. We take a variety of 31 of the highest quality fruits and vegetables and remove the water without changing the rich chemistry. It's then ground to a powder, blended to perfection, and encapsulated, preserving the nutrients and making it easy to get the fruits and vegetables you need. So even though Balance of Nature comes in a capsule and looks like a vitamin, it's very different. Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did it in just one day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
When people call and they say they've tried lots of diets, nothing's worked, or they've lost the same 10, 20, 50 pounds over and over again, they need a real solution.
I've always fought with 5 to 10 pounds all the time, eating all these different things and nothing's ever working.
I've done the diets, all the diets. Before Golo, I was barely eating, but the weight wasn't going anywhere.
The secret to losing weight and keeping it off is managing insulin and glucose. Golo takes a systematic approach to eating that focuses on optimizing insulin levels. We tackle the cause of weight gain, not just the symptom. When you have good metabolic health, weight loss is easy.
I always thought it would be so difficult to lose weight, but with Golo, it wasn't. The weight just fell off.
I have people come up to me all the time and ask me, does it really work? And all I have to say is, here I am, it works.
My advice for everyone is to go with Golo. It will release your fat and it will release you.
Trilogy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know
If you're tired of staring down your COPD,
it's a new dawn, it's a new day,
stop settling.
and I'm feeling good.
Start a new day with Trilogy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trilogy. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trilogy makes breathing easier for a full 24 hours, improves lung function, and helps prevent future flare-ups. Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Take a stand and start a new day with Trilogy. Ask your doctor about once daily Trilogy and save at Trilogy.com.
Well, the world awaits to hear from the President of the United States, Joe Biden, with remarks on Hamas's attack on Israel. It is an unprecedented attack, seems to have caught the Israeli administration and military by surprise. How did this happen? How will the U.S. support Israel. How far will they go? Will they allow Israel to tap into the $2 billion of U.S. weapons that are stockpiled in Israel? It is an unprecedented, disturbing story that has been unfolding here today as Hamas, again, a surprise attack on Israel. About an hour ago, our Trey Yanks reported that, according to the Israeli military, there are 22 active scenes. This is with hostages, some of them with firefighting that's still taking place. And here is the United States President, Joe Biden.
Today, the people of Israel are under attack, orchestrated by a terrorist organization, Hamas. In this moment of tragedy, I want to say to them and to the world and to terrorists everywhere that the United States stands with Israel. We will not ever fail to have their back. We'll make sure that they have the help their citizens need and they can continue to defend themselves. You know, the world's seen appalling images. Thousands of rockets in the space of hours raining down on Israeli cities. When I got up this morning, started this at 7:30, 8 o'clock, my calls. Hamas terrorists crossing in Israel, killing not only Israeli soldiers, but Israeli civilians. In the street, in their homes, innocent people murdered, wounded, entire families taken hostage by Hamas. Just days after Israel marked the holiest of days in the Jewish calendar. It's unconscionable. You know, when I spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning, I told him the United States stands with the people of Israel in the face of these terrorist assaults. Israel has the right to defend itself and its people, full stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks. And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering. Let me say this as clearly as I can. This is not a moment for any party hostile to Israel to exploit these attacks to seek advantage. The world is watching. I've also been in contact with the King of Jordan.
"11 minutes after it was first formed. This is Hamas, the terrorist group launching a widespread terrorist attack against the Jewish state. 3,000 rockets, taking civilians and citizens hostage, going house to house, according to reports, kidnapping Israelis in this surprise holiday attack. Fox News chief political anchor Brett Baird joins us now from Washington. Brett, we just heard from the president. Very strong statement supporting the Jewish state. Your thoughts?
Pretty cut and dry, Eric. The president coming out saying the U.S., America has Israel's back and that Israel has the right to defend itself and protect its people, full stop. He also had a warning for any other bad actors in the region who think that this is the time to act, to not do it, because he said there is unity in supporting Israel here. I think it's interesting. The statement was really clear and definitive, and obviously he's offering the support of U.S. not only finances, but weaponry if needed. And you've already seen that defense-to-defense connection with what Jen Griffin was talking about earlier, the defense secretary reaching out. And the question will be what this starts to look like on the ground. This will be a massive operation. The Israeli officials are characterizing it as their Pearl Harbor, their 9/11. This is 50 years after the Yom Kippur War, but just minutes before President Biden spoke there at the White House, the defense minister in Israel, Gallant, said, "What has been is not what will be. We will change the face of reality in Gaza." It sounds to me like a massive operation inside Gaza is coming. And if you remember, Israel withdrew from Gaza in 2005. And there has been question about ground operations, street to street, inside there to eradicate the terrorists of Hamas. But now, with this move by Hamas, which had to be coordinated, it was very complex. Not only the thousands of rockets fired, but also the ground operation, cutting through the fences, going to community, killing women and children, capturing others, hostages that are taken currently. You're going to see a massive pushback by Israel. And the question is what that will look like and what the U.S. reaction to that will be. We're hearing that the Palestinian president has been on calls to the French president and others saying, urging Israel to stop its aggression. So how it's talked about in the Middle East, much different than what the president said, but he hit all the marks, supporting Israel 100%.
Yeah, that he did, and we'll see as this unfolds in Gaza if perhaps they move back in or take some action. Interestingly, perhaps this was aimed by Hamas to try and interrupt the normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And the other week you sat down with Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi ruler, and then a few days later here in New York with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. From your interactions with those two men, what is your sense how close they were, and if indeed this was timed by Iran and Hamas to try and break that potential partnership?
Yeah. On camera and off camera, the signals I got from both the Saudi Crown Prince and the Israeli Prime Minister was that they were very close. I'm talking months away from figuring out the details. There were very complex hurdles to go. The devil was in the details, especially when it came to the Palestinians. And there was three-dimensional chess to work out, no doubt about that. But they both expressed that they were very close to this. Iran didn't like any of this interaction. Remember, Saudi normalized relations with Iran before they even really moved forward closer to normalizing with Israel. Clearly, Iran is behind this funding. They have been, as you talked with Jen and others before, for years and years and years, but with more funding has been going to Hamas and Hezbollah. And my point I was making earlier today is that talking to experts who are looking at this closely, this had to be months in the making, more than 6, maybe a year. And so this is something that you wonder. There's a lot of talk about the intelligence failures, and there will be a lot of look at that.
We're going to get cut off by the computer. Clearly, Iran, an actor. Brett, thank you.
Sure.
With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, know your glucose level and where it's headed, no finger sticks needed. Manage your diabetes with more confidence. Freestyle Libre 2. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
We all know we need to floss, but it's messy, painful, and takes forever. Until now, introducing Miracle Smile, the revolutionary new water flosser that gently cleans and flosses your entire mouth in only 10 seconds for a dentist clean feeling and brighter, healthier smile.
Well, now I look forward to flossing.
The secret is this specially designed H-shaped flossing head with 4 targeted water jets that clean the top, bottom, front, and back of your teeth, and below your gum line, all at the same time in just 10 seconds.
It is the easiest flossing method I have ever found. My gums never bleed. It freshens my breath and helps remove all of those coffee and wine stains and makes my teeth look bright and white again.
Miracle Smile is more effective than string flossing, removing over 99% of plaque.
I have a permanent retainer, and with string flossing, I can't get all the way down to my gum line to clean my teeth. But with Miracle Smile, I'm able to clean all around my gums and all around the hard-to-reach places.
Perfect for braces, dental work, or tightly spaced teeth.
Brushing alone is not enough. Flossing is the only way to remove harmful bacteria. With Miracle Smile, the water can get into those crevices that are harder to reach.
A compact, portable design, cordless, lightweight, and easy to fill and use. With 3 adjustable pressure settings, Miracle Smile is safe and soothing for sensitive teeth and gums.
I have sensitive gums, so it's hard for me to floss and it's painful. But with Miracle Smile, it's so gentle and it just feels good.
And it's water resistant, so you can use in the shower.
It's fast, it's easy, and look at my smile.
Get yours at buymiraclesmile.com for only $39.99 or call 1-800-361-7047.
It's only 10 seconds. I mean, there's just no excuse not to floss.
Miracle Smile, the 10-second flosser.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
Ready to live ageless? Then listen up.
Ageless Mel Max keeps me at the top of my game.
Bigger muscles, reduce fat, bye-bye dad body.
My vitality and stamina are off the charts.
Just ask his wife.
Live ageless with Ageless Male Max.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
To rescue the Constitution.
I tell the story of how Washington was the human embodiment of the document that guarantees our liberty.
From the American Revolution to the creation of our government, Brett Baer details the first president's fight for freedom, Sunday.
We are at war. Those words from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today, after militant group Hamas, that terrorist group, launched a surprise early morning attack on southern Israel. The terrorists striking by land, air, and sea in what's called a widespread coordinated attack, stunning communities on a Jewish holiday, 50 years and 1 day after the infamous surprise Yom Kippur War. Hello again and welcome to our continuing coverage of these events in the Middle East. I'm Eric Shawn. Hi, Arthel.
Hi, Eric, and I'm Arthel Neville. Hello, everyone. There are reports right now, and this number could change, of 200 Israelis killed in the attack, the deadliest against Israel in years. Nearly 1,000 others wounded. At daybreak, Hamas militants fired rockets from the Gaza Strip into Israel. Fighters infiltrated the border using explosives to break blockades and took an unknown number of IDF soldiers and civilians hostage. Israel responding with a counterstrike on Hamas-controlled areas, killing nearly 200 Palestinians and leaving hundreds more injured. Prime Minister Netanyahu promising the enemy will pay, quote, an unprecedented price.
10 o'clock in Israel.
Trey is live on the ground.
Eric Arthel, good afternoon. Israeli media is reporting more than 200 people are dead in the southern part of this country. There are active scenes ongoing as we speak right now. We just got off of an Israeli military briefing where a spokesman indicated there are 22 different scenes the Israeli military is addressing right now. There are still believed to be Palestinian militants in southern Israel, and at least 2 of those locations include active hostage situations, civilians that were taken hostage by these Palestinian militants who still are controlling territory in the communities just along the Gaza border. Now, tonight we have seen renewed rocket fire targeting not just southern Israel, but also the central part of this country. Air raid sirens sounding in Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv as the military and top government officials meet to figure out what comes next. Israel says they have struck another building inside Gaza. The Palestinian Health Ministry says more than 260 people are dead and hundreds injured there. And again, the latest numbers that we have on the Israeli side, according to Israeli media, 200 dead and more than 1,000 wounded. Those numbers expected to change throughout the night. Overhead right now, you can hear helicopters. We've heard drones and fighter jets. Israel is taking the fight back to Hamas and Islamic Jihad, using their air power and the firepower they have on the ground. But this is expected to be a long battle that could take days, if not weeks. Back to you.
Trey, is there any sense of the military strategy in dealing with the hostages that have been taken? Reports say Hamas terrorists went house to house, killing civilians, dragging them out. There's been video of desecration of bodies, taking hostages, soldiers and civilians, bringing them into the tunnels, perhaps so Israel wouldn't bomb the tunnels. Is this part of the calculation by the IDF to deal with this?
Yeah, it's a very challenging situation. Hamas released a statement saying that the hostages that were taken from Israel and turned into prisoners of war are currently in the tunnels beneath the Gaza Strip, the same place where Hamas stores their weapons, their fighters, and their rockets. And traditionally, Israel would strike those tunnels, but they are faced with a dilemma tonight, what to hit inside Gaza and ensure that they're not killing their own civilians or soldiers that were taken into the Strip earlier today. It's important for us to paint the scene here for our viewers about what has occurred. This is the most significant attack on Israeli territory in decades. We have seen with our eyes and our cameras Israeli soldiers die in front of us, wounded civilians being loaded into ambulances, and images from a city very close to here where militants were fighting up until just a few hours ago of bodies strewn throughout the street. This is hell on earth for the Israeli population and many who were participating in the Jewish day of Shabbat, Saturday, where they were not using technology. When the sun went down, they turned on their phones and their computers and realized just the true nature of what has taken place here in southern Israel, a massacre. Eric.
And Trey, is there a sense of how the Israeli military will specifically respond in Gaza? The Israeli defense minister quoted as saying that we will change the face of Gaza. What do you expect we will see over the next few days?
Our sense is that all options are on the table for the Israelis to respond. Everything from entering in a limited ground operation to actually occupying parts of the Gaza Strip. Everything is on the table at this point because there are Israeli soldiers and civilians being held by these militants inside Gaza. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, and others in the cabinet are not simply going to leave them there. And so there may be negotiations in the future, but right now this is not a time, as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu put it, for politics or negotiation. This is a time for war. And that's exactly what we are seeing unfolding here tonight in the southern part of Israel. Eric.
A war again hitting the Holy Land. Trey Yanks live in southern Israel. Trey, thank you as always. Orthel.
And Trey and Eric, President Biden says the U.S. condemns what he calls the, quote, appalling assault against Israel today. The president spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier, as we've been reported, and reporting it, he reassured him of the full and the unwavering support from the United States. Lucas Tomlinson is live at the White House with the latest. And of course, Lucas, the president just addressed the world, saying that U.S. support of Israel is, quote, rock solid and unwavering. What more are we expecting from the administration in the coming days, Lucas?
What we just heard right there from President Biden, Arthel, was offering full-fledged support to the nation of Israel as they fight Hamas. The president walked out just a few minutes ago and spoke for about 3 minutes. He was flanked by his Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. This is what he said.
Israel has the right to defend itself and its people. Full stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks. And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering.
Now, you just had Brett Baer on. Of course, he had that exclusive interview with Mohammed bin Salman, better known as MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. MBS told Brett in Saudi Arabia that Saudi Arabia and Israel are getting closer to a peace deal. And Brett also sat down just a few days later with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Here are some clips from those interviews.
So you think, if you were to characterize it, are you close?
Every day we get closer. It seems it's for the first time real one, serious. We're going to see how it goes.
You know, we just got back from Riyadh. I know you heard those words from the Saudi Crown Prince. What was your response?
Well, I was delighted to hear what he had to say, and to borrow a phrase, I think we're getting closer to peace every day that passes.
Now, Arthel, some lawmakers, including Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton, says that's exactly why Hamas launched this attack on Israel today, the greatest attack against Israel in more than 50 years. Cotton saying in a quote, "This war is a transparent attempt by Iran to derail the peace talks between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The United States should provide Israel the military and diplomatic support it needs to destroy Hamas. And the Biden administration should cease all engagement with Iran." Now, it is notable in the president's remarks there was no mentioning of destroying Hamas, but this is the former Defense Secretary Mark Esper speaking earlier with Neil Cavuto. This is his blunt assessment of what happened this morning in Israel. Esper called this an intelligence failure, Arthel. He was very blunt about that. And what officials are saying is this was the largest attack on Israel in 50 years, going back to the Yom Kippur War, which was launched 50 years ago yesterday. Arthel?
Oh, the timing. Lucas Tomlinson, thank you very much. And everyone stay with us here on Fox News. We'll be right back with more coverage on Hamas attacks on Israel.
My most important kitchen tool? My brain. So I choose new Nariva Ultra. Unlike some others, it supports 7 brain health indicators, including mental alertness, from 1 serving to help keep me sharp. Try new Nariva Ultra. Think bigger.
The boys. The Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Together, lose up to 18 pounds in the first 2 weeks. The Partner Plan is a great value. Partners save 15% more money versus an individual plan. Plus, lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own.
Together, we lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Get food for 2 people shipped free every 2 weeks. Save 15% more money and lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own. Call or go online to get started right now.
These politicians can never agree.
Emma, we don't always agree. Like, you're into politics. It stresses me out.
You sleep hot, I sleep cool.
You like sleeping in luxury. I like spending less.
I guess that's why we agreed on this Satva mattress.
Maybe America needs a Satva.
At least we'd be comfortable disagreeing. Satva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours.
They're here.
Hey, I knew you were coming, so I WeatherTech the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now.
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
My husband, Joe, became a New York City firefighter in August 1999. Joe wanted to be a firefighter since he was a little kid. It was his dream.
Joe and I were firemen together for about 11 years. Joe was a great guy, great family man, great fireman.
Joe passed away December 26, 2021. They had found him unconscious. And then it later came out that he had a heart attack at the firehouse. At Joe's wake, Assistant Chief Gala had told me that Tunnel to Towers would be taking care of us. We found out that for July 4th that they'd be paying off our mortgage completely. I would suggest that if you've never heard of Tunnel to Towers, that you should read about it. It's either mortgages, building houses for veterans, reconforming houses for military who are injured, who are wheelchair bound, and so forth. You definitely see where the money goes. I think that's the most important thing. You see where it's going. Please contribute $11 a month by going to t2t.org.
Well, President Biden and other U.S. political leaders are vowing their support for Israel after today's deadly, unprecedented Hamas attacks. But the U.S. government is currently kind of paralyzed without a House Speaker. Senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram joins us now by phone. I will get to the Speaker position in a moment, Chad, but first I would like to know if you know if either or both chambers of Congress, if they've been briefed, and what do they know at this point?
No, there's no briefing at all, intelligence briefing, at least through the formal sources here. There's something called the Gang of Eight, which includes the top leaders from both sides of the aisle in both bodies, and also the top leaders, Democrats and Republicans, of the intelligence committees. First of all, there's a question about whether or not they can actually brief the Speaker pro tem of the House, Patrick McHenry. The Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, is in China right now on a congressional delegation, official business, over there. So there's no capacity to do this. There's no formal briefing. And they start to go down a very interesting road if they were to bring Patrick McHenry, the Republican representative from North Carolina, into this conversation. Here's why. He is not the Speaker of the House. I'm told that they would probably brief him if push came to shove. But because this is an unprecedented position for Patrick McHenry to be in, they don't want to start to widen his authority, because then you start to establish precedents for future potential speakers pro tem of the House. Right now, all he's supposed to do, and this is the general overriding presumption, is gavel the House in, gavel the House out, and conduct the next speaker election. So any sort of mission creep for that is very dangerous for the House of Representatives. They have 3 books of precedents that they operate on. Drexler's precedents, Hines precedents, for instance. And once you start to establish a new precedent, they say, well, this is how you do it in the House of Representatives. In fact, I was told by one institutional authority, they said, if Patrick McHenry were to widen that scope of powers, say you get to the year 2055, and they say, well, why should we even have a speaker and elect somebody? We'll just appoint somebody, and they can do whatever. So that's why they're very guarded about this ourselves.
Yeah. And, Chad, given this surprised, unprecedented attack on Israel, will this expedite the voting and selection of a permanent Speaker of the House? And does this, or will this emphasize to those in Congress who seem to think that this is a game? Having a speaker in place is important. Having the right speaker in place is important. How will this weigh on their decision and how they move forward?
Very possible. In fact, I've been told by a couple of sources that this will influence that, try to get Republicans to step things up a notch, because it underscores the chasm right now. You don't have a functioning branch of government. The former Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, said as much on our air earlier today. Harold Macmillan, the late British Prime Minister, one of the most famous quotes in studying politics, he was asked what is the most important factor in politics and government, and he said events. Well, here we've had an event. And everything around the world, be it in the House of Representatives or other things, are being dictated, influenced by this event. And when you have this vacuum at the top in the House of Representatives, and the House cannot act, right now, again, this is not an attack on the United States, an attack on an ally, but if something were to come, something untoward were to happen to the United States, that underscores this chasm, as I say, in the House, and the Congress could not respond parliamentarily, voting, appropriating money, act of war, what have you, because you're in this unprecedented status. You have a new event established here by the vacancy of the Speaker, and a new event established by what's happened overseas in the Middle East. And that's, a pretty good rule of thumb there by Harold Macmillan.
Yeah, and perhaps not a direct correlation, but some comparisons on a level that Prime Minister Netanyahu is dealing with his own internal division. And, of course, you know very well what's happening here in the United States. Again, how will this event over there, that we're looking at, about 10:49 or 10:20 p.m. there in Israel, and you've got war, active war happening right now. Might this sober up those in Congress who, again, don't understand, it appears, to the full weight of their responsibilities?
Very possibly. Keep in mind the whole concept of a speaker pro tem. This was put in place after 9/11, the idea that they would have continuity of government here, and they needed to have a provision where somebody would have a name on a list, and in this case, Patrick McHenry could step in if, say, you had a lot of the House or the Speaker of the House killed in a terrorist attack. The circumstances we're in here, the speakership being vacated for political reasons, is not what they envisioned then. And that's going to be part of that big conversation in the House of Representatives when Republicans meet Monday night back at the Capitol. But I'll point to one thing that I always say. It's about the math. It doesn't matter whether or not it's gotten some people to sober up a little bit more. They still have to coalesce around somebody. And if the math, the mechanics do not work, you can't just elect a speaker on the dime. And that was the peril that was indicated by vacating the speaker right here. And again, the potential peril for Patrick McHenry if he were to continue in that role for a period of time, where you have institutionalists saying, well, wait a minute, let's just say this gets down the train track to November. You don't have a speaker. What does Patrick McHenry do? Arthel?
And how much intelligence will he have access to is another question. Chad Pergram, thank you so much. As always, Chad, thank you. Eric.
Arthel, as we've been reporting, Hamas launching rockets hitting Tel Aviv, Israeli citizens dragged through the streets and taken to Gaza as hostages. Israel saying it prepares to expand its response. What is to come, and how long will it last? We continue our breaking news coverage of the war against Israel straight ahead here on the Fox News Channel.
Salonpas, makers of powerful pain relief patches for 89 years, believes in continuous improvement, like rounded corners that resist peeling, with an array of active ingredients and sizes to relieve your pain. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
This month, join the new Subway MVP Rewards program and get rewarded. Get 50% off any footlong when you join Subway MVP Rewards. So many all-star options.
It's just for Subway MVPs, right?
You catch on quick, Herbert. Join now and get 50% off any footlong.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
multi-front attack by air, land, and sea. Now reports of 200 Israelis killed, many hundreds more wounded, and Israeli soldiers and civilians taken hostage. Joining me right now, Raz Schweinlevich. His home is just at the border with the Gaza Strip. And Raz, if I may call you Raz, I want to talk to you about this story because it's very personal to you. You have 4 sons. Your eldest son, he's 17 years old. I understood that he was at home alone when this all started. Tell me more.
Yes, well, it's a weekend here. It's a weekend, and I was camping out with my family, and my oldest son stayed home. Just a small, maybe, clarification. I wouldn't call them Hamas militants. They are terrorists. They are not militants. They are terrorists. And early in the morning, we started getting messages that there is something going on by the Gaza Strip. Soon enough, we understood that there's a combined attack via para-driving and from sea and by land. We were ordered to stay inside bomb shelters. He was sent there by himself. So basically, he was spending about 10 hours in a bomb shelter by himself with actually no adult, with a friend he stayed. And we were with him the whole time on the phone. And eventually, I was able about an hour ago to meet up with him, and now we're at my in-laws at just outside of Jerusalem, waiting.
Well, to be clear, yes, they are terrorists, no doubt about that. Back to your son. Again, he's 17 years old. Thankfully, you have been able to retrieve him. He's with you. He's with you at your in-laws. What did he say to you when he saw you, and what state is he in right now? And I understand that there is a best friend of his that did not make it out of this horrible war.
Unfortunately, in my community alone, we are a community of about 1,000 people, a very small community. Up to now, we have a community where blood-coded murder in their homes by blood-riding terrorists who entered civilian homes within the state of Israel, entering from the Gaza Strip, murdering them. We're talking about adults, kids, elderly, slaughtered in their houses by themselves. Now, my son's friend, who went to fish early in the morning, was actually able to text my son that he sees Hamas boats getting from the boat. He actually sent them a video recording of the gunshots fired from the beach. And at 7 o'clock in the morning, Israel time, we lost touch with him. And just now, when I got to meet my son, actually a few minutes before I met him, he was announced by my brother that the body of his friend was actually found in the hospital and then identified in the hospital. By the way, my son might have been there with him. He was supposed to go with him to the beach. He was too lazy to wake up in the morning. So he stayed home, and he just got the sad news about his friend being murdered just going to fish at the beach within Israel on a normal Saturday day, which is horrible.
It is indeed horrible. It's unspeakable. It's unimaginable. How is your son doing right now?
Actually, he's doing okay. I've been in touch with him the whole day. It's been amazing. Think about it. He's staying in a bomb shelter. There's ongoing sirens, the red alert, which alerts missiles about to be landing in our backyard. He's locked in the bomb shelter. Alongside the house, throughout the day, there's constant gunfights going on between the terrorists and our local guards, and he is locked in the bomb shelter. There's ongoing alarms, there's missiles landing by, there's gunshots going around for almost 10 hours with him, 2 friends of his by himself. He's a bit emotional now, especially when I got the news. To be honest, I just chatted with him for a few minutes before we met. But thankfully, he's strong. He'll get over it. But I don't think that kids his age should be dealing with a friend being murdered in the beach we used to go on a weekly basis. That's not something that a 17-year-old kid should have been dealing with. Thank God he's dealing with it. But from my experience, the long-term effects of that occasion will be accompanying us for a long time.
Absolutely. What would you like Prime Minister Netanyahu to do?
To be honest, I'm not a political expert nor a general, but what I would expect is a civilian who lives in a state which is a state among the nations, which is a law-abiding state, to have his prime minister and his government take care of his well-being. I'm a citizen of Israel. I live in an undisputed area within the state of Israel. I was attacked by terrorists from the Gaza Strip. I expect my leadership to take care once and for all of that threat, which means I have no idea what you're going to do militarily-wise. I did serve down for 21 years in reserve, but I'm saying do something. It's not about cutting somebody's allowance money. It's not another round of escalation. You have to understand that hundreds of terrorists entered into Israel, murdered civilians in their homes. This is unheard of. And tomorrow morning, when all the world will be looking at Israel attacking Gaza, protecting me and my friends, you have to understand and remember that it did not start tomorrow. It started today and yesterday when Hamas sent terrorists to murder Israelis. Up to now, over 200 Israelis were murdered, cold-blooded in Israel. I want our prime minister, I want my leadership, my government to attack, to take care of that solution, to take care of the problem, give a solution. And I want the world to understand that it did not start tomorrow when all of Hamas's PR will show us all the attacks taken care in Gaza, yet nobody will talk about the damage caused here in Israel just today, when hundreds of people were murdered, cold-blooded, slaughtered in their houses by blood-curdling terrorists sent by Hamas from the Gaza Strip.
We hear you loud and clear. I wish for the recovery, emotional recovery of your son and continued safety for you and your family. Raz Smilovich, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for letting us speak our voices. I truly appreciate that, and God bless. May we all have peaceful times here. Thank you.
A harrowing first-person account of an Israeli trapped in his home because of the terrorists of Hamas. Well, coming up, he was the Prime Minister of Israel until last year, and today, you know what he did? He re-enlisted in the Army Reserves, in the IDF, to serve his nation. I'm going to talk to former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett next on the savagery of the Hamas terrorists and Israel's coming response.
Having diabetes can raise a lot of questions, like my morning ride. Will it help lower my glucose? With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, you can know where your glucose level is and where it's headed without finger sticks. Know what activities work for you. Manage your diabetes with more confidence and lower your A1C. Ask your doctor about the Freestyle Libre 2 system. It's covered by Medicare for those who qualify. Visit freestylelibre.us/Medicare to learn more.
My name is Linda and I'm 76 years old. I always wanted to take a nap after lunch and I just couldn't hold my eyes open. And since I've been taking Balance of Nature, I've been able to relieve myself of this slump and get on with my day. I want to keep living my life with energy, and Balance of Nature helps me do that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
We asked real customers to tell us what they love most about Consumer Cellular.
What I love, the pricing was fantastic.
They care about the customer.
It gives us exactly what we want.
The prices, the coverage,
reliability, customer service, it's all there.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for up to half the cost.
Consumer Cellular offers really great coverage. It's the same.
It was the same, if not better.
The coverage has been excellent. You're wasting your money. You should go with Consumer Cellular.
Get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at $20 a month.
What I get out of Consumer Cellular is a very low bill.
It practically cut our phone bill in half.
Compared to the last carrier we had, we are saving hundreds of dollars each month.
Consumer Cellular understands that life changes.
Their plans are flexible.
You can change it anytime you want.
See your savings grow. Add 1, 2, or more lines for just $15 each.
Switching was so quick.
We kept our phones and we kept our same number.
Our customer service team is 100% based in the U.S.
They treat their customers the way they want to be treated.
And we've received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again.
Customer service is great. They listen to you.
They are always concerned about my needs.
We offer all the latest 5G phones, or you can keep your current phone.
I upgraded to an iPhone.
They have every single cool phone.
And AARP members get exclusive discounts.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
It was so easy. I wished I had changed sooner.
Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your cell phone bill. Call 1-800-918-5781. Go to consumercellular.com or visit a Target store today.
Trust me, you'll be satisfied.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit ownerly.com today.
Messy happens. When it does, there's HomeAglow. For just $19, HomeAglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
Well, someone who knows firsthand the fight against the Islamic terrorists of Hamas and their ilk is Naftali Bennett. He served in the Israeli Special Forces, commanded operations there, and he is, of course, a former Israeli prime minister. He left office just last year. You know what he did today? He enlisted in the Army Reserves just hours after the Israeli Defense Force, the IDF, announced a call-up to protect his nation. The former prime minister, joins us now, Naftali Bennett. Mr. Bennett, welcome. We just heard a harrowing account from a man whose sons were spending a peaceful Saturday out at the beach. They had this attack, the son's friends killed, Israelis hunkering in, murdered in cold blood in their homes by the Hamas terrorists. Your thoughts on this savagery?
This is one of the hardest days in Israel's history, and it's very tough for all Israelis to see this invasion of southern Israel by Hamas terrorists. And these terrorists are targeting explicitly women, children, girls, civilians, and murdered at point blank, cold-bloodedly, over 250 Israelis just because they're Jewish. Unprovoked, no reason, just because they're Jewish.
And you know what may happen over the next coming few days. You're going to have some people in some quarters blaming Israel. Your thoughts?
You know, we're fed up with this hypocrisy. It's time for Israel to fight back. It's time for Israel to destroy Hamas. And throughout the day, I spent time with our fighters. I myself have been a fighter for decades in the IDF and Special Forces. And I spent time with the fighters, talking to them and talking at the same time to civilians who were hunkering down, hiding from terrorists, sometimes just a few meters from them. Just a few minutes ago, I got off WhatsApp with a mom that has her baby in a closed room. It's a shelter, and she hears terrorists right outside the door. This is live right now. And she's terrified, and she's asking me, what can I do? And I tell her, just hold out, hold strong, don't open the door. Some of the terrorists are faking and pretending to be Israeli soldiers. And I told her to have a conversation to validate that it's, in fact, Israeli soldiers and not terrorists. She's been in the shelter for about 15 hours now. She's running out of food. And like her, there's hundreds of other Israeli civilians right now. Now, Israel is sending down hundreds of thousands of soldiers right now. And we're ready, and we're going to strike back, and we're going to strike tough.
This is, at that account and others, absolutely horrifying. What do you expect we will see over the next few days? Can Hamas finally be eradicated? And of course, it's paymaster. It's a puppet of Iran. Your thoughts on how can Hamas be dismantled once and for all?
Well, I can tell you this. While we've had this domestic debate going on for 10 months now, I can tell you that all Israelis, right and left, religious and secular, we all stand united behind the IDF with a simple goal: to destroy Hamas. It's time to destroy Hamas. No more games. And we all stand behind, and we're all there fighting and helping out. I myself am giving a hand, and everyone else is as well.
And what will you be doing? There's photos of you, for example, with the soldiers when you signed up earlier today. Do you get orders? Do you go? Do you know what you are prepared to do when you serve?
Well, for security reasons, I can only be of help to the soldiers themselves. Our equivalent, the Shin Bet, forbids me to go out down and fight personally. But what I expect is what I did in the Lebanon War, the first period in Lebanon, and all the wars that I fought. And I'm seeing these soldiers. They are eager to fight back. They are eager to defend their own children. Just a few minutes ago, we had a siren right out here in Tel Aviv. My own family is in a shelter because of these sirens. We're fed up with this. It's time to eradicate Hamas.
Former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, we thank you. We stand with you and your family and the Israelis as you are under attack. And we will, of course, continue.
And
this.
I want to say one word to the people of the United States.
Yes.
You know, knowing that you guys are out there for us and you've got our back, knowing that the American people stand behind Israel means a lot. So we'll do the job, but we know you're there, and I want to thank you for that.
Of course, and we are. Former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Arthel?
Well, it's 10:39 p.m. in Israel, and the fighting continues there after Iran-backed Hamas stuns the country with deadly surprise attacks on a Jewish holiday. Prime Minister Netanyahu says soldiers are going house to house to make sure the terrorist attackers are gone. Trey Yanks live on the phone now from southern Israel. Trey, what's the latest?
So the latest right now is the Israeli military trying to get rid of all of the Palestinian militants that infiltrated into the southern part of this country. According to military sources, there are still militants in the town of Sderot, and this sits near to the Gaza border and is a place where many civilians were massacred earlier today. We know that the Israelis have identified where these militants are in a police station inside the city, and they're currently firing on the building, trying to put pressure on these militants or kill them in the process. All of this unfolding as rocket fire continues into southern and to central Israel. There are soldiers spread out all throughout this region. They are preparing for the possibility that they will have to go into Gaza on the ground. There are many things on the table tonight. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu making very clear in his statement that what will take place in the coming days will be something that Hamas and Islamic Jihad, these groups in Gaza, have never seen before. And this is the latest on the ground. Again, there is concern that Palestinian militants may have infiltrated and not yet been found. And that's part of the reason there are so many troops deployed to the southern part of Israel to look for those militants. Arthel?
To say that it's tricky is an understatement, but to hear you and your reporting, Trey, saying many civilians are massacred, it is unnerving, it is shocking, it is terrifying, it is disturbing, it is maddening. And I'd imagine that the soldiers there are ready to fight and ready to fight hard and long if necessary. And I do have to ask before you go, though, because civilians are still in vulnerable positions, how difficult will that make the fighting on the part of the Israeli military?
It makes it very difficult, not just the civilians that are being held hostage in the southern part of Israel, but also the dozens of civilians and soldiers that were kidnapped and then taken into the Gaza Strip. They're now prisoners of war. And Hamas released a statement, a very pointed statement, to say to the Israelis that they are holding these prisoners of war in the tunnels beneath the Gaza Strip, also the same place where Hamas and Islamic Jihad store their rockets and their weapons and their fighters. And so this makes it an extremely, extremely difficult situation for Israel. They cannot target the traditional locations they're used to hitting. Arthel?
This was not a haphazard attack. Trey Yanks, thank you very much, of course, and we'll have more breaking news from Israel when we return.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Skin craving next level hydration? New Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water Cream. A vital boost of 9 times more hydration to boost your skin's barrier for quenched, dewy skin that's full of life. Neutrogena Hydro Boost.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site.
Really?
Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
So many people are overweight now and asking themselves, why can't I lose weight? For most, the reason is insulin resistance, and they don't even know they have it. Conventional starvation diets don't address insulin resistance. That's why they don't work. Now there's Golo. Golo helps with insulin resistance, getting rid of sugar cravings, helps control stress and emotional eating, and losing weight. Go to Golo.com and see how Golo can change your life. That's GOLO.com.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants makes every day a confident day. A never hide my smile day. A life of the party day. A take on the world day. A believe in myself day. A flash my new teeth day. Because your Clear Choice day is the day you get your confidence back for good. A Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
When you have chronic kidney disease, there are places you'd like to be. Like here. And here. Not so much here. If you have chronic kidney disease, Farxiga can help you keep living life. Farxiga. And Farxiga reduces the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis.
Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections in women and men, and low blood sugar. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may lead to death. A rare, life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
Farxiga can help you keep living life. Ask your doctor for Farxiga for chronic kidney disease. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Israel at war on this Saturday after Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists launched an unprecedented, coordinated surprise attack in the sunrise on Saturday from Gaza, doing this on a Jewish holiday. So far, at least, there have been 200 Israelis killed, more than 1,000 injured. An unknown number of soldiers and citizens were told taken hostage. Reports say Hamas terrorists went house to house in the southern towns, dragging out Israelis, killing them, dragging some of their bodies through the streets. Reports say a police station is now manned by Hamas terrorists, as Israel is now calling on a full reserve to fight against the terrorists. What can we expect over the next few days? And what about Hamas's puppet master, Iran? Ruger joins us. He's an Afghanistan war veteran, recipient of the Defense Meritorious Award, and president of the American Institute for Economic Research. Will, is there any doubt in your mind that this happened to come while Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia were close, Bret Baier said maybe months away from normalizing relations? And this is an opportunity for Iran to try and disrupt that and have Hamas launch this massive attack. Do you see that as a possibility, as a motivation for what we're seeing on the ground today?
Sure, there are definitely bigger, broader geostrategic ramifications and causes here at play. But one thing about this, clearly immoral attack is that it's also strategically unwise for Hamas itself, right? So militants that intentionally target innocent civilians, like we saw today, are unlikely to be strategically successful. There's been a lot of research on this by terrorism scholars, and they've shown that historically these types of attacks against innocent civilians, as opposed to typical military-to-military conflicts, that these backfire on the type of actors that use these tactics. And so, again, we should deplore these things, right? Clearly immoral to target civilians, but it also just isn't very realistic. So regardless of that bigger, broader geostrategic issue that potentially involves Iran, the fact is that I think this is going to backfire on Hamas.
Well, certainly. I mean, Israel, the defense ministers are saying that they will, in the next few days, see something like they've never, ever seen. Can a terrorist organization like Hamas be completely eradicated? Can the heart and soul of those who believe in that, can that end in some way so we can finally bring peace to the Holy Land?
As your previous guest talked about, he demanded, he had moral outrage and wanted to see the eradication of Hamas. But unfortunately, I think that this is very unlikely. This Palestinian group and the Palestinian people and the Palestinian issue aren't going to go away. These are real long-term challenges that Israel has faced. And I think that we've seen this over decades and decades, where we've unfortunately seen so much violence in this part of the world that we're unlikely to see an end to it. But I do think that Israel will continue to attack Hamas. It'll try to undermine their ability to be an effective organization that could target Israelis. So we hope to see Israel be able to secure itself in a dangerous environment.
That's likely what's coming over the next few days, we're told, and when we get news on what type of operations the IDF will engage in, we will, of course, be on the ground reporting that. Ruger, thank you for your thoughts on this. And Fox News coverage of the war in Israel. In fact, it is the war on Israel by the savage Hamas Islamic terrorists continues straight ahead.
Meet Norman. He's part Jack Russell and part tornado. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and tornado chaser. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
In 3 seconds, Pam will decide.
I'm moving closer to the grandkids. Wait, I gotta sell the house.
Don't wait. Just sell directly to Opendoor. Easy as pie.
Piece of cake.
Whichever. Get your competitive offer at opendoor.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
This is Jobber Enhance Select. It's more than just a hearing aid. It's a smart hearing solution that makes hearing aids more convenient and less expensive. With Jobber Enhance Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't have to start in a doctor's office. It starts with our free online hearing test. You can fine-tune your settings with your remote audiology team. With Jobber Enhance Select, you can get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional care you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. Try it risk-free for 100 days. Visit jobberenhance.com.
Israel at war after a deadly Hamas onslaught. What is happening on the ground and how will Israel respond? Mark Levin is live with special insight and coverage tonight.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Battling a bad bra? That's where Third Love comes in. Over 60 sizes, including our exclusive half cups for unmatched fit, support, and comfort. Kiss your problems goodbye. Shop thirdlove.com and get $15 off.
Why do vitamins and supplements cost so much more now? Other companies are charging you more and more for less and less, and we hate that. That's why Force Factors partnered with Walmart to provide amazing supplements at great prices for all Americans. Force Factor products use clinically studied, patented ingredients to powerfully improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Rush to Walmart and unleash your potential with Force Factor.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality. All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
Well, Republican presidential candidates are pointing the finger at President Joe Biden after today's horrific Hamas attacks on Israel. Among them, former Vice President Mike Pence, saying the U.S. has been projecting weakness on the world stage. Mark Meredith is in Cedar Rapids, Iowa now with more on the campaign trail reaction to the war on Israel. Mark?
Arthel, good afternoon. We are getting plenty of reaction, including some new reaction within the last few minutes from former President Trump. He made his first on-camera comments about what's happened in Israel. He called it a savage act. He's going to be on stage here in here in Cedar Rapids in a little bit, but here's what he had to say in Waterloo just a few moments ago.
The Israeli attack was made because we are perceived as being weak and ineffective and with a really weak leader, and we will discuss it in a few minutes. But isn't that a shame what's happening all over the world? Things are not what they were just 3 years ago.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis striking a similar tone, blasting the Biden administration over its recent hostage exchange with Iran, which he argues is emboldening groups like Hamas to be even more brazen. The governor, who traveled to Israel earlier this year ahead of his campaign launch, says he is eager to see the U.S. do all it can to assist Israel in this hour of need.
First, just let me say, as Americans this morning, we all stand with the state of Israel, who is undergoing a terrorist attacks by Hamas, by Iranian-backed militants. They not only have a right to defend themselves, they have a responsibility to defend themselves with overwhelming force. We will stand by them when they do.
We're also hearing from former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, who had a statement today saying, make no mistake, Hamas is a bloodthirsty terrorist organization backed by Iran and determined to kill as many innocent lives as possible. The reports out of Israel are horrific, with a stunning number of dead and wounded, and should be universally condemned. We have heard from the presidential fields. We're talking about Mike Pence, we have Vivek Ramaswamy, all of them offering the stance to show support to Israel in the event of what's happening here. And again, the former president's likely to bring it up when he comes out here to Cedar Rapids a little bit later on this afternoon. Arthel.
Yeah, Mark, can you give us an idea of what sort of reaction the crowd is giving there when these candidates are speaking out about their support for Israel?
Absolutely. So this is news has been kind of coming in as these events have been underway. DeSantis was already in Iowa. He had a stop ready to go first thing in the morning, and so much of the speech was kind of pivoted to that. A lot of the questions from the voters were still focused on other kitchen table issues here on the ground in Iowa. But of course, as the news continues to trickle out of Israel, I would imagine these candidates are going to have to spend a lot more time in their stump speech talking about foreign policy, talking about Iran, national security, and of course, where the country goes from here. Arthel?
Live in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Mark Meredith on the campaign trail. Thank you as always. Eric.
You know, Arthel, your interview with Raj Limowitz, who was holed up in his house at the border, not knowing what could happen, was just horrific. Imagine being in your home and terrorists come to your door and drag your loved ones and family members out, kidnap them, take them into the tunnels under Gaza. Arthel, that's part of what our ally in the Middle East, our strongest ally, is undergoing now.
It is wrong, it is horrific, and we're back at the top of the hour.
From pep in their step to shine in their coats, when people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
The boys, the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
Stay tuned to get this 5-piece Ultra Non-Stick Bakeware set free from Granite Stone. What the stuck? Holy bird, where's the lid? Are you tired of yelling at your old pans? You know you need a new set, but the prices are so high it's obscene. Well, a kitchen full of the most durable Ultra Non-Stick cookware is now available at the best price anywhere, and it's Granite Stone. The fast, easy way to cook gourmet family meals quick that just don't stick. No butter or oil needed. Each piece of Granite Stone cookware is pressed from a solid aluminum disc for even heat conduction and coated 3 times with our durable Ultra Non-Stick Granite Stone finish. Granite Stone is oven rated up to 500 degrees for outstanding roasting and come with vented tempered glass lids to prevent boilover. Plus, all Granite Stone cookware is 100% dishwasher and metal utensil safe. Look, you'd expect to pay up to $500 for a professional quality cookware set. But during this special TV introduction, you can get the Granite Stone 12-piece cookware set, not for $500, $400, or even $300, but for the factory direct price of just 5 easy payments of $49.95. And for everyone who orders today, we're going to drop 1 payment. You get it all for just 4 easy payments of $49.95. As a bonus, we'll include our self-draining fry basket, stainless steel steamer insert, and the steamer rack, absolutely free. And there's even more. You'll get our 5-piece Granite Stone bakeware set, the fast, easy, ultra non-stick way to bake up your favorite desserts. Together, they're a $110 value, yours free. That's an incredible 20-piece Granite Stone set, all for just 4 easy payments of $49.95. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-989-5124 or go online to granitestoneset.com. That's 1-800-989-5124 or go to granitestoneset.com.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
Israel at war, hundreds killed and many more wounded after Iran-backed terrorists launched a coordinated surprise attack from the Gaza Strip. Intense fighting still underway, with Israeli troops conducting a major counterattack against Hamas and Islamic Jihad. This is a brand new hour of Fox News Live. I'm Arthel Neville. Hi, Eric.
Hello, Arthel. Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Shawn. Thank you for joining us in our continuing coverage. You know, this unprecedented invasion of Israel during a major Jewish holiday, well, it is sending shockwaves around the globe. Those Hamas terrorists firing, we're told, more than 3,000 rockets from Gaza, reaching all the way to Tel Aviv and further, and sending large groups of their terrorist fighters right across the border. They have taken some Israeli soldiers and civilians hostage. Reports say they've dragged Israeli civilians through the streets, killed and desecrated the bodies of some women, hiding those hostages under the tunnels in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declaring Israel is at war, and he vows to respond with overwhelming force. President Biden at the White House in the last hour condemning the attack and saying the United States stands firmly with the Jewish state.
The United States stands with Israel. We will not ever fail to have their back. Israel has the right to defend itself and its people. Full stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks.
Trey Yingst has been reporting all day and night from southern Israel. He joins us live now with the very latest. Trey.
Arthel, good afternoon. Israeli officials say the death toll has risen to 250 Israelis, soldiers and civilians included. There are dozens of Israeli prisoners of war right now in the tunnels underneath Gaza. When that infiltration was launched this morning, they were taken by these militants from Hamas and Islamic Jihad back into the Gaza Strip. Where things stand now, though, Israel is preparing its response. We've seen a few airstrikes tonight inside Gaza, the Israelis targeting high-rise buildings, trying to send a message to Hamas that this is just the beginning. But they face a difficult task ahead with dozens of their own civilians and soldiers inside Gaza as we speak. We've just seen some videos come across on Telegram messaging apps that indicate Israeli tanks are headed to the Gaza border. This is a significant development because it indicates that the Israelis are likely to launch some sort of limited or large ground operation into Gaza. The situation unfolding right now is truly unprecedented. It is one of the worst days in Israel's history. And the images that we are seeing out of these southern border towns, the images that we saw ourselves, horrific. It's really the only way to describe what has taken place today in southern Israel. Civilians were slaughtered in their homes. They were slaughtered at bus stops. They were murdered in the streets of their towns. And now Israel has to shift its focus to freeing any hostages that are left in Israeli territory, and then figuring out how they are going to free the soldiers and civilians that were taken into Gaza alive. Arthel?
And you've seen a lot, Trey, so to hear those words from you, it's quite profound. Thank you, Trey Yanks there in Ashdod, Israel. Thank you for joining us. And joining us now live from Tel Aviv is retired Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. He is a former spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces. And Colonel, I want to start right there. Talk about, if you would, how intricate is a retaliation for the IDF?
Well, hi, and thank you for having me. As Trey said, this is an unprecedented attack. The scope of the attack against Israeli civilians is something that, despite the fact that Israel has gone through more than 75 years of terror and attacks against our civilians, something like this we have not seen and witnessed and experienced before. And as such, our response will have to be unprecedented in scope and severity against Hamas and against anybody else who thinks that it would be the right time to attack Israel. So unfortunately, as we're speaking, I'm here in Tel Aviv, but in southern Israel, fighting is still ongoing, and we have yet to establish control over all of the communities in southern Israel. We are working with special forces, with massive troops that have basically flooded down towards southern Israel in order to go house to house, door to door in each and every Israeli community to make sure that we find all the terrorists. If we can kill them, we'll kill them. If not, then they'll be taken captive. We'll round them all up. And once we'll be able to re-establish full control of southern Israel, we'll make sure that the border is shut and guarded shut, and then we will commence the second stage, which will be a long and enduring stage of retaliating towards Hamas for their barbaric crimes.
Colonel, can you tell us has there been any information relayed to you about the terrorists infiltrating the Israeli forces?
Well, we know that there have been hundreds, and not low hundreds, but high hundreds of Palestinian terrorists that were part of this multi-dimensional attack into Israel. They've attacked on the ground, from the sea and in the air, and they have used all of the arsenal at their disposal, all of the Hamas weapons that they have, most of it, by the way, either paid for or delivered directly by Iran, with Iranian money and support and training. And they have used almost everything in their arsenal and thrown that at our communities in southern Israel. Hundreds of terrorists have participated. I know of at least 200 dead terrorists that have been killed inside Israel. trying to kill Israeli civilians or trying to escape back into Gaza. But that is not yet a final and an official tally, but there are hundreds of dead terrorists that, of course, we will make a final count of. And I can say that this is obviously an operation that Hamas prepared a long time, together with other terrorist organizations, collected intelligence, prepared and launched an unprecedented attack against Israeli civilians. We'll have to, of course, look into how this happened and draw the necessary conclusions. But as of now, what we're focusing on is establishing control in the communities in southern Israel and then moving on to the next stage. There's a cabinet meeting now in Israel, and after that ends, I'm sure that the IDF will be given directives how to carry on the fighting from here and what the aim of our operations will be.
And Colonel, you mentioned all the help that Hamas has gotten from Iran. I would imagine they've also gotten help from them on the intelligence front as well. Let me ask you a second question before I toss it back to you. What about the borders? Are you able to seal off the borders and stop any other terror groups that might think they can come in and help Hamas fight Israel?
Yes. So over the years, Iran, being the world's largest exporter of terrorism, has built quite a network of proxy organizations around our borders, unfortunately. And there's Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, the biggest and most powerful Iranian proxy. There is the Islamic Jihad and Hamas in Gaza. And there are other smaller proxy organizations also inside Judea and Samaria and in other locations. Currently, what Israel has messaged as clear as possible to these organizations and to their Iranian masters is that they better stay out of the fighting. If they decide to join in the fighting, that will put us all, including the civilians in all of those areas, in a totally different scenario, and that is something that I think all of us in the Middle East and in a general sense in the world would like to avoid. So far, Hezbollah has not joined the fighting, and I hope that remains the case. But to be on the safe side, the IDF has reinforced our northern border with additional troops, both regular and reserve. We have enhanced our capabilities there in terms of armored forces, artillery, air force, intel, etc., to be more vigilant and prepare for any attack if it should come. And we are also watching and monitoring very carefully what's going on in Judea and Samaria with Palestinian terrorist organizations. By the way, Hamas is on a media offensive and has been from early hours today, trying to incite terrorists in Judea and Samaria and calling on Lebanese terrorists, some of them Palestinians, in Lebanon to join the fighting. They're trying to create a scenario where Israel is attacked from all fronts simultaneously. As of now, the response isn't going along with Hamas's plan, and as of now, we are focusing on the southern front only. But unfortunately, it cannot be ruled out that this will escalate and we will find ourselves fighting on more than one front. It is something that we are prepared for and that we are gearing up towards. Obviously, hoping not to be forced to do, but if we will if we'll be forced to do so, then we will be ready. But these are very, very dire times in Israel. Israeli civilians have been massacred and slaughtered in their homes, on the streets. Elderly, disabled people, women and children have been dragged into the Gaza Strip by bloodthirsty terrorists. And the videos that I've seen today, the only comparison that I can make is of ISIS videos in 2014 and 2015. That's the level of brutality that Israeli civilians are facing, and that is what's going to be our resolve in fighting against these animals that have come across from Gaza in order to kill our civilians.
Understood, sir. It is heartbreaking indeed, and President Biden says this is not a moment for any party hostile to Israel to take advantage of these attacks. The world is watching. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, former spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces, thank you very much for joining me, sir. Thank you. Well,
at the White House, President Biden condemned what he called the appalling assault against Israel today, The president spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier and reassured him of the full and unwavering support of the United States. Lucas Tomlinson live in the north lawn of the White House with what the administration is doing. Lucas?
Eric, President Biden said he also spoke to the King of Jordan today in his remarks a little over an hour ago here at the White House. Biden also said he spoke to top members of the U.S. Congress. And here was Biden earlier describing the calls.
The United States stands with the people of Israel in the face of these terrorist assaults. Israel has the right to defend itself and its people. Full stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks. And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering.
Now this after the largest attack on Israel, as your last guest from the IDF said, in 75 years. Now, Bret Baier had an exclusive interview with Saudi Arabia's crown prince, best known by his initials MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, the de facto ruler of the country. Just a few weeks ago, he asked him how close Saudi was to recognizing Israel and establishing full diplomatic relations. Then, just a few days later, Bret asked Israel's prime minister the same question.
So you think, if you were to characterize it, are you close? Every day we get closer. It seems it's for the first time real one, serious. We're going to see how it goes.
You know, we just got back from Riyadh. I know you heard those words from the Saudi Crown Prince. What was your response?
Well, I was delighted to hear what he had to say, and to borrow a phrase, I think we're getting closer to peace every day that passes.
Now, Senator Tom Cotton in a statement says crushing this potential peace deal is exactly why Hamas launched its unprovoked attack in Israel today, saying in a statement, quote, "This war is a transparent attempt by Iran to derail the peace talks between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The United States should provide Israel the military and diplomatic support it needs to destroy Hamas, and the Biden administration should cease all engagement with Iran." Now, some lawmakers are also asking questions about the $6 billion deal to help get those Americans out of Iran. Here was an exchange here at the White House recently.
John, you just said that Iran was not going to do this for nothing, but didn't they also get 5 Iranians?
They will get 5 Iranians as well, yeah, Jackie.
Then why did we need to add $6 billion on top of that?
This is the deal that we were able to strike to secure the release of 5 Americans.
Now, earlier today, former Trump Defense Secretary Mark Esper called this attack in Israel a massive intelligence failure. Eric?
All right, thanks so much from Washington. Well, in a moment, the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Gilad Erdan, will be here live. He will give us his view from his government and what Israel will do next to take Hamas apart.
With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, know your glucose level and where it's headed. No finger sticks needed. Manage your diabetes with more confidence. Freestyle Libre 2. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
Dry skin is sensitive skin too, and it's natural. Treat it that way. Aveeno Daily Moisture with prebiotic oat is proven to moisturize dry skin all day. You'll love our formula for face too. Aveeno.
Are you a military veteran with mesothelioma? Do you have questions about VA benefits or medical treatment and bills? Call for a free book at 1-800-600-4243 or go to mesobook.com.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
High Point University is the premier life skills university where students love unprecedented access to global leaders on High Point's inspiring campus.
Hi, I'm Steve Wozniak, the Woz, and I'm proud to be High Point University's Innovator in Residence.
Hi, I'm Seth Marshall, CEO of the Dallas Mavericks, and I am proud to be High Point University's Sports Executive in Residence.
I'm Mark Randolph, and I'm proud to be the Entrepreneur in Residence at the premier life skills university, High Point University.
Men, how many bathroom trips are you making each day? If your daily bathroom trips are on the rise, try Super Beta Prostate Advanced, the #1 selling formula in its category, made with Prostafend, a triple action blend to help reduce urges to urinate. For you, this means less bathroom interruptions, improved stream and bladder emptying, and less urges to go during the night. Let Super Beta Prostate Advanced help you return to normalcy. Find it at Walmart or these retailers.
Israel at war after a deadly Hamas onslaught. What is happening on the ground and how will Israel respond? Mark Levin is live with special insight and coverage tonight.
Hey there, stop changing channels. I'm out here in the woods and you gotta see this. It's the new Patriot Power Generator 2000X, a solar generator worth its weight in gold when your power goes out, with double the capacity and expandable so you can run your fridge even longer. It's fume-free, safe to use inside, and never needs gas, ever. Plus, you'll get this solar panel free. Go to 4patriots.com and do it now. Get your solar generator with free shipping and free panel at 4patriots.com.
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with Multiview. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Battling a bad bra? Bras shouldn't be uncomfortable, unsupportive, or just plain unmentionable. That's where Third Love comes in. Over 60 sizes from AA to H, including our exclusive half cups. Thoughtfully designed and made from premium materials for unmatched fit, support, and comfort. Kiss your problems goodbye. Get $15 off your first purchase at thirdlove.com.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Orthel in the last hour interviewed Rais Similovich. He is now holed up in his house. He's in the border of Israel and Gaza. And like many Israelis, right now, he is hoping and praying that the terrorists from Hamas don't make their way inside his house. He told Orthel that his son saw a boatload of Hamas terrorists trying to invade Israel, and that his son's friend was murdered in cold blood. Here is part of the harrowing account of what he said happened when they arrived.
Early in the morning, we started getting messages that there is something going on by the Gaza Strip. Soon enough, we understood that there's a combined attack via para-driving and from sea and by land. We were ordered to stay inside bomb shelters. 16 members of my community were blood-coded murder in their homes by blood-riding terrorists who entered civilian homes within the state of Israel, entering from the Gaza Strip, murdering them. We're talking about adults, kids, elderly, slaughtered in their houses by themselves.
16 members of his community slaughtered in their houses by the Hamas terrorists. Ambassador Gilad Erdan joins us. He's Israel's ambassador to the United Nations. Ambassador, our condolences to your nation. This nation stands by the Jewish state. When you hear this type of story, these savage atrocities, a Hamas terrorist dragging Israeli civilians out of their homes, dragging them back to Gaza, hiding them in the tunnel, what are your thoughts at this moment?
Look, Eric, thanks for having me. My family lives in Ashkelon, which is very close to Gaza, and what we face today is an unprecedented attack. The atrocities, you saw these animals entering to homes of, babies, women, the elderly were dragged outside of their homes, were taken hostage. Civilians were shot, were massacred in cold blood, walking on the street. This is something that, is truly unprecedented. And from now on, we are committed to use every means at our disposal to restore our deterrence and to exact from these animals a heavy price.
The Prime Minister, Defense Minister Gallant has said that Israel is prepared to widen operations. We've been reporting that Israeli tanks are seen heading south. What to expect that we will see in the coming days as Israel potentially moves in and tries to deter and maybe take apart Hamas?
Look, Eric, obviously I'm not going to share our military plans with our enemies, on TV. But as I said, all options today are on the table because it's ongoing, and we already suffered 250 fatalities, like having here 7,500 fatalities. We already have 1,500 casualties. It's like 50,000 casualties here in the United States. Eric, this is our 9/11. This is our 9/11. We are committed to change the equation, to shatter the old paradigm. These animals will pay a heavy price, and they will learn that these atrocities cannot be committed again against our civilians.
Have you talked to your family? Are they safe now? Do you know the latest?
Yeah, thank God they are safe. But for many years we lived side by side with Gaza. We believe that it's possible, even though, and I hope your viewers know that Hamas is a genocidal, jihadist, Islamist organization that is fully committed only to the annihilation of the state of Israel. They don't want to compromise. They don't want a dialogue. They don't want to see the existence of the Jewish state. So when we evacuated, when we withdrew from Gaza 17, 18 years ago, they took power, and since then they exploit every square inch in the Gaza Strip, and they turned basically the Gaza Strip to a war machine. We cannot allow this situation of Gaza as a war machine to continue, and we are committed, starting from today, to change the equation. We won't have another 9/11, and as we said, since the Holocaust, where Jews were butchered and massacred, never again, and never again is today, Eric, for us.
You know what's so sickening sometimes, Ambassador, is in the days that are following, there's some people in some quarters will blame Israel for all this. You sent this letter to the United Nations Security Council, which you laid that out. You write, Hamas is a murderous Islamic terrorist organization that follows the same jihadist genocidal ideology of ISIS. And you ask the Security Council to condemn Hamas. What do you think is going to happen? And what about those who want to point the fingers at Israel in the coming days?
Sadly, we are fully aware of the double standards that is being applied against Israel within the international community. So the Security Council will convene tomorrow to close consultations, as they call it, to discuss the situation in Gaza. Today, everyone, when they see the atrocities committed against our civilians, they support publicly Israel. But this is today. I hope they will remember also tomorrow and the days after, when we will try to exact a heavy price from these animals, and we'll try to change the equation, and we will try to fight this evil. They will remember that they need to support us when we are fighting against terrorism, when we are fighting evil.
The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, was here in New York a week and a half ago, and our Brett Baer sat down with him for an interview right after Brett sat with
Mohammed bin Salman.
Mohammed bin Salman, thank you, the ruler of Saudi Arabia. Do you think the timing of this, do you think that Iran is pulling the strings of Hamas? Clearly they're the supporter and financer, in order to try and disrupt the normalization of relations between Saudi Arabia and your country?
No question. Iran is transferring funds to the Hamas. Not only Hamas, all its terrorist proxies who surround Israel. We just saw recently the leaders of Hamas coming to Iran, meeting with the butcher of Tehran, the Iranian President Raisi. And obviously the supreme leader of Iran, Khamenei, expressed his opposition against any moderate Sunni country who is about to normalize relations with Israel. So I agree with the assumption that was heard here, that Iran is also trying to derail the chances of achieving peace and normalization with Saudi Arabia, and basically ending the Arab-Israeli conflict, because they have their crazy ideology to impose their Shiite hegemony over the Middle East and then on the entire world. And obviously, they don't want to see peace between Israel and Arab countries. So I agree that there are good chances that it was also orchestrated and coordinated between Hamas and Iran.
Who will win, Iran or Israel?
Sorry?
Who will win, Iran or Israel?
It's a no-brainer. I mean, we are a resilient nation. We know how to fight, and God willing, we will prevail.
God willing, Israel will prevail, says the United Nations ambassador of Israel, of the Jewish state, who has been through these trials and tribulations in the past and have always been able to stand up in a proud nation, a democracy in the Middle East. Ambassador, we thank you. We thank you for what you do for your country. And we thank you for your thoughts to the American
And we will continue to be a beacon of democracy. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Arthel?
IDF knows how to fight, and at 11:26 p.m. in Israel, they are doing just that. They are fighting for their lives. They are fighting for their country. They are fighting for democracy. Our coverage continues after this short break.
It's time for a new shower, but you don't want the hassle. You just want it done. Rebath, from start to stunning. Call us or visit rebath.com to schedule your free in-home consultation.
The boys, the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
If you're on Medicare, remember, the annual enrollment period is here. The time to choose your coverage begins October 15th and ends December 7th. So call United Healthcare and see how you can get more of what matters with our broad range of plans, including an AARP Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. It can combine your hospital and doctor coverage with Part D prescription drug coverage and more, all in one simple plan. These plans are made to support your whole health with $0 annual physical exams, $0 lab tests, and $0 preventive care like mammograms and colonoscopies. And you'll get more for your Medicare dollar with $0 copays on most covered dental services, a $0 eye exam, and an allowance for eyewear, plus $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions at the pharmacy or by mail. Now's the time to look at United Healthcare's variety of plans. So give us a call to learn more about coverage options in your area. With our Right Plan Promise, you have our commitment to helping you find the right plan for your needs. And to help make life with Medicare simpler, you'll get the all-in-one Member U Card. Only from United Healthcare, the U Card is your United Healthcare member ID and much more. Show your U Card when you visit your primary care provider, dentist, or eye doctor, or fill a prescription at the pharmacy, and use it to access Medicare Advantage's largest national network of providers. You can count on United Healthcare to help you get the care you need when you need it. Enrollment ends December 7th. Now's the time to learn more about America's most chosen Medicare Advantage plans and how they can open doors to a simpler healthcare experience with the all-in-one U Card. Call United Healthcare today about the only Medicare Advantage plans with the AARP name and get more of what matters to you.
My dry eyes made me a burning, stinging 5 times a day.
Makeup smearing, drops user.
I want another option. That's not another drop.
Tirvaya. It's not another drop. It's the first and only nasal spray for dry eye. Tirvaya treats the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease fast by helping your body produce its own real tears. Common side effects include sneezing, cough, and throat and nose irritation.
Relying only on drops? Not me. My own real tears are my relief.
Ask your eye doctor about Tirvaya.
Hey, Emma.
We need a mattress, right?
Yeah?
I've been doing a little research.
Little?
The Safa Classic has 2 layers of springs that contour to your body.
Nice, but...
It has a 3-inch Euro pillow top, Dan.
Oh,
and it's half the price of retail.
But I just wanted to know about dinner.
Look at
this premium quality, and it's half the price of retail stores.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're gonna receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Let me say this as clearly as I can. This is not a moment for any party hostile to Israel to exploit these attacks to seek advantage. The world is watching.
And that was President Biden at the White House a couple of hours ago. The deadly and unprecedented attack against Israel has stunned the world and the U.S., with Hamas terrorists backed by Iran storming the border from Gaza into southern Israel. Fox News chief national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin is live at the Pentagon with more. And Jennifer, clearly this was planned. If you could start by talking about the timing of this attack. Why is this happening now?
Well, look at the timing, Arthel. It's exactly 50 years almost to the day of the Yom Kippur War of 1973, the surprise attack by Egypt and Syria to try and destroy the state of Israel. You also have the holy holiday of Simchat Torah. That's where the Torah is read every day for a year, and the Jews in Israel were celebrating that holiday when this surprise attack occurred. Very similar, a lot of similarities to the Yom Kippur attack. It is also the anniversary of the assassination of Anwar Sadat, who was the president of Egypt, who had famously made peace with Israel and then was killed by an assassin. So the timing and the symbolism of this attack was certainly planned. The training and the intelligence gathering that had been done so that these Hamas militants could storm across the border and make it inside of actual Israeli bases and kidnap not just soldiers, Israeli soldiers, but officers that were then taken back into the Gaza Strip. They're supposedly being held in tunnels. Those tunnels, you'll know that we've reported on for years, go into not only Egypt, but in and out of Israel. And that is how weapons are brought in and out of the Gaza Strip, mostly into the Gaza Strip. So this buildup of rockets we've seen take place since I lived there. Back in 2006, there was the war with Hezbollah and the thousands of Katyushas that were fired into northern Israel and the rockets that then started being accumulated in the Gaza Strip. I remember one story in particular that we broke way back in 2002. I broke the story of a Palestinian ship captain who was intercepted by the Israeli Navy bringing $100 million worth of weapons, 50 tons of weapons into the Gaza Strip. It was intercepted. We broke the story, Fox News did, and those weapons were tracked all the way back to Iran. So Iran has been sending weapons and trying to and supporting Hamas, Hezbollah up in Lebanon, Islamic Jihad for as long as I can remember.
Weapons, and what about intelligence? Because, again, this was very coordinated, lots of symbolism on this date.
What's clear is that the Palestinians had been surveilling these areas. The intelligence, it's clear what is apparent, and you heard the Israeli ambassador say just moments ago that this is Israel's 9/11. This is a larger number of deaths, casualties than I've seen in almost 50 years of covering the Israeli-Palestinian conflict for one day. This was an incredible intelligence failure. You heard the former Defense Secretary Mark Esper say that on our air earlier today. It is shocking that the Israelis did not see the kind of buildup or given the way in which Israel has infiltrated the Palestinian areas in Gaza and into the Hamas networks, to have not heard that this was being planned is an incredible coup for Hamas. It's an intelligence intelligence coup, and there will definitely be, I'm sure, investigations in the future once this war is over, and it is a war. That's what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is calling it. Once it is over, the intelligence failure will have to be addressed.
Indeed. I mean, they attacked by land, by air, by sea. And you're right. Netanyahu said this, we are at war. So the question I ask you before we go, Jen, is how does this affect America's national security? We want to know this. And what about our troops stationed in the Middle East?
Well, U.S. national security is intricately linked with Israeli national security. And that's why Defense Secretary Austin and the president were on the phone this morning with their Israeli counterparts. I'm told that we can expect more calls in the coming days. There will be very, very close coordination with the U.S. Remember, the U.S. has about $2 billion worth of weapons, armaments and supplies stored inside Israel. I would bank on the fact that the U.S. will help Israel with whatever needs, whatever military needs, ammunition, resupply that is needed. These are two close allies. This is not back to the time of the Yom Kippur War, where the U.S. was hesitant at first to get involved and put pressure on Israel. This is a different time period, and you heard from the president earlier today that the U.S. stands firmly behind Israel in its right to defend itself. This kind of attack by the Hamas terrorists, certainly the Pentagon is paying very, very close attention to. Even we reported that CIA Director Bill Burns canceled a trip to an intelligence conference, is staying in town. Intelligence sharing has been ramped up between the U.S. and Israel. And so, but where this goes, and the warning that you heard from President Biden just moments ago in that videotape that you played, that warning is to Hezbollah, for Hezbollah not to get involved in the north of Israel. If Hezbollah decides to start firing thousands of rockets into the north of Israel, and Israel has to fight on multiple fronts, that becomes a different situation. In terms of U.S. troops in the Middle East, they are in danger tonight. Certainly, the U.S. military will be watching not only in Syria, but Iraq, as well as in bases across the Gulf for any potential attempts by Shiite militias to try and take advantage of this chaos right now. It is clear that Iran is behind this attack. They are very closely linked with Hamas. Iran clearly did not want the peace deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel to go forward. And so Iran is going to try and pressure the U.S. in other places using proxies. That's what Iran does. They don't fight front on. They use proxy groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and groups inside Iraq and Syria. Arthel?
They don't fight front on. It's going to be interesting to see how front on the U.S. will get involved.
Well, obviously, the U.S. and the Pentagon and the White House will want to support Israel in whatever way is needed. The goal would be to contain this conflict so that it does not spread, so that the U.S. does not have to get involved. That would be the goal right now from a national security perspective.
Jennifer Griffin, as always, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Arthel.
Thank you, Jennifer and Arthel. Well, there is video reportedly of a Hamas drone dropping a grenade into an Israeli tank, just like we see in the Ukraine war. There it is. Did Iran give Hamas drones to fight Israel? And what does that mean as we continue our coverage of the war on Israel? Live, you're seeing Gaza City nearing midnight, and this is not over.
Dustin loved to play with his kids. He was the fun dad.
On October 12, 2022, Lieutenant Dustin DeMonte and Sergeant Alex Hamzy responded to a domestic violence incident. Upon arrival, they were ambushed and shot and killed in the line of duty.
We always thought we would see him until the day when he said goodbye, gave a kiss, and we never got to see him again. Frank from Tunnel to Towers reached out to us within a couple of days of everything happening. Frank came over presenting me with a notice that my mortgage was being paid off. Americans should give to Tunnel to Towers so that families like mine can continue to be helped and so that they can honor men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice like my husband did.
Go to T2T.org. Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just 1 day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare. But with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out. But with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra-thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license. Yeah, it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-618-2124. That's 1-800-618-2124. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-618-2124 now.
Well, the Republican presidential candidates are weighing in on today's deadly attacks on Israel by Iran-backed Hamas terrorists. Mark Meredith, he's live in Cedar Rapids, Iowa with more. And Mark, what are they saying?
Arthel, they've got a lot to say. All of the different Republican presidential candidates pivoting, of course, to the news of day, this attack in Israel. I'm in Cedar Rapids, where in just about 25-30 minutes, former President Trump will be making his second stop of the day here in eastern Iowa. He's going to talk about the traditional, the border wall, the economy, but we're told he is also once again going to address what's happened in Israel. Just a little while ago, he was in Waterloo, Iowa, about an hour from where I am, and he talked about what has transpired in the last few hours. And this is on top of what other candidates have had to say. Take a listen.
The Hamas terrorist invasion of Israeli territory, and the murder of Israeli soldiers today, and the brutal murder of citizens is an act of savagery that must and will be crushed. It has to be dealt with very powerfully.
We all stand with the state of Israel, who is undergoing a terrorist attacks by Hamas, by Iranian-backed militants. They not only have a right to defend themselves, they have a responsibility to defend themselves with overwhelming force. We will stand by them when they do.
We're greenlighting terrorists and dictators around the world to attack democracies because America is not putting the right deterrents in place and we're not supporting our allies.
Well, of course, this is an ongoing international crisis. We have also seen the Biden administration push back on some of the claims that the former president was making earlier in the day. Trump was basically claiming that this was an attack that was created after the recent prisoner exchange deal with Iran, which he was claiming then helped kind of funnel this to have happen. We've seen the National Security Council push back quite hard on this. I saw an Undersecretary of Treasury also do the same. So while, of course, there is, again, the foreign policy aspect of all of this, politics still absolutely playing a factor in all of this. And we know that, again, the former president, when he takes the stage right here behind me, he is expected to address this once again. All of the candidates, though, coming out very clearly that they want to stand with Israel and that they believe the U.S. needs to step up and show its support. Arthel?
Mark Meredith, thank you very much, Mark. Eric.
We know that Iran is Hamas's paymaster. Could this be, as we have been reporting, an attempt by Iran through Hamas to disrupt the normalization of relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia that is soon expected?
No question, Iran would love to throw a spanner in the works and not see Israel and Saudi get any closer. And Hamas, I think they know the clock is ticking as well as we see moves to normalize. And you said, so correct, Iran is Hamas's paymaster, but Iran has also helped Hamas develop longer-range missiles and develop drones. So Iran has a lot of responsibility for the brutality we're seeing tonight.
You usually, in the past, Hamas has used the rockets, but this seems to be the first time we've seen drones. You're looking live at Gaza City, but we had video a moment ago of a Israeli tank smoldering, and there is video that apparently shows a grenade, a Hamas drone dropping a grenade into an Israeli tank. Very similar to what we see in Ukraine. Has Iran provided Hamas with drones? There's the tank. Has Hamas been provided drones by Iran?
Almost certainly. Eric, the Israeli Defense Forces detected some Hamas drones over Gaza back in late August. We know that Iran has helped provide the components, including some of the engines and the optics for these drones. So this particular attack where a drone uses a small type of grenade, that's a real typical type of technology that Iran uses. Frankly, Iran has used it against our forces in Syria in the past. So I'd say very, very likely that this is something provided directly from Iran. And don't forget, it's also Iran that has helped Hamas learn how to extend the range of the missiles that they fire from Gaza into Israel.
And what do you expect in the coming days in terms of Israel's response?
Netanyahu has some hard choices to make. They said back in 2021 that they'd wiped out a lot of the missiles in command and control. They'll have to go over to hit those targets again, but be careful not to jeopardize some of the really important diplomacy underway. But I'd expect to see some very hard strikes on Gaza's Hamas infrastructure.
And one name we haven't mentioned, Vladimir Putin. Does this help him? Is he involved in this in any way at all, do you think?
Maybe not Vladimir Putin, but don't forget Xi Jinping. Iran supports Hamas. China supports Iran.
There it is right there. Dr. Rebecca Grant, thank you. And our Fox News coverage of this war on Israel will continue right after this.
With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, know your glucose level and where it's headed without finger sticks. Manage your diabetes with more confidence and lower your A1C. It's covered by Medicare for those who qualify. Ask your doctor about the Freestyle Libre 2 system.
Messy happens. When it does, there's HomeAglow. For just $19, HomeAglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
Ah, it's a good day to cough. Oh no.
Bye-bye, cough.
Later, chest congestion. Hello, 12 hours of relief.
12 hours? Okay, not coughing at yoga. Antiquing, not coughing. Not coughing at the movies? Hashtag still not coughing? Ah!
Mucinex DM gives you 12 hours of relief from chest congestion and any type of cough, day or night. It's not cough season. It's always comeback season.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser-measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours.
They're here.
Hey, I knew you were coming, so I WeatherTech the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now.
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
We really don't want people to think of feeding food like ours as spoiling their dogs.
Good, real food is simple. It looks like food, it smells like food. It's what dogs are supposed to be eating.
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
It's amazing to me how many people write in about their dogs changing for the better. The farmer's dog is just our way to help people take care of them.
Israel mobilized. After devastating Hamas attacks, we're breaking down the situation on the ground. First at 9, special 2-hour coverage on One Nation. Then at 11, Fox News Live, tonight.
Here at Legion's Flag Supply, we take pride in providing such a special symbol for our country. All of our flag's materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American-made from beginning to end.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Why do vitamins and supplements cost so much more now? Other companies are charging you more and more for less and less, and we hate that. That's why Force Factors partnered with Walmart to provide amazing supplements at great prices for all Americans. Force Factor products use clinically studied, patented ingredients to powerfully improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Rush to Walmart and unleash your potential with Force Factor.
People say Analon X is the perfect pan. Tough, triple thickness Italian titanium plasma nonstick surface. Analon X is the only pan that keeps oil in the center. Patented SearTech surface. Analon X sears like cast iron. Ultra thick base stores heat like cast iron for great even sear. There's harmony in these carefully constructed pieces. Analon X, the most advanced safe nonstick cookware.
And here at home, Americans are expressing their shock and grief as they followed the unprecedented attack on Israel by Iran-backed Hamas. CB Cotton is outside the Riverdale Jewish Center here in New York City with more. CB.
Good afternoon, Arthel. Yeah, this is a really tough time for members of the Jewish faith. In fact, as you mentioned, we're here in front of a Jewish community center. I'm going to step out of the way and give you all a better view. You can see NYPD here in front of the community center. The city says it's deploying police resources to Jewish communities and houses of worship today in light of what's taken place in Israel. Right now, the city is also monitoring multiple channels to look out for any potential threats. And New York City Mayor Eric Adams says the city has resources on the ground in Israel, gathering intelligence. And while there's no credible threat to the city right now, the mayor says he's in touch with Jewish leaders across the 5 boroughs. New York City is said to have the largest Jewish population outside of Israel. So what's going on in Israel is sending shockwaves across the city. There are members of the Jewish faith in almost every neighborhood. And we've spoken to some here in the Bronx today, all off camera, because today is the Sabbath in the Jewish faith. But many are just devastated, heartbroken, and angry. There are a lot of emotions, and you can imagine why and understand why they're watching images like this come out of southern Israel, showing civilians being escorted out of homes by members of the Israel Defense Forces. People have also seen other images showing devastated streets, buildings reduced to rubble from the Hamas rockets. We talked to one woman who's been trying to reach her cousins in Israel. You can only imagine the anxiety she must feel. The sense you get from Jewish New Yorkers workers is that they know this situation will get worse before it gets better. New York Governor Kathy Hochul releasing this statement. As the home of the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, New York condemns the abhorrent attacks by Hamas. I stand with the people of Israel. And then this statement was released by New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. As a state with one of the largest Jewish and Israeli American communities in the world, today's news is especially hard to fathom. As governor, I stand with the people of Israel in this dark hour in a united show of resolve against terrorism. Now, again, Arthel, this is typically a joyous holiday for the Jewish community, and it feels like a dark cloud is hanging over all of that right now. Back to you.
Indeed. Thank you, CB Cotton. We will continue our coverage on the war in Israel. John Scott is coming up next with the Fox Report. Eric and I are...
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
We're here today to set the record straight about Dupuytren's contracture. Surgery is not your only treatment option.
People may think their contracture has to be severe to be treated, but it doesn't.
Visit findahandspecialist.com today to get started.
The boys, the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
Our ears connect us to the moments that matter. Give them the nutrients they need with new Lipo Balance Support. It's formulated with ingredients clinically shown to reduce vertigo-like symptoms such as dizziness, spinning, and swaying. Never miss a moment with Lipoflavonoid.
In 3 seconds, Janice will win a speedboat.
Bingo! I'm moving to the lake! Gotta sell the house.
Ooh, that's a lot of work.
Ooh.
Don't worry, skip the hassles and sell directly to Open Door.
Bingo.
Get your competitive offer at opendoor.com.
New only from SimpliSafe, 24/7 lifeguard protection. This exclusive technology allows SimpliSafe agents to help stop crime in real time.
Stop. Police are on their way.
For instant intruder deterrence and faster police response, there's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Eating balance of nature, fruits and veggies, is not replacing the fruits and vegetables in your diet. It is fruits and vegetables in your diet. Ask yourself, how many servings of fruits and vegetables have I eaten today? Have you eaten 1, 2, 3, and from how many varieties? Most people are less than 3. Our body is an amazing chemical laboratory, and when you give it the right chemistry, it functions the best. Balance of Nature is 31 different fruits and vegetables prepared in a way to give you the ultimate whole fruit and vegetable chemistry. Let Balance of Nature help you supplement your fruit and vegetable intake for a lot less money and a lot less work and a much higher quality of life.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
What if your toothbrush could do the flossing for you? Waterpik Sonic Fusion lets you brush and floss with the touch of a button. It removes up to 99.9% of plaque from treated areas. This corn is like your teeth. Regular brushing only cleans the surface. Even an electric toothbrush doesn't do much better. Sonic Fusion easily and thoroughly cleans away all debris, even in hard-to-reach areas. And it's clinically proven to be twice as effective as regular brushing and flossing. Help keep your smile healthy between dental visits with Waterpik Sonic Fusion.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
Hello, it's Arthel.
100 have been injured. The terrorist group Hamas savagely taking hostages, including the elderly and young children. Israeli counterstrikes in the Gaza Strip so far killing about 200 people. President Biden at the White House addressing the nation earlier this afternoon. He condemned the terrorist assault and says the U.S. will stand with Israel. Trey Yangst, live in Ashdod, Israel, with the very latest on the finding. Trey on the ground just after midnight. Trey?
Eric, good afternoon. Fighting continues along the Gaza border. We understand Israeli military source that Palestinian militants are still engaging soldiers in a community just south of here, near the Gaza border, inside Israeli territory. As you noted, dozens of hostages have been taken. Hamas, the group inside of Gaza, says that they have taken 164 people. We cannot independently confirm that number, but we do know dozens of soldiers and civilians were kidnapped and are now being held as prisoners of war. I want to show you what the scene was like earlier as these gun battles were taking place along the border, and Hamas militants launched more rockets into southern Israel. Take a look. Right now, a massive barrage of rockets coming off of the Gaza Strip. This is an effort by Hamas and Islamic Jihad to overwhelm Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome. It's just a constant barrage, one after another. You can hear the explosions there. The Iron Dome picking up some of this fire, but not all of it.
Hamas entered our communities. It was the worst nightmare ever. Hearing about people who have been killed from your own community and people who have been kidnapped inside their house, and talking to my parents who live the closest to the border with Gaza, and hearing from my mother that first thing in the morning she hears that they broke the window and started wrecking things inside the house. It's true my dad has a gun, but what can he do in front of 10 people or coming into their homes?
You heard the words there from that civilian. She was trapped in a bomb shelter with her young son, and you could see the terror in her eyes. There were militants in her neighborhood firing on her neighbors, killing some of them, and kidnapping others. The situation is tense here along the border. We are in southern Israel right now, and we are seeing images of Israeli tanks headed toward the Gaza border, an indication that Israel may launch some sort of ground operation into Gaza. Again, with dozens of civilians and soldiers taken alive by Islamic Jihad and Hamas, this is a worst-case scenario for Israel, a nightmare situation for the military, because they have to be careful in how they strike Gaza now, understanding that their own civilians are inside the Gaza Strip. One other thing to note here, the words of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying his country is at war. John?
Trey Yingst, Trey, thank you. It was 2005 that Israel pulled out of the Gaza Strip. Is there talk of going back in there again and perhaps, renewing the occupation of the Gaza Strip that they had for all those years?
Yes, there is talk of that today. We have been speaking with Israeli military sources to get a better understanding of what's on the table. We interviewed Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier this year, and we talked about Palestinian militants inside Gaza. We have reported often from inside the Strip, and there's a real understanding from our vantage point that if Israel goes into Gaza, there will be many more casualties. It will be a very bloody and long battle. But given what has taken place today, a massacre of Israeli civilians, it is certainly a possibility here in southern Israel. John?
Trey Yingst reporting. Trey, thank you. I'm John Scott, taking over for Eric Shawn. At the White House, President Biden condemned what he calls the appalling assault against Israel today. The president spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier and reassured him of full and unwavering support from the United States. Lucas Tomlinson, live at the White House with the latest on that. Lucas.
John, Israeli officials are calling this their 9/11, one of the largest attacks on the Jewish state in its 75-year history. President Biden, speaking at the White House earlier, offered Israel his full support.
We
United States stands with the people of Israel in the face of these terrorist assaults. Israel has the right to defend itself and its people. Full stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks. And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering.
Now, Bret Baier recently interviewed Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, the de facto ruler of the country. He asked him how close Saudi was to recognizing Israel and establishing full diplomatic relations. Then just a few days later, he asked Israel's prime minister the same question.
So you think, if you were to characterize it, are you close?
Every day we get closer. It seems it's for the first time real one, serious. We're going to see how it goes.
You know, we just got back from Riyadh. I know you heard those words from the Saudi Crown Prince. What was your response?
Well, I was delighted to hear what he had to say, and to borrow a phrase, I think we're getting closer to peace every day that passes.
Now, Senator Tom Cotton says crushing this potential peace deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel is exactly why Hamas launched this massive attack on Israel today. Cotton saying in a statement, quote, "This war is a transparent attempt by Iran to derail the peace talks between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The United States should provide Israel the military and diplomatic support it needs to destroy Hamas, and the Biden administration to cease all engagement with Iran." Now, here's former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett earlier.
We're fed up with this hypocrisy. It's time for Israel to fight back. It's time for Israel to destroy Hamas.
Earlier, Defense Secretary Mark Esper called this an intelligence failure, and already, John, we're seeing evidence about the war on Ukraine and how that impacts here on the battlefield. We've seen some images on social media of an Israeli tank being destroyed with a drone using a grenade to be dropped right on top of the turret of the tank, of course, the softest part of a tank. And those images are a daily reminder of what goes on in Ukraine every day, so possibly Hamas and Iran's hand here in this. John?
Obviously, the Iranians and the Saudis are not particularly friendly, but anything to derail the peace deal, the potential peace deal with the Saudis, serves Iran's best interests. Is that the way it's seen there, Lucas?
There's no question, and many people think this is not a coincidence, that just at a time, the closest time in history that Saudi Arabia and Israel could be normalizing relations for the first time ever, the fact that this attack was launched today on the 50th anniversary, one day after the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War against Israel. Of course, that was also an attack that took Israel by surprise. Many people say that is not a coincidence, John.
Lucas Tomlinson at the White House. We will check in with you again. Thank you, Lucas. So as the clash intensifies, the Pentagon is vowing to back Israel in its efforts to defend itself. Let's go to our chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin. She has the latest. Jennifer.
John, it's notable, as Lucas noted, that on the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, the 1973 multi-front surprise attack by Egypt and Syria, that Hamas, with its Iranian backers, has decided to upend what was likely to be an historic agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Middle East watchers whom I've spoken to say the purpose of this attack was to derail any peace deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Hamas claims to have taken dozens of Israeli soldiers and officers hostage during the incursion. The hostages have been taken back to Gaza and reportedly are being held in tunnels used by Hamas to smuggle weapons in and out of Gaza. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, says it has retaken control of two bases infiltrated by Hamas militants, the Gaza Division Base and Kibbutz Re'im. It has also carried out an airstrike on the home of the head of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, near Khan Yunis in Gaza. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke with his Israeli counterpart, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Quote, "I am closely monitoring developments in Israel. Our commitment to Israel's right to defend itself remains unwavering, and I extend my condolences to the families of those who lost their lives in this abhorrent attack on civilians. Over the coming days, the Department of Defense will work to ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself and protect civilians from indiscriminate violence and terrorism." Defense Secretary Austin held a secure phone call with his top commanders, including CENTCOM Commander General Eric Kurilla and the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs this morning from the Pentagon. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and CIA Director Bill Burns were at the White House with the president this morning. Burns canceled a trip to an intelligence conference to remain in D.C. The White House and senior U.S. officials involved in monitoring the recent Iran hostage deal have pushed back on suggestions by Republican presidential candidates that the recent hostage deal that involved the release of $6 billion contributed to the Hamas attack. The $6 billion is still currently held in a Qatari bank account with U.S. Treasury oversight, I'm told. The money came from Iranian oil sales to South Korea and did not include U.S. taxpayer dollars. NSC spokesperson Adrian Watson said in a statement, quote, "Not a single cent from these funds has been spent, and when it is spent, it can only be spent on things like food and medicine for the Iranian people. These funds have absolutely nothing to do with the horrific attacks today, and this is not the time to spread disinformation." In fact, the U.S. has pre-positioned $2 billion worth of weapons stored in Israel. I'm told the U.S. will likely release some of these pre-positioned weapons to assist Israel in the coming days and weeks. John?
Jennifer, I know in a situation like this, they are always gaming the possibilities at the Pentagon. Are they talking to you at all about, what their fears are? I mean, what kind of expansion of this attack the Middle East might see?
Nobody is speaking outright about fears per se, but I will say that the move to put U.S. Central Command, to put Israel under U.S. Central Command, for years it was under U.S. European Command, that occurred under the Trump administration, and it actually helps in terms of the pre-positioning of equipment, the command and control, the work done by General Eric Kurilla, who's the current CENTCOM commander, to coordinate with allies and others in the region, and also a way you heard the president send a very clear message to Hezbollah and others not to use this opportunity to strike Israel. This war will expand if Israel, based in Lebanon, decides to fire thousands of rockets into northern Israel. And the president and his national security team are trying to prevent that from happening so that the war doesn't spread. John?
Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, thank you. Let's bring in Robert Greenway, former senior director for Middle Eastern and North African affairs at the National Security Council, also a principal architect of the historic Abraham Accords. He's now the president and executive director of the Abraham Accords Peace Institute. Thanks very much for taking the time to be with us, Robert. Are you, first of all, surprised at the strength and the ferocity of this attack?
Well, it's good to be with you, John, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you. Condolences to those in Israel and those in the United States that are mourning the loss of loved ones. The images are really tough to watch. To answer your question, it is a surprise in one sense that this is an attack that definitely mirrors that of 9/11 for Israel. And so it's important that we show our support. On the other hand, we've been pursuing a contradictory policy, and I think that what we're witnessing now is a real decision point. We have to decide, I think, to choose who we will support in the Middle East. We can't support both Israel and Iran, and hopefully we'll make the right choice and stand with Israel in their hour of need. And I think that's the disposition of most of the American people and most policymakers and government officials.
Do you think the outreach that the White House has been making to Iran with the prisoner exchange, that kind of thing, is that reflective of the kind of idea, the kind of policy that you think we should avoid?
Yeah, there's no doubt, John. I think that's the way the region reads it. If you look at it from their perspective, we provided almost unlimited resources to the regime since 2021. After the election and President Biden took office, we lifted restrictions and stopped enforcing sanctions. And so where they once enjoyed less than $4 billion of accessible foreign exchange reserves, they now enjoy over 70. They were selling maybe 400,000 barrels a day of oil at $55 a barrel. That's now well over 3 million barrels a day at $85 a barrel. We've given them the oxygen they need to breathe. And with that comes support for their surrogates and proxies, including Hamas, but also Hezbollah and the entire constellation of surrogates. And so most in the region look at this as though the United States were paying for it. And in a sense, they're very correct. Not only that, Iran has been attacking U.S. as well as our partners and allies. Testimony early this year indicated 83 attacks, for which the United States only responded to 4. And so you can understand how we would have invited this sort of aggression. And weakness always does.
But specifically regarding the money, you probably heard in Jennifer Griffin's reporting just now, the White House is saying that the $6 billion that was released to Iran as a result of that prisoner exchange, it hasn't actually reached their pockets yet. Your response?
Well, 2 points. First is oil sales and lack enforcement of sanction has given Iran unprecedented amount of access to resources already by the administration's policies and the pursuit of those policies. Second, the $6 billion sitting in Doha, for all we know, is a guarantee. And once you know something is sitting in your account, it changes the way you pursue your financial engagements. They know now that they have $6 billion waiting for them that they will be able to use and offset the cost of supporting surrogates. So I don't think it's entirely accurate to state that that $6 billion is not going into the hands of terrorists. I think ultimately that is exactly where it's headed. But more importantly, that's a fraction of what we've already provided to the regime in Tehran.
Very quickly, how should Israel respond?
Well, I think there's no doubt that they're going to launch a large-scale operation in Gaza to eliminate Hamas as a threat. Second, I think that that is likely to risk regional escalation, and we would expect, I would anyway, Hezbollah to become involved. And then the Iranian proxies in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen also could, which makes the United States the critical player here. We could put brakes back on this and stop this now and hold the escalatory spiral, or things are going to get out of control very quickly.
Robert Greenway, let's hope we can stop it now. We appreciate your expertise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much more to come on this war in Israel when the Fox Report continues right after this.
If your thyroid eye disease was diagnosed a long, long time ago, you may think your eyes will be bulging forever, like a never-ending curse that can't be broken. But even if you've been told it's too late, treating your thyroid eye disease may still be possible, and a new day is within sight. Learn how you could give your eyes a fresh start at stilltreatted.com.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Stop starving your skin and start feeding it True Skin Vitamin C Serum. True Skin has what skin craves, a different form of vitamin C that's gentle on skin and effective until the last drop, with nutrient-rich blends to keep skin glowing. True Skin, get what your skin truly craves.
People diagnosed with mesothelioma have questions about treatment and medical bills. That's why we've offered a free book about mesothelioma for over 10 years. Call 1-800-500-5202 or go to mesobook.com.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles.
The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
These politicians can never agree.
Emma, we don't always agree. Like, you're into politics. It stresses me out.
You sleep hot, I sleep cool.
You like sleeping in luxury. I like spending less.
I guess that's why we agreed on this Satva mattress.
Maybe America needs a Satva.
At least we'd be comfortable disagreeing.
Satva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
Israel mobilized. After devastating Hamas attacks, we're breaking down the situation on the ground. First at 9, special 2-hour coverage on One Nation. Then at 11, Fox News Live, tonight.
Battling a bad bra? Bras shouldn't be uncomfortable, unsupportive, or just plain unmentionable. That's where Third Love comes in. Over 60 sizes from AA to H, including our exclusive half cups. Thoughtfully designed and made from premium materials for unmatched fit, support, and comfort. Kiss your problems goodbye. Get $15 off your first purchase at thirdlove.com.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? Hey, it's Cade Courtley, former Navy SEAL platoon commander, TV host, and best-selling author. Some people are concerned that they might have to go for a long period of time without power or electricity. That's why I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. Now, with double the capacity and expandable to run your critical devices even longer. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. So you'll sleep like a baby because it's safe to use inside. People are lining up for these generators.
I know that I can run my refrigerator for about 40 hours before I have to recharge this. This could be a lifesaver for you.
Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Our coverage of the surprise attack on Israel continues now. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the nation about an hour ago, saying the war against the Hamas militant group will take time. Netanyahu has vowed revenge after Hamas launched that surprise attack on Israel earlier today. It comes as Egypt has reached out to Saudi Arabia and Jordan in an effort to get the two sides to stop fighting. For more on the attack by Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists against Israel, let's bring in Tennessee Congressman Mark Green, the chairman for the House Homeland Security Committee. Obviously, Congressman, nobody in Israel saw this coming. Was there any indication that you're aware of from our Pentagon that this kind of an attack was in the works?
No, we didn't have intelligence on this. We would have certainly alerted the Israelis. Our communications with them, and I was actually in, a physician in the Night Stalkers, the asset that supports our Tier 1 forces. So we have a great relationship with these guys, and from my own experience, we would have shared it.
So, in your view, how should the Israelis respond? They say they are going to respond severely.
Yeah, they have no choice, or this will just continue. Weakness is provocation to bad actors, and so they've got to go in and destroy Hamas, and they need to go into wherever Hamas is, both inside their own country, West Bank, but in Gaza, they got to go in and get their people back as best they can and destroy every single Hamas member they find.
But those hostages, those Israeli hostages, some of them military members, some of them civilians, that's going to complicate the effort very much.
There's no doubt about that. This is the hardest thing there is when you're doing a hostage rescue. But the Israelis, we've worked with them. They're very good at this. They know this business as good as anyone. And I mean, it's a job you have to do. You don't let your folks sit there and languish. You have to go and get them. I mean, they need to meet this with a decisive action, period.
Give us your take on the White House outreaches to Iran. Did those in any way embolden Hamas and the Iranians to take this provocative step?
Well, it certainly didn't deter them, and I would submit that it probably did encourage them. It's much like the invasion of Ukraine. I think Vladimir Putin made the decision on our pullout from Afghanistan to invade Ukraine. And so you take these triggers, these indications, the continued negotiations with Iran. Look, Iran has been our enemy since 1979. And the problem is the president and Democrats don't seem to know a good guy from a bad guy. You know, they want to have an open border so we can have the drug cartels making billions of dollars. They want to do a deal with Iran, who supports Hamas and Hezbollah. It destabilizes the Middle East left and right. They want to street violent criminals and go after law enforcement. I mean, they don't know a good guy from a bad guy. And they need to get it figured out quickly because the world is becoming increasingly more unstable. So is our country. Do you think that this invasion by Hamas is going to change some minds at the White House? I certainly hope so. Clearly, the images, and I have friends in the IDF and retired members of the IDF, they've been sending me videos, and you guys can't show these. I understand that. But I know at the White House they're seeing this footage. And what these Hamas people have done, attacking civilians, dragging them out into the streets, executing them, grabbing women and children, and carrying them into Gaza through the tunnels, it's horrific. And it is, it'd be a war crime if they were a military unit, but they're not. They're just blatant terrorist thugs. So I hope it's opened some eyes, and hopefully we'll be resolute. And I would have been a little stronger if I were the president. And I did hear his comment sort of telling Hezbollah, but I would tell Hezbollah, look, if you come into this, Israel's our ally, and we will crush you wherever you are on the planet. I mean, that's the kind of boldness that we need from the president, decisiveness. I appreciated the little subtle way he said it, but I would be more decisive. We need to tell him, we will hunt you down and crush you.
Tennessee Congressman Mark Green of the House Homeland Security Committee, thanks very much. And we'll be right back.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
It's time for a new shower, but you don't want the hassle. You just want it done. Rebath, from start to stunning. Call us or visit rebath.com to schedule your free in-home consultation.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. If you can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night, you can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary, unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
Join the hundreds of thousands of people who've experienced the relief and health benefits from getting a great night's sleep and get Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep helps you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up feeling refreshed.
Yeah, Relaxium has been a miracle for us. Since I've been getting to rest, it's improved our marriage.
I don't even know how we lived for 30 years without it, because now I know this man differently than I knew him before.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I found out about Relaxium, my life changed. It really did.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
I'm telling you, Relaxium is the real deal.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles. Call and get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Call 800-919-6467 or visit tryrelaxium.com. That's 800-919-6467 or visit tryrelaxium.com.
To finally lose 80 pounds and keep it off with Golo is amazing.
I've been maintaining, the weight is gone, and it's never coming back.
With Golo, I've not only kept off the weight, but I'm happier, I'm healthier, and I have a new lease on life.
Golo is the only thing that will let you lose weight and keep it off.
Who loses 138 pounds in 9 months? I did. Golo's a lifestyle change, and you make the change, and it stays off.
Before taking Balance of Nature, every single day after I would get home from work, I would knock out on the couch and have to take a nap. Once I started taking Balance of Nature, I noticed a huge difference. My wife and I want to stay as healthy as we can for our baby. We're both just so happy that we found something that gives us more energy to help us live healthier lifestyle.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
The boys, the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
What did we do before we had Viasat satellite internet? Well,
We borrowed the internet. But that was before Viasat came out with all their new plans.
yep, lots of internet now. Plenty for everyone.
Learn more about our plans at Viasat.com.
Continuing coverage of the war in Israel after Hamas launched a surprise attack early this morning. Israeli officials say at least 250 Israelis are dead, 1,400 injured, and many taken hostage. Dozens of hostages as part of the assault. An Israeli counterstrike killed about 200 Palestinians on the Gaza Strip. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a call to arms to his people earlier today, saying, quote, "We are at war." President Biden also addressed the American people this afternoon, saying the U.S. stands with Israel. Today's stunning attack on the Jewish holiday Simchat Torah coming just hours after the 50th anniversary of the beginning of the Yom Kippur War in 1973. Our Trey Yingst has been covering the war in Israel all day since the attack began early this morning. He's in southern Israel with the latest on the fighting there. Trey, give us your sense of what's going on now.
John, good afternoon. We are getting word that Israeli tanks are headed toward the Gaza border, an indication that Israel may be launching some sort of ground operation in the coming hours or days into Gaza. As you noted, there are dozens of hostages. They've been taken prisoner of war, civilians and soldiers alike. The images that are coming out of the Gaza Strip just gruesome at this hour. And Hamas, the group in control of Gaza, releasing a statement that they are keeping all of the prisoners they've taken in the tunnels underneath Gaza where they store rockets and weapons. So Israel has to be very careful when they launch these counterstrikes that they're not killing their own civilians in the process. We're also told by an Israeli military source tonight that there is a hostage situation ongoing in southern Israel. That source indicating there are still Palestinian militants inside Israel, holed up in a house in the Gaza border area. Without getting too specific into the location and the operational security, this is an indication Israel is still working to clear this area. I do want to show you what the scene was like earlier tonight amid that incoming rocket fire. Right now, a massive barrage of rockets coming off of the Gaza Strip. This is an effort by Hamas and Islamic Jihad to overwhelm Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome. It's just a constant barrage, one after another. You can hear the explosions there. The Iron Dome picking up some of this fire, but not all of it.
Hamas entered our communities. It was the worst nightmare ever. Hearing about people who have been killed from your own community and people who have been kidnapped inside their house, and talking to my parents who live the closest to the border with Gaza, and hearing from my mother that first thing in the morning she hears that they broke the window and started wrecking things inside the house. It's true my dad has a gun, but what can he do in front of 10 people or coming into their homes?
A true nightmare for Israeli civilians, some of whom are still trapped in their communities along the Gaza border. We do know, according to Israeli media, they have updated the death toll to at least 300 in southern Israel, most of them killed in shooting attacks along the border, some by rocket fire. Hamas and Islamic Jihad have fired more than 3,000 rockets into southern and central Israel today. Air raid sirens continuing throughout the night, and we do expect more of that fire this evening and into tomorrow morning. John?
It is appalling to see the number of dead rising so quickly. It had been at 250. That was the last official count we heard, now 300. Trey Yingst, you are doing a terrific job under very difficult circumstances. Trey, thank you. And let's bring in Danny Danon, the former Israeli ambassador to the United Nations and current member of the Israeli Knesset. Do you have any numbers yet as to how many Israelis have been taken hostage in this terrible event?
Unfortunately, John, we don't have a final number, but we are talking about dozens of Israelis, soldiers, and many civilians. We have seen horrific footage of elderly women being dragged into Gaza, families, kids. those barbaric terrorists, that took hostages, civilians from different communities, and they will pay a price for them. We will hunt them down. We will make sure that we will find them and we will kill them, and they will pay the price for what they have done today.
Israel, withdrew from the Gaza Strip back in 2005. This is apparently the kind of reward you get for giving the Palestinians the self-rule that they had always demanded there. Does this likely suggest another occupation is going to begin?
Well, you cannot find reasoning when you deal with a terrorist organization. Exactly like what happened in the US in 9/11. No logic for a vicious, barbaric attack. Same with ISIS, and today we have seen it from Hamas attacking our communities. As you mentioned, John, we moved out of Gaza 18 years ago. You don't have any Jewish communities, not what so-called occupation in Gaza. So we have no intention to rule Gaza, but if we have to go inside Gaza and to hunt those vicious, barbaric terrorists, we will do it. We will use our force. They will feel the might of the IDF in the next few days, and I would advise the people of Gaza, we have no intention to hurt any civilians, but I would advise them not to stay there and to find rescue in other locations and not to be around the head of Hamas, because we are coming after them.
But obviously Hamas is expecting that very thing, and I imagine that there are traps and booby traps that have already been laid for the Israeli incoming forces.
Indeed, we are aware of the tunnels that all the humanitarian support they received from the international community. Instead of building schools or building factories, they actually have tunnels today beneath Gaza. So it will be a challenge operation for our troops, but that's why we have the IDF, to protect our people. And today, when we see those numbers, more than 300 people who were massacred during a Jewish holiday, the Feast of Tabernacles, we will have to use the might of the IDF, and we will find those people in Gaza.
Well, you have America's support on this appalling day for your country. Former Ambassador Danny Danon.
And I want to thank for the people who are praying for us today in the U.S. We are actually very grateful for those prayers.
Thank you, sir. Meanwhile, here at home, New Yorkers are shocked and saddened by the events unfolding in Israel. CB Cotton is live at the Riverdale Jewish Center in the city talking to people there. CB.
John, good afternoon. In the coming days, you're going to see this a lot more in Jewish communities, Jewish neighborhoods, at houses of worship, and increased police presence. And New York City Mayor Eric Adams says while there's no credible threat to the city right now, these increased police patrols are about making sure everyone feels safe. Now, these attacks feel deeply personal for members of the Jewish community because this is typically a joyous holiday season. Today is the Jewish holiday Simchat Torah, which comes on the end of the week-long Jewish holiday Sukkot. Because of this, and today being the Sabbath, many of the Jewish faith aren't comfortable speaking with us on camera about what's going on, but they are upset, angry, and anxious. We spoke to one woman who shared a conversation she had with a Jewish friend this morning. Listen.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I just came out of Key Food, and I said, oh my God, this weather's so terrible. And she said, it's not as terrible as what's going on in Israel. I go, I have to tell you, it's like God's crying. They're being treated so badly.
And New York Governor Kathy Hochul releasing this statement. As the home of the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, New York condemns the abhorrent attacks by Hamas. I stand with the people of Israel. And then this statement was released, one of many statements released by politicians today, but this was released by Democratic U.S. Representative Richie Torres. I unequivocally stand with Israel as it rightly defends itself from Hamas, a terrorist organization that has long sought the destruction of the Jewish state. Now, New York City Mayor Eric Adams released a lengthy statement about what's going on today, calling the Hamas attack unprovoked and cowardly. John.
CB Cotton reporting live from Riverdale. CB, thank you. Let's bring in Jonathan Schanzer now, Senior Vice President for Research at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Jonathan, Israel obviously is a democracy, our most solid friend in the Middle East. How should the United States defend Israel in this circumstance?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and I think that the first thing that needs to happen is unequivocal support. We've seen actually some of this already coming from the Biden administration, from the Secretary of Defense, and from members of Congress. There will inevitably be a debate at the UN as Israel mounts its response to these horrific attacks that we saw today in Israel. That's when Israel will need America's defense, specifically at the Security Council. There's no question about that. There may come a time where the Israelis require some of the weaponry that is stored in Israel, American weapons, to be released in the event that Israel needs to broaden its military operations. We're, of course, watching the Gaza Strip, but we're also keeping an eye on the north in Lebanon, where Hezbollah has been threatening war for months, if not years. So that is a possibility and something that I think the Pentagon and Congress should be prepared for. And then, I think there is also the question of Iron Dome, this miraculous missile defense system that Israel has developed with American assistance. We may see the need from Israel to resupply their Iron Dome supplies, given the fact that we've seen just so many rocket attacks coming out of the Gaza Strip. There have been so many shoot downs. It could be the case that Israel requires more in the days or weeks ahead.
And in terms of military preparedness, I guess I would say. I mean, obviously, the United States is not a direct participant in this conflict. I'm not aware of what the carrier battle group situation is off Iran right now, but would you advocate sending in carriers or maybe a second carrier group, if necessary, just to project American power and show our displeasure with what's going on here?
Well, I think a direct message to Iran in whatever shape or form it might take is probably useful. Certainly, the Israelis don't want to see any activity on the part of American soldiers on the ground. Israel insists that it will defend itself by itself, and that Israel would only require the kind of diplomatic support that it is now accustomed to coming from the United States, and perhaps some of that resupply that I've already just mentioned. But depending on what the intelligence says about Iranian activities around the rest of the region, that is certainly a possibility that the U.S. may need to come in to deter Iran from further unrest and further destabilizing or malign activities around the region.
In your view, has the administration been too accommodating to the Iranians?
I think, look, the $6 billion released recently to Iran, I think, was a horrible sign. We certainly, I think we can celebrate the fact that there were 5 American citizens that were returned home, but we're now looking at what could be a green light, or the perceived green light, on the part of the Iranian regime and its proxies. Remember that Hamas is a proxy of Iran, and they may see that it's open season for taking additional hostages. And here what we see right now is several dozen Israelis being held by an Iranian proxy, perhaps more than 50, according to reports that I've seen.
Jonathan Schanzer, Foundation for Defense of Democracies, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
I suffer with psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. I was on a journey for a really long time to find some relief. Cosentyx works for me.
Cosentyx helps real people get real relief from the symptoms of psoriatic arthritis or psoriasis, serious allergic reactions, severe skin reactions that look like eczema, and an increased risk of infections, some fatal, have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
I move so much better because of Cosentyx.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentyx.
She runs and plays like a puppy again.
His number 2s are perfect. He's a brand new dog, all in less than a year.
When people switch their dog's food from kibble to the farmer's dog, they often say that it feels like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's simply fresh meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of dried pellets. Just food made for the health of dogs, delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what real food can do.
If you're looking for a Medicare supplement insurance plan that's smart now,
I'm 65.
And really smart later,
I'm 70-ish.
Consider an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare. With this type of plan, You'll know upfront about how much your care costs, which makes planning your financial future easier. So call United Healthcare today to learn more about the only plans of their kind with the AARP name, and set yourself and your future self up with an AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Together, lose up to 18 pounds in the first 2 weeks. The Partner Plan is a great value. Partners save 15% more money versus an individual plan. Plus, lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own.
Together, we lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Get food for 2 people shipped free every 2 weeks. Save 15% more money and lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own. Call or go online to get started right now.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
That's what Grandpa used to play.
When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it,
making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-979-0270. That's 1-800-979-0270.
Banks and brokers are paying a fraction of 1% interest to their customers on readily available cash. Interactive Brokers pays USD 4.83% on qualified deposits. As a result, IBKR currently pays over $7 million each and every day to our customers, and this includes weekends too. Do not shortchange yourself. You deserve this interest income, and we deserve to handle your account.
What are you doing?
I gotta hit the bathroom right now.
That enlarged prostate has you going frequently.
Yeah. Day and night.
Ask your urologist about the UroLift system. UroLift is an outpatient procedure that reopens the channel to increase flow. It can help you empty your bladder so you can stay on track. Get fast symptom relief while preserving sexual function with no cutting.
Ask your urologist about UroLift. Most side effects are mild to moderate. Serious bleeding and infection events are rare. Visit urolift.com.
Call 800-250-3200 today.
As we continue our coverage of this new war in Israel, let's go next to Christopher Alexander. He's a former Army information officer and also has fought in the Middle East. Christopher, thanks for being with us. You don't launch a war like this without expecting to gain something. What do you think Hamas or Iran is expecting they can gain from this conflict?
Well, a big part of my training was to sort of think like the adversary. And I can tell you that Arab terrorist organizations really view things differently. They don't want to seize territory. They want to harm people, but they're really thinking about how this plays out in the media, how this plays out diplomatically. So I think what they're doing primarily is they're stymieing the Abraham Accords. You just had Saudi Arabia today essentially condemning Israel for what's happening. And they're also gaining support and likely hoping that Israel makes a mistake in operations in Gaza, and they have this third intifada.
Well, you know, given what's already happened with Israeli citizens being murdered in their homes or dragged out of their homes and used as hostages, one would think that it would be pretty difficult for Israel to come away looking bad for any response that it makes here.
This is something we faced in Iraq and Afghanistan with a public that's not familiar with how difficult operations are. Unfortunately, mistakes happen. There's collateral damage. And every time an innocent person is killed in Gaza because they're being used as a shield by Hamas, and to be clear, I'm in no way empathizing or sympathizing with them, it's going to play out horribly across the Arab world. And that is exactly what Hamas wants. Israel goes to incredible lengths to conduct precision strikes, to ensure that they are disabling command and control and operating primarily within the laws of warfare. But mistakes happen, and that's what Hamas is really hoping for, because they could care less how many innocent Arabs are killed in Gaza.
Yeah.
What they want is bloodshed, and they want to be on the news.
Christopher Alexander with a sobering assessment of the situation there. Christopher, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
We found the right model. Now what would make you feel comfortable with the price?
Well, no one made me feel more comfortable than my kindergarten teacher, Miss Jane.
This one is special. And this one is also special.
What's really special is saying, show me the Carfax value. You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Look for me and stop overpaying. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
Simply Safe's #1 rated home security, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring, is half the cost of traditional brands, so you stay safe for less than $1 a day. Now offering professional installation. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit ownerly.com today.
I was stuck. Unresolved depression symptoms were in my way. I needed more from my antidepressant. Vraylar helped give it a lift.
Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant is clinically proven to help relieve overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke, report unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults, report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, as these may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Stomach and sleep issues, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks.
I didn't have to change my treatment. I just gave it a lift.
Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Israel at war after a deadly Hamas onslaught. What is happening on the ground and how will Israel respond? Mark Levin is live with special insight and coverage tonight.
Here at Legion's Flag Supply, we take pride in providing such a special symbol for our country. All of our flag's materials are sourced in America and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
This stuff is a miracle. It took us 60 prototypes. Wow. When we made this stuff, it grew into the #1 dermatologist recommended sweat brand for all over the body. When people say this is the first thing I've tried that stopped my sweat, that makes my day. We have a sweat quiz that'll customize the products for you based on where you sweat, based on how much you sweat. Free shipping, money back guarantee. There's really no risk to giving it a try. If you had a sweaty face or sweaty underarms or sweaty hands, that's really why we made Carpe.
Avoid expensive treatments, injections, and prescriptions. Your total body sweat solution is available at mycarpe.com.
I love cooking with Analon X. It's just the best. So whenever I'm cooking and I put the oil in the center of the pan, it stays right where I put it.
So one of the things I noticed about these pans is they have this beautiful sear-tech surface. And it just makes the searing way easier compared to my old nonstick pans.
It cooks really evenly, so there's no hot spots. So everything turns out amazing.
Overall, things taste much better.
Shop now and get free shipping at AnalonX.com.
We're continuing to follow the war in Israel, which has already cost at least 300 Israeli lives. Prime Minister Naftali Bennett joined Fox News Live earlier, shortly after he re-enlisted in the Israeli Defense Forces. He discussed potentially joining the military effort against the Hamas militant group.
For security reasons, I can only be of help to the soldiers themselves. Our equivalent, the Shin Bet, forbids me to go out down and fight personally. But what I expect is what I did in the Lebanon War, the first period in Lebanon, and all the wars that I fought. and I'm seeing these soldiers. They are eager to fight back. They are eager to defend their own children. Just a few minutes ago, we had a siren right out here in Tel Aviv. My own family is in a shelter because of these sirens. We're fed up with this. It's time to eradicate Hamas.
After spending time with those IDF fighters today, Bennett says they are all united behind the goal of destroying Hamas. Our special coverage of the war in southern Israel continues right after this.
Fox News Primetime is #1. The right voices at the right time. Laura Ingraham.
Have you had fun? We have.
Jesse Waters.
America has always been about something bigger than just the moment.
Sean Hannity.
We have real scandals to cover, real new news that nobody else will ever cover.
Greg Gutfeld.
Probably should end on that note, huh?
Fox News Primetime. Weeknights on Fox News. America.
With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, know your glucose level and where it's headed. No finger sticks needed. Manage your diabetes with more confidence. Freestyle Libre 2. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
Not flossing well? Then add the whoa of Listerine to your routine. New science shows Listerine is 5 times more effective than floss at reducing plaque above the gum line for a cleaner, healthier mouth. Listerine. Feel the whoa.
My late father-in-law lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had AMD. I didn't know it then, but it can progress to GA, an advanced form of the disease. His struggle with vision loss from AMD made me want to help you see warning signs of GA, like straight lines that seem wavy, blurry or missing visual spots that make it hard to see faces, like this one, or trouble with low light. That makes driving at night a real challenge. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. GA is irreversible. It's important to catch it early. Talk to your eye doctor about GA and learn more at gawon'twait.com.
Power outages are unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life,
posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
With the Generac, it powers our well, our refrigerator, and my CPAP machine, which are all things that we need to survive on a day-to-day basis.
When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane, and Generac's Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
We chose Generac because you see them everywhere. After the hurricane, I looked at my wife and said, thank God we have a Generac. We were safe.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing is available with low monthly payment options. Act now, and you will also receive a free 7-year warranty valued at $735. Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's 8,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
Messy happens. When it does, there's HomeAglow. For just $19, HomeAglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
Parents, is this what your kids are learning about President Trump? There's a reason he's leading the presidential race, and Mike Huckabee wants to show your kids why with the Kids Guide to President Trump. Get it for free at freetrumpguide.com. That's freetrumpguide.com.
to rescue the Constitution.
I tell the story of how Washington was the human embodiment of the document that guarantees our liberty.
From the American Revolution to the creation of our government, Bret Baier details the first president's fight for freedom, Sunday.
Israel at war as Hamas launches a surprise attack on America's closest Middle Eastern ally. Good evening, I'm John Scott. Welcome back to a special 2-hour edition of the Fox Report. Israeli officials say at least 300 people have been killed, 1,500 injured. Hamas also has taken Israeli hostages, including the elderly and young children. An Israeli counterstrike on the Gaza Strip killed some 200 Palestinians. President Biden addressed the Hamas attack earlier this afternoon, condemning the terrorist assault and saying the United States stands with Israel. Trey Yingst is live in southern Israel right now. Trey.
John, good afternoon. Tonight, Israelis are searching for their loved ones. We are hearing so many stories of civilians who have not yet been able to contact their children or their wives or husbands who were in southern Israel when this wide-scale attack began. Early this morning, when Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants came into Israel, they first targeted a music festival near the border and then went into many of these border communities. We do know at this hour, at least one of them still has Palestinian militants inside holding Israeli hostages. A huge problem for Israeli special forces that are trying to negotiate some sort of terms to get these hostages freed. As we do know, dozens of Israeli civilians and soldiers have been taken by these militants into the Gaza Strip. We are getting reports tonight of Israeli tanks headed toward the Gaza border, an indication that there may be some sort of ground operation imminent. And also, Hamas and Islamic Jihad have resumed rocket fire into southern and central Israel. I want you to take a look at what it was like earlier today as civilians were coming out and the rocket fire continued. Right now, a massive barrage of rockets coming off of the Gaza Strip. This is an effort by Hamas and Islamic Jihad to overwhelm Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome. It's just a constant barrage, one after another. You can hear the explosions there. The Iron Dome picking up some of this fire, but not all of it.
Hamas entered our communities. It was the worst nightmare ever. Hearing about people who have been killed from your own community and people who have been kidnapped inside their house, and talking to my parents who live the closest to the border with Gaza, and hearing from my mother that first thing in the morning she hears that they broke the window and started wrecking things inside the house. It's true my dad has a gun, but what can he do in front of 10 people or coming into their homes?
The Israelis say the death toll from this attack has reached more than 300 people, with 1,500 wounded. More than 3,000 rockets fired into southern and central Israel today. Air raid sirens sending millions of people to bomb shelters. John.
Trey, it used to be the Hamas rockets were pretty primitive affairs. They didn't really tend to do much damage unless it was an incredibly lucky strike. Are you getting the impression that these are more sophisticated rockets that they are firing now?
Absolutely. I was inside Gaza in 2014 during Sukkot, a 51-day war that erupted between Israel and militants inside the Strip. And the types of rockets they had during that time were not as advanced as what they have today. And part of that is they've been receiving more funding and instructions from the Iranian regime, giving them the ability to create even long-range rockets that can reach from Gaza to the northern part of Israel. We saw some of that during the conflict that erupted for about 3 days earlier this year. And it's certainly of concern because they have these long-range missiles. They've been able to create them inside the Gaza Strip. They manufacture them there. And the Israelis will have difficulty striking the storage facility for these rockets because Hamas has released a statement saying they are holding the Israeli hostages, the civilians and soldiers that were taken into the Strip earlier today, in those very tunnels where the rockets are stored. John?
Trey Yingst, a lot of difficult decisions ahead for the Israeli leaders and the military. Trey, thank you. For more on this, let's bring in Adam Bowler, the negotiator, of the historic Abraham Accords that normalized relations between Israel and several of its Arab neighbors in this volatile Middle East. So, Adam, how do you, just, top of mind, what is your assessment of this attack by Hamas on Israel today?
I think first and foremost, the American people should understand that this is not border towns that are being attacked. This is central Israel, so that is the equivalent of New York being attacked. And I would liken this a little bit to Israel's 9/11. So you'd reflect on this. This is a big attack. This is men, women, and children being pulled out of cars, taken hostage. So this is a huge deal. So that's first and foremost. The second thing I'd say is this doesn't happen if Iran isn't behind it, pushing it right now, and that's what you're seeing.
So Israel obviously is going to respond at the Gaza Strip. Do you foresee any kind of response directly at Iran?
I don't think Israel will attack Iran directly, but I think Iran's behind this, forcing it. So I think what's going to happen now is Israel's going to respond with the full force of its military might, like it absolutely should. And the United States should stand aligned as this happens over the next days and weeks. This isn't going to be an easy path, but Israel is going to do what it needs to do to defend its own borders. At the same time, we should recognize this may expand out past this. It may expand out to Lebanon because Iran is behind that too. And so I think you'll see a proxy war happening here between Iran, Israel, and countries that are supporting peace versus terrorists.
We mentioned that you were one of the architects of the Abraham Accords that,
are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
This stuff is a miracle. It took us 60 prototypes. Wow. When we made this stuff, it grew into the #1 dermatologist recommended sweat brand for all over the body. When people say this is the first thing I've tried that stopped my sweat, that makes my day. We have a sweat quiz that'll customize the products for you based on where you sweat, based on how much you sweat. Free shipping, money back guarantee. There's really no risk to giving it a try. If you had a sweaty face or sweaty underarms or sweaty hands, that's really why we made Carpe.
Avoid expensive treatments, injections, and prescriptions. Your total body sweat solution is available at mycarpe.com.
People say Analon X is the perfect pan. Tough, triple thickness Italian titanium plasma nonstick surface. Analon X is the only pan that keeps oil in the center. Patented sear tech surface. Analon X sears like cast iron. Ultra thick base stores heat like cast iron for great even sear. There's harmony in these carefully constructed pieces. Analon X, the most advanced, safe, non-stick cookware.
We're continuing to follow the war underway in Israel after a sneak attack this morning. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister spoke with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken after Hamas terrorists, backed by Iran, launched a surprise attack today. Prince Faisal bin Farhan called for an end to the fighting in his discussions with Blinken. The Saudis have been in talks with the White House about potentially establishing diplomatic relations with Israel. Today's attack widely seen as an attempt by Saudi Arabia's regional rival, Iran, to halt any progress in those talks. The Pentagon promises to make sure Israel has everything it needs to defend itself against terror attacks like today's Hamas invasion. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin live at the Pentagon with more on that. Jennifer.
John, senior U.S. administration officials say they had no specific intelligence warning from foreign intelligence agencies about the planned Hamas attack. U.S. national security officials were alerted to the attacks in Israel at 2:30 a.m. and worked through the night. The president spoke with his national security team at 7 a.m., then called King Abdullah of Jordan. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin held a secure phone call with his top U.S. military commanders, including the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General C.Q. Brown, and CENTCOM Commander General Eric Kurilla, who oversees all U.S. forces in the Middle East. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and CIA Director Bill Burns were at the White House with the president today. Jake Sullivan and the rest of the national security team have been calling and coordinating with allies all day, we're told. Director Burns canceled a trip to an intelligence conference to remain in D.C. and enable more intelligence sharing with Israel.
And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering. Let me say this as clearly as I can. This is not a moment for any party hostile to Israel to exploit these attacks to seek advantage. The world is watching.
A direct warning to Hezbollah and others, including Iran, not to take advantage of the situation and begin another front in this war. The attacks took place on the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, the 1970s. Backers has decided to upend what was likely to be an historic agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Middle East watchers whom I've spoken to say the purpose of this attack was to derail any peace deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Hamas claims to have taken dozens of Israeli soldiers and officers hostage, as well as Israeli families with children. Some of those hostages have been taken back to Gaza and reportedly are being held in tunnels used by Hamas to smuggle weapons in and out of Gaza. The IDF says it has retaken control of 2 bases infiltrated by Hamas militants, the Gaza Division base and Kibbutz Re'im. It has also carried out an airstrike on the home of the head of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, near deep talks with the Israelis about what their military needs are right now. After the 2021 Gaza war launched by Hamas, the Biden administration provided a supplemental $1 billion to replenish the Patriot missiles used by the Israelis during that 2021 operation. The U.S. has pre-positioned about $2 billion in weapons in Israel. I'm told the U.S. will likely use some of these pre-positioned weapons to assist Israel. Right now, the U.S. is without an ambassador to Israel. Jack Lew is the president's nominee, but his nomination has been held up in Congress. Senior administration officials say that the lack of a House Speaker could impact the ability to send more U.S. support quickly to Israel. John?
Jennifer, as you well know, earlier this year, when Iran was hassling shipping in and around the Straits of Hormuz, the United States sent in a couple of thousand Marines. They sent in F-35s and other fighter jets, and Iran seemed to back down. Is there talk of, perhaps beefing up our forces in that part of the world?
Right now, I've talked to officials about that, and there's no change to the force posture per se in terms of sending additional troops or ships to the region. The U.S. wants to keep this contained. It's not looking to escalate the violence over there right now. But there are plenty of U.S. troops as well as ships in the region that I'm told most likely will be repositioned. But that falls under U.S. CENTCOM Commander General Kurilla's purview. He will be in close consultation with the Israelis about what they need, and obviously will be protecting U.S. forces and bases accordingly.
And the Israelis have made it clear they feel that they are able to handle this and that they should handle this on their own.
Yes. In fact, I mean, I've been covering this story for probably about 25 years now, and going back to the time that we lived in Israel, one of the biggest incursions that occurred and rocket fire 34-day war in 2006, and there have been multiples for every 2 or 3 years since then. The Israelis want to handle this by themselves. They're not asking for the U.S. to come in and fight these battles. They're perfectly capable. They have a very strong defense forces. What they'll need is they'll need resupply, they'll need ammunition, and they'll need, replacement for Patriot missiles, for instance, as the U.S. and the White House did back in 2021. So those kind of discussions will be taking place. And I imagine there will also be requests for perhaps more surveillance capabilities and intelligence sharing. That's the type of thing the U.S. can provide quite easily.
Jennifer Griffin covering it for us from the Pentagon. Jennifer, thank you. For more on the war in Israel, let's bring in New York Congressman Mike Lawler, who serves on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Jennifer just mentioned, a wrinkle in this whole situation. We have a temporary Speaker of the House. Does the situation with regard to the Speaker's chair being empty, does that potentially slow down any U.S. response here?
Unfortunately, there is a potential for that. Patrick McHenry, who currently serves as Speaker pro tem, it's not clear whether or not he is allowed to be involved in these intelligence briefings that are critical to determining what necessary steps may need to be taken by the U.S. government moving forward. And obviously, any additional aid to Israel would need to be approved by Congress. So it's critically important, obviously, that we get a speaker in place. This never should have happened. This is an example of why you don't move to remove a speaker in the middle of a term without cause, and the chaos that ensues. And anytime there is chaos or questions about stability in the U.S. government, it has tremendous impact around the world. And so this is something that needs to be adjudicated very, very quickly when we get back to Washington on Monday.
So what would you like to see the U.S. posture be? I mean, the United States
money is fungible. And so by giving them more funds to help with quote unquote humanitarian efforts, when they've shown no willingness to be a good actor on the world stage, I think obviously is very troubling. So there is a lot of concerns I have right now. I think the administration needs to work with Congress to make sure that Israel has all the resources that it needs. The Yom Kippur War 50 years ago, Nixon moved to get Israel all of the weaponry it needed to defend itself. I think we need to take that action and need to take it immediately.
I got to ask you very quickly. The White House says that those $6 billion have not actually made it to Iran yet. Your response?
That may be, but when you are releasing sanctioned money, number one, it defeats the purpose of the sanction. Number two, it allows the Iranian government to use other funds and shift them. Money is fungible, and this is the challenge. And I opposed giving $6 billion to Iran for a reason. They are the biggest state sponsor of terror. So the administration can say right now, oh, that money hasn't yet received. But the mere action of allowing those funds to be moved through Qatar to Iran is a problem. And the administration never should have done that.
New York Republican Congressman Mike Lawler, a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. We appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our coverage of the war in Israel continues right after this.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardiance at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardiance works 24/7 in your body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too. Jardiance may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to a sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction, and don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with this will...
Swell the little pill with the big story to tell.
Some things are good to know, like where to find the cheapest gas in town and which supermarket gives you the most bang for your buck. Something else that's good to know? If you have Medicare and Medicaid, you may be able to get more health care benefits through a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan. Call now to see if there's a plan in your area and to see if you qualify. All of these plans include doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. From Humana, a company with over 60 years of experience in the healthcare industry. You'll have lots of doctors and specialists to choose from. And if you have Medicare and Medicaid, a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan can give you other important benefits. All of these plans include coverage for dental, with 2 free cleanings a year, plus fillings and a yearly exam. Vision, including eye exams and a yearly allowance for eyewear. And hearing benefits, including routine hearing exams and coverage for hearing aids, plus an allowance to help pay for essentials like eligible groceries, utilities, and rent, even over-the-counter items. And whatever you don't spend gets carried over to the next month. Best of all, you'll pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long, even the brand name ones. And $0 for routine vaccines, including shingles, at in-network retail pharmacies. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra benefits, including coverage for prescription drugs, plus dental, vision, and hearing, and more. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will walk you through your options. And, if you're eligible, and there's a plan in your area, help you enroll over the phone. Call today, and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Skin craving next level hydration? New Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water Cream. A vital boost of 9 times more hydration to boost your skin's barrier for quenched, dewy skin that's full of life. Neutrogena Hydro Boost.
Continuing coverage of the war in Israel after Hamas launched a surprise attack early this morning. Israeli officials say at least 300 Israelis are dead, 1,500 hurt. Hamas also took dozens of Israelis hostage in cities near the Gaza border. The attack coming on the Jewish holiday Simchat Torah, and just hours after the 50th anniversary of the beginning of the Yom Kippur War on Israel. Israeli counterstrikes have killed around 200 Palestinians on the Gaza Strip. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a call to arms to his people earlier today, saying, quote, "We are at war," and vowing revenge on the invaders. President Biden also addressed the American people this afternoon, saying the U.S. stands with Israel. This stunning turn of events comes on the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War in 1973, a war Israel resoundingly won. Our Trey Yingst has been covering this war since the attacks began early this morning. He is in southern Israel now with the latest on the fighting there. Trey.
John, good afternoon. We start with one piece of good news amid this horrific story. We are learning from an Israeli military source that 11 hostages that were taken by Palestinian militants in a community along the Gaza border were freed just this hour. This is a development that was worked on throughout the day. Negotiators and soldiers trying to free these hostages from the Palestinian militants who had taken over a house in one of the border communities. But it also comes as we are getting some more devastating news for the Israeli people. More than 300 people are dead. According to Israeli officials, that is the latest toll, and 1,500 injured. All of this starting this morning when Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants broke through the border wall and entered southern Israel, firing on communities, taking hostages, and then pulling dozens of Israeli soldiers and civilians back into the Gaza Strip. We do know at this hour Israeli tanks are headed toward the Gaza border, possibly indicating a ground operation in the works by Israel. I do want to show you what the scene was like earlier today when some of the rocket fire took place this evening. Take a look. Right now, a massive barrage of rockets coming off of the Gaza Strip. This is an effort by Hamas and Islamic Jihad to overwhelm Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome. It's just a constant barrage, one after another. You can hear the explosions there. The Iron Dome picking up some of this fire, but not all of it.
Hamas entered our communities. It was the worst nightmare ever. Hearing about people who have been killed from your own community and people who have been kidnapped inside their house, and talking to my parents who live the closest to the border with Gaza, and hearing from my mother that first thing in the morning she hears that they broke the window and started wrecking things inside the house. It's true my dad has a gun, but what can he do in front of 10 people or coming into their homes?
A nightmare. That really describes what today was like for the Israeli population. One of the darkest days in the country's history, and it will be seared into the minds of Israelis for generations to come. At this hour, though, the fight is not over. There are still battles taking place along the border, though Israel has killed or captured many of the Palestinian militants that entered earlier today. we do expect a massive response from the Israeli military. They are likely to strike Gaza from the ground and from the air, already today destroying multiple high-rise buildings inside Gaza, looking to send a message to Hamas that what took place today, this massacre of Israeli civilians, will not go unanswered. John.
Trey, just set the scene for us a little bit. I mean, Israel is a very compact country. People here might be, our viewers might be mystified as to how Hamas can send terrorists across the border into another country and just drag people out of their houses. But these houses are quite close to the border, correct?
Yes, absolutely. It's especially shocking given the fact that Israel has touted the border security with Gaza as some of the most advanced in the world. They built a border wall that included a steel plate that went underneath the ground to prevent tunnels from being dug into Israel. They have monitors and sensors and drones that stay over the Gaza Strip 24/7. So many are baffled here about how this could have taken place. The communities that exist, though, along the Gaza border, most of them are called kibbutz. It's a small location of people, many of them more nationalistic, more religious, people who today on a Saturday would have been marking the Sabbath of Shabbat. And it was a community that was targeted directly because of the proximity to the Gaza border. In the past, these communities have been used to rocket fire and even ongoing mortar attacks multiple times a year. But to have Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants inside their neighborhood and inside their homes is simply unprecedented. Israel has not seen anything like this. This was the worst attack in a single day on Israel since the Yom Kippur War in 1973. And it is really raising a lot of questions about what went wrong here. Clearly a massive intelligence failure by the Israelis, and questions from civilians still tonight about what took Israeli forces so long to get to some of these border communities and free the hostages who were taken by the Palestinian militants. John.
Well, and not all of them have been freed, unfortunately. They are over in Gaza. Trey Yingst, thanks very much for your excellent reporting. President Biden has pledged rock-solid and unwavering support for Israel. Let's bring in General Jack Keane, retired four-star general, Fox News senior strategic analyst, and chairman of the Institute for the Study of War. General Keane, Israel has said that it will destroy Hamas as a result of this terrorist attack. Can they? And if so, how do they do that?
Well, certainly they're going to conduct a full-throated attack against them. Fighters, attack helicopters, and likely go into Gaza itself with ground forces. They're certainly working on detailed plans to do that, and they're very good at intelligence. So I would suspect they've got some pretty good tactical intelligence and attempting to focus that activity. And listen, there's a psychological blow here to Israel, that we haven't really seen in a very long time, probably going back to the surprise attack that we've noted in the '73 war. And it deals with the fact that, the indiscriminate rocket and missile attacks that have been a pattern of behavior by Hamas and Islamic Jihad, the other terrorist organization in Gaza, and then also by Hezbollah particularly in 2006. The Israelis, while they're not numb to that, they're used to it, and they have confidence in their air defense systems. But this attack was focused on the people in their homes, the people still asleep or rising to celebrate the end of a religious holiday. And they struck right in those homes and killed people and took them hostage. That is something that they're not used to at all. You have to go back to 1948 and the War of Independence to find similar activity like that. And they weren't the focus. It was still the military that was the primary focus here. So that is a real issue and pressure, I believe, on Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government, because the nature of this attack is very different for them. Yeah. And then, strategically, when I look at it, I mean, truly what is happening here, the backdrop to this is we were on the cusp, of a Saudi-Israel normalization. A lot of work still to be done, but clearly the leaders really wanted it to take place. And when that happens, usually a lot of the obstacles fall away. And if that happened, it would have been such a paradigm shift in the Middle East, a huge sea change. And certainly Iran knew that, Hamas knows that, Islamic Jihad knows that, Hezbollah knows that. And they took this opportunity to sabotage it, and certainly to delay the eventual normalization. I don't believe it's going to be off the table, because the reason why Mohammed bin Salman is pursuing that, because it's in his vital national interest to do so. And that hasn't gone away. But clearly, this is a strategic issue here, is what they wanted to achieve. And they will achieve it, at least being delayed, maybe significantly, hopefully not too significant delay.
I want to ask you about the hostages. I mean, back in, I think it was 2006, Gilad Shalit, an Israeli corporal, was taken hostage in the same way. Hamas militants came across the border, the terrorists really, captured him, dragged him back into Gaza. He was held for 5 or 6 months, and all of Israel was praying for and hanging on his situation. Eventually, he was released. Now you've got this situation where they've got apparently dozens of hostages. How does that affect the Israeli war planners and their thinking?
Well, it definitely does. I mean, the psychological impact on the nation itself, a soldier being taken is one thing. Families being taken hostage and brought into Gaza, that's quite something else again. And that just adds to the emotional dilemma that they're facing here in dealing with this. They want to conduct military actions to suppress further attacks by Hamas, but at the same time, they don't want to kill the hostages who are in the hands and grips of the militants. The Israelis are very good at working at tactical levels inside enemy territory. They are masters at this. And believe me, they've got an all-out approach to this. And without saying so, the United States is helping them with all the intelligence that we have available, signals intelligence, oversight from platforms, every means of intelligence we have, we're providing to the Israelis to give them, added color in what is taking place here.
Let's hope they can succeed in their response to this invasion. General Jack Keane, it's good to have you on. Thank you.
Yeah, great talking as always, John.
Thanks. More of our breaking coverage of the war in Israel ahead. The Fox Report continues right after this.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
My name is Ruthie, and I love helping people. There's so many people that are down. Sometimes all it takes is a piece of pie to make the sunshine come in their life again. And with the help of Balance of Nature, it's making it more fun and giving me more energy. And I would really like to thank Balance of Nature. These are mine for life.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code FOX News.
For centuries, the world's best pizza has been baked in ovens made of stone. But you can't put one of those on the countertop in your home. Introducing Paisano, the authentic pizza oven by Granite Stone. Now make the world's most delicious pizza with real stone right in your own home. You'll simply set it and let it. Make golden, crispy, extra cheesy stone-baked pies in under 6 minutes. The secret is the dual-controlled heat zones that quickly heat the real ceramic stone up to 800 degrees while melting the cheese and crisping the crust so you can stone-bake just like the pros in under 6 minutes. Look, take any pizza dough, sauce, add your favorite toppings, and you're making gourmet pizza with Paisano. You can even watch the pies rise through the window. Thin or thick, Your pizza comes out crispy and quick. Even stone-baked, better-tasting frozen pies in a fraction of the time. You could even make a s'mores dessert pizza. Plus, there's no gas, wood, or charcoal needed. Paisano is electric, plug-in, and portable. Great for tailgating and RVing. Look, you'd expect to pay over $500 for a professional pizza oven. But during this special TV introduction, you can get your Paisano pizza oven at a price so low you can't say no. Just 4 easy payments of $49.99. And for everyone who orders today, we're going to drop one payment. You get it all for just 3 easy payments of $49.99. Paisano comes with a 10-year warranty, plus these professional pizza peels and the authentic pizza recipe guide. Yours absolutely free. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. For the best pizza in the world, it's Piezano. Paisano. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-715-9080. That's 1-800-715-9080, or order online at buypaisano.com. Call now.
Don't mind me. I'm just the flu. I'm quite harmless, really. And when people ask, but aren't you linked to dangerous flu complications like pneumonia, heart attack, and hospitalizations? I just say, but I'm just the flu.
It's him.
Who? I'm just the flu.
Fight the flu with higher dose flu vaccines from Sanofi. They're proven to provide better flu protection than standard dose flu shots in older adults. They've even been shown to better protect against flu-related complications.
Don't get Fluzone high-dose quadrivalent if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its components, including egg products, or after previous dose of flu vaccine. Don't get Flu Block quadrivalent if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its components. Tell your healthcare professional if you've had severe muscle weakness after a flu shot. People with weakened immune systems may have a lower vaccine response.
Demand more from your flu shot. To get a Sanofi vaccine, make sure to ask for it by name. Schedule your Sanofi flu shot, available at these preferred national pharmacies.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
A Fox News alert, and our coverage of the war in Israel continues now. The deadly surprise attack by Iran-backed Hamas has several airlines canceling flights to Israel. Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion Airport is still open, but some flights en route to the city were diverted as the fighting broke out. 2 flights from Berlin and San Francisco turned back and returned to their original airports. Let's bring in California Congressman Darrell Issa. He is traveling in the Middle East right now and said to be within missile range of today's attacks. He is a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and joins us now by phone. I guess foreign affairs don't get any more real or more terrifying than what you're experiencing right now, Congressman.
Well, you're exactly right. And I don't want to say things like deja vu all over again lightly, but I was here in the region and in Israel in 2006 during the Hezbollah attack. And as we see Sheikh Nasrallah of Hezbollah saying things that certainly appear beyond just sympathy, but rather a real threat that they may come over the border or participate with their rockets in this all-out war that Hamas has launched in an unprovoked manner.
So if obviously Hezbollah is not involved to this point, but if they were to become involved, if they were to start launching missiles, how confident are you that the Israelis would be able to address that and fight on the 2 fronts at once?
Well, the Israeli army has modernized considerably from the 2006, which was certainly a low point in many ways in the ability to deal with Iranian techniques and weapons. But let's just be candid. When you have 5,000 rockets come over, Iron Dome or not, rockets and missiles were landing everywhere, and that's why you have the carnage that you've seen. Reported over 100 dead and obviously over 1,000 wounded, and more still happening. The big thing that I think we see here is the dynamic has changed from 2006 when there was a real threat of an Arab-Israeli war. Today, something very different has happened. This is Iran standing alone in terrorism and in attacks on Israel. the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and His Royal Highness MBS has made it very clear that he wants a comprehensive regional peace for the area, which includes Saudi Arabia. Obviously, the Abraham Accords was a significant move, but there no longer is any will within the Arab world to help the Palestinians in their plight if they're not willing to participate themselves. And this attack, at least as to major factions of the Palestinians, said they're not ready. They're willing to have this kind of an unprovoked attack rather than come to the peace tables.
If Israel were to go back into Gaza and occupy it once again, as they did up until, about 18 years ago, do you think there'd be any pushback in the U.S. Congress?
I don't think so. I think, well, let me rephrase that. There's always a little pushback where we've discovered there's always 6 or 8 people in anything that will be on the other side. But it's very clear that Israel has to do something in the way of Gaza that they thought they were doing some, they weren't doing enough. And the same, by the way, is true for the Egyptians, who have been fighting ISIS factors on the other side for years. President Sisi has been doing a great deal. There's now going to have to be greater efforts on that side of the border, too. The real disappointing thing here is that President Biden has put a lot of his energy into believing that engagement with Iran was going to lead to regional peace and an abandonment of Iran's behavior. That $6 billion recently delivered appears to have not only done no good, but perhaps really has created an environment in which Iran feels that they can do whatever they want to do, including give the green light to Hamas, which Hamas would do nothing without that green light from Iran.
Congressman Darrell Issa, Republican of California, we appreciate your insights. Stay safe there in the Middle East.
Will do. Thank you.
We'll be right back.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles.
The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit ownerly.com today.
Doctors are like you. Too much fast food, not enough exercise. And we don't have time for 5 servings of fruit and vegetables a day. That's why I take Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable supports my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for energy and weight loss. And at your next checkup, Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back.
Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Money back terms and conditions apply.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just 1 day with a new limited time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just 1 day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
Israel mobilized. After devastating Hamas attacks, we're breaking down the situation on the ground. First at 9, special 2-hour coverage on One Nation. Then at 11, Fox News Live, tonight.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
I love cooking with Analon X. It's just the best.
So whenever I'm cooking and I put the oil in the center of the pan, it stays right where I put it.
So one of the things I noticed about these pans is they have this beautiful sear-tech surface. And it just makes the searing way easier compared to my old nonstick pans.
It cooks really evenly, so there's no hot spots, so everything turns out amazing.
Overall, things taste much better.
Shop now and get free shipping at enronx.com.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements. Tailor custom jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
My reason why is the before work hustle and after school home, a section of my block, a corner to call my own. Here, I stand strong. It's a million faces in a mirror and everyone belongs. Join today and find your why for a better us.
Continuing coverage now, the war in Israel. UNICEF now calling for hostilities between Israel and Iran-backed Hamas to end. The United Nations Child Advocacy Group making the call after Hamas' surprise attack today. It says previous violence between the two sides has killed nearly 300 children over the last 3 years. Some children reportedly among those Hamas took hostage today in cities near the Gaza border. Meanwhile, the Pentagon says it will give Israel whatever it needs to fight terrorism. Let's bring in Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, you were in Israel, if memory serves, when they left the Gaza Strip about 18 years ago or so. This is apparently the thanks they get.
Well, in fact, John, I was reporting inside the homes of Jewish settlers who lived in the Gaza Strip as Israeli troops pulled them out of their homes and they dismantled those settlements. That was, as you mentioned, 18 years ago. The hope at the time from Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, who was by no means a dove when it came to the Palestinians, was to pull back, create a firm border with the Gaza Strip, and protect Israel. But what we've seen over those last 18 years or so is the buildup of rockets that fly further and further, more and more rockets financed by Iran. Hamas has been bringing them in through tunnels from Egypt and also by sea. And that is why we're in the situation we're in today. Israel got used to the Iron Dome defending their population, but today there was fighting in 22 cities as these thousands of rockets, more than 3,000 rockets, overwhelmed the Iron Dome system. And that's why we see the images that we're seeing right now. John?
So Israel is promising to go in and dismantle Hamas. It sounds like there is a long and bloody conflict ahead in all likelihood.
A long and bloody conflict ahead, but let's look back at going back to 2002 and the relationship between Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah. If you go back to 2002, we broke a story when I was based in Israel on a shipment of 50 tons of weapons that were sent from Iran and intersected by the Israeli Navy in the Red Sea. This was $100 million of weapons that were en route to Gaza sent from Iran. So this pipeline of weapons, I interviewed the captain of that ship, Omar Akawi, from prison after he was captured by the Israelis. But this pipeline from Iran to Hamas to the Gaza Strip has been going on for many, many years, John.
And the Gaza Strip full of weapons to be used against Israel now. Jennifer Griffin, our chief Pentagon correspondent. Jennifer, thank you. That is how Fox reports on this Saturday, the 7th of October, 2023, and October 7th that will go down in history, and a day the people of Israel will never forget. They consider it their 9/11, and it's really just beginning. I'm John Scott. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you later this evening and tomorrow.
Messy happens. When it does, there's HomeAglow. For just $19, HomeAglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
Pop quiz.
Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Verizon Small Business Days are coming from October 16th to the 22nd. Now is the time to partner with our experts. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
An unthinkable genocide took the lives of 6 million Jews, and thousands of Jewish survivors are still suffering in poverty today. God calls on people who believe in Him to act on His word. Comfort ye, comfort my people. These elderly Jews are weak and they're sick. They're living on $2 a day, which is impossible.
They don't have enough money to buy food. It is a miserable situation and they have nowhere else to turn but to us for help.
This now is how God's children are living. Take this time to send a survival food box to these forgotten Jews.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews urgently need your gift of $25 now to help provide one survival food box with all of the essentials they critically need for their diet for 1 month.
No vitamins and no protein, so my legs and hands are very weak. Let's make sure that we bring them just a little bit of hope by bringing them a little bit of food.
Become a part of the fellowship today by reaching out to bless these precious people of God. For just $25, you can help supply the essential foods they desperately need for 1 month.
Your support will provide them with a box overflowing with nourishing food and the knowledge that faithful Christians around the world care about them.
God tells us to take care of them, to feed the hungry. And I pray Holocaust survivors will be given the basic needs that they so desperately pray for to survive.
Hello, everybody. I'm Pete Hegseth, along with Lisa Booth, Griff Jenkins, and Lauren Simonetti, and welcome to the Big Weekend Show. The big story tonight. Fox News alert, at least 250, and we're hearing reports of even more, Israelis are dead and more than 1,500 wounded after the terrorist group Hamas launched an unprecedented air, ground, and even sea assault on Israeli soil. Israel responded with a large-scale counteroffensive on militants in Gaza City, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declaring war, telling his people they will fight to win.
Citizens of Israel, we are at war, not in an operation or in rounds, but at war. This morning, Hamas launched a murderous surprise attack against the state of Israel and its citizens. In the meantime, I call on the citizens of Israel to strictly adhere to the directives of the IDF and Home Front Command. We are at war, and we will win it.
Joe Biden is vowing to stand by and support Israel, stating that our ally has a right to defend itself.
I spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning. I told him the United States stands with the people of Israel in the face of these terrorist assaults. Israel has the right to defend itself and its people, full stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks. And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering.
Let's go right to Trey Yanks, who's live on the ground in southern Israel with the latest. Trey.
Good evening. We are learning more tonight about the Israeli reaction and the military preparations for what comes next following this massive attack that, according to Israeli media, left more than 300 people dead, both soldiers and civilians, along with dozens kidnapped and taken hostage into the Gaza Strip. Right now, there are civilians in Gaza reporting that they've received a text message from the Israeli military telling them to evacuate a town in the northeastern part of Gaza. We've seen airstrikes tonight, the Israelis targeting different buildings and Hamas positions with fighter jets and attack helicopters, though the text message is indicative of what might be to come, along with video released online showing Israeli tanks headed toward the Gaza border, while there is still fighting in some border communities between Palestinian militants and the Israeli military. The next stage of this operation for Israel will be the response. And so we can expect that response in the coming hours or days. Of note here, though, Palestinian factions continue rocket fire into southern and central Israel. I want to show you what it looked like earlier this evening. Right now, a massive barrage of rockets coming off of the Gaza Strip. This is an effort by Hamas and Islamic Jihad to overwhelm Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome. It's just a constant barrage, one after another. You can hear the explosions there. The Iron Dome picking up some of this fire, but not all of it.
Hamas entered our communities. It was the worst nightmare ever. Hearing about people who have been killed from your own community and people who have been kidnapped inside their house, and talking to my parents who live the closest to the border with Gaza, and hearing from my mother that first thing in the morning she hears that they broke the window and started wrecking things inside the house. It's true my dad has a gun, but what can he do in front of 10 people or coming into their homes?
A nightmare accurately describes how most Israelis are feeling at this hour. There are people missing, they're searching for their loved ones. And when you look at Israeli media, you just see story after story of horror. One man describing how he was on the phone with his wife and 2 young daughters, and the line dropped, and ultimately he tried to track the phone, and it pinged to Khan Yunis, the second largest city inside Gaza, before video was released of his family kidnapped by Palestinian militants. Nightmare scenario for Israel, for the military, for the civilian population here. And we are told the Israeli response has not truly begun. This will be days and days of fighting. And again, it is a difficult operation for Israel because Hamas, the group in control of Gaza, says they have taken the Israeli hostages, now prisoners of war, into the tunnels beneath Gaza where they store their rockets and their weapons and their fighters. And so traditionally Israel would strike these positions, but now they'll have to be very careful about doing that because there are Israeli soldiers and civilians alive and kept in captivity underground in Gaza. Back to you.
Trey, a nightmare indeed. And we're going to go to the maps in a moment. But before we do, how many of those cities in southern Israel are still contested, meaning there are Hamas fighters still in control or battling Israeli forces down in the south?
Earlier this evening, the Army told us about 4 hours ago there were 22 locations along the Israel-Gaza border that saw active fighting between Palestinian militants and Israeli soldiers. The number that we were given about hostages was 2 locations. We do know at least one location, Israeli forces were able to free 11 people. So one piece of good news amid this horrific story. But there are still indications that Palestinian militants are in a portion of southern Israel, and the Israeli forces are working on the ground at this hour to ensure that every area is clear so they can start the next phase of their operation. In the distance, there are some loud thuds. Israeli airstrikes are taking place right now in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. Could be linked to that text message sent to civilians. They're trying to warn people to get out of the way and evacuate wherever they can because there is a heavy response on its way.
Trey, Lisa here. Just devastating, the images that we're seeing and the videos going around. This is being referred to as Israel's 9/11. Take us through the level of coordination involved with these terrorist attacks.
The coordination here was extensive, widespread, and may have had outside help from an actor like Iran. They were attacking Israel not only from the ground and from the air using paragliders, but also from the sea. The Israeli Navy tells us that they fired on multiple buoys and boats that Palestinians were on in the Mediterranean Sea, trying to ultimately infiltrate into Israel. So it shows you how much coordination went into this attack. They hit comm systems in the area. They targeted tanks and other military vehicles using drones and dropping explosives from those drones. This was a widespread coordinated attack and clearly took weeks, if not months, of planning. Back to you.
Trey, Lauren Simonetti here. My question is, why now? I mean, it happened earlier in the morning when many Israelis were home and they were sleeping. They were with their families. It was on a holiday, their day of rest, the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War. Why now?
It's a great question, and we don't know exactly, but this attack came as most of the communities along the border were marking Shabbat, a day that people stay home. And unfortunately, they were slaughtered in their homes this morning. Back to you.
Trey, it's Griff. Just wanted to ask one last question, and that is, have we learned any more about concerns that this could expand to Hezbollah getting involved, which would then put Israeli Defense Forces on the northern border of Israel with Lebanon?
Yeah, we've seen multiple reports today of UN peacekeepers retreating from their positions along the border, indicating they could fear a Hezbollah border attack. The Israeli military also confirming reports that we saw earlier that Hezbollah militants came up to the border with Israel and were fired upon. So the big fear here is that this could be a multi-front conflict, something that turns into a massive situation and war for Israel. Back to you.
Trey, great reporting as always. Stay safe. Thank you for staying up with us.
All right, Griff, I'll take it from here over here on the maps, as I mentioned to Trey. And Griff, your question is a key one, because while it started here in the Gaza Strip, what a lot of these Hamas militants are hoping is that Hezbollah, known as the Army of God here out of Lebanon, would join in on this and become a multi-pronged attack. So the Gaza Strip is where it all emanated from. You've got Hezbollah in the north, and then, of course, the West Bank, where Islamic Jihad and Hamas have a foothold as well. This was Israeli territory for many decades, until 2005, when a land for peace deal was reached and it went into the Palestinian Authority hands. Hamas quickly took over in 2007 and has effectively become a terrorist staging area to launch attacks against Israel. Let's zoom into the southern part of Israel, if we can, just to give a little bit of context about what Trey's talking about. It's a small sliver of land, the Gaza Strip, but 2 million people live in this very small strip. Again, all aspects of it controlled by Hamas at this point. These red locations are indications early on by the IDF of where rockets struck. You've got Ascalon here and Sderot. Sderot's within, you can see the border from there. I've been there multiple times. They're used to rocket attacks. You know who's not used to it? Jerusalem. Jerusalem usually not in range of the Hamas militants, but their technology, with the help of Iran, has improved greatly. Even Tel Aviv, up on the coast, targeted tonight, sirens going off there as well. 22 locations in the south of Israel, as Trey mentioned, are contested with hostage situations or fighting to take that ground back. 2 right now we know of ongoing. Trey mentioned them. One in Be'eri, which is about 2 miles from the Gaza Strip. And then this struck me, guys, a town called Ofakim, 15 miles from the Gaza Strip. So we think, hey, was this a 200-meter, 1-mile incursion into Israel? 15 miles means Hamas mobilized, used, we saw vehicles, we saw motorcycles moving in that direction. There was also a naval attempt at a kibbutz in Zakim at the north of the Gaza Strip. So, guys, unbelievable, not unbelievable, but a remarkable set of coordination that went into this. This is not a couple of weeks of planning, launch some rockets and see what happens. Right. This is sophisticated equipment across multiple avenues of approach with Israel completely caught off.
I think my very quick question before we run out of time on this segment, Pete, is as a war commander that has planned, situations like they would have been planning for weeks or months, if you had a multi-front ground assault, an infiltration on 20-plus sites, that doesn't happen overnight.
No, it's the 50-year anniversary of Yom Kippur. It was a holy day, as you said, so a lot of families were at rest. The military completely off guard, and when you cover yourself with air support, you create the confusion that allows for ground forces to enter, including dismantling a fence.
Well, and you've got Iran, which is the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, which is also a sponsor of terrorism with Hamas. Yet this administration has coddled Iran. So be interesting to learn more about.
Absolutely right. And we'll get to that for sure. Yep. All right. Next, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle vowing to help Israel in its fight against Hamas. Hamas backed by Iran. Kansas Senator Roger Marshall is up next to react.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess. I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just 1 day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
That's what Grandpa used to play.
When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it.
Making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-979-0270. That's 1-800-979-0270.
Israel at war after a deadly Hamas onslaught. What is happening on the ground and how will Israel respond? Mark Levin is live with special insight and coverage tonight.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? Hey, it's Cade Courtley, former Navy SEAL platoon commander, TV host, and best-selling author. Some people are concerned that they might have to go for a long period of time without power or electricity. That's why I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. Now, with double the capacity and expandable to run your critical devices even longer. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. So you'll sleep like a baby because it's safe to use inside. People are lining up for these generators.
I know that I can run my refrigerator for about 40 hours before I have to recharge this. This could be a lifesaver for you.
Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Messy happens. When it does, there's HomeAglow. For just $19, HomeAglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
Back with a Fox News alert. Hamas militants launching an unprecedented air, ground, and sea assault on Israeli soil. At least 250 Israelis are dead and 1,500 wounded. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are vowing to provide Israel with aid and assistance in their fight. Kansas Senator and former military officer for the Army Reserve, Roger Marshall, joins us now to react. You know, Senator, we see this bipartisan support for aid to support Israel. But there's this growing faction on the left between, Bernie Sanders in the Senate to Rashida Tlaib in the House, who are anti-Israel. So how does that complicate dynamics on Capitol Hill moving forward?
Well, look, the supermajority of people in Congress support Israel. For many of us, it's a personal, spiritual issue with us, but I think most every member of Congress realizes how important Israel is to our national security, that they've been a staunch ally to America for decades now, that they are the eyes and ears for America in one of the most troubled places in the world. So on a bipartisan basis for a decade now, we've been giving Israel about $4 billion, $3.8 billion to be exact, to help them defend their nation. So you'll see us circle the wagons here and support Israel. And most importantly, we believe that Israel has every right to defend their own nation, to defend their sovereignty.
Senator, I guess the question and the difference between administrations is how much leeway does Congress give? How much leeway does an administration give? You're going to have probably different leeway between a President Obama and a President Trump and a President Biden. Do you think Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israelis will have enough time? They've declared war to do the extensive military operations they need and get the backing of Washington to do so.
Yeah, well, it certainly was very disappointing to see Joe Biden come out of the gate and ask everyone to be calm and don't retaliate, when again Israel has every right to defend their nation and their sovereignty. What I'm more concerned about is, will Joe Biden quit supporting Iran, that they are the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, that this particular attack, that this war was started with Iran dollars as well as Iran scheming as well. So that's my big concern. Will Joe Biden turn down the volume and the support by Iran, who's actually supporting Hamas?
Yeah. Senator Marshall, I know you're over in the Senate, but over in the House, they're essentially, or not essentially, they are paralyzed. They have an interim speaker in McHenry, but he can't bring a bill to the floor, I don't believe, and I don't believe he can get a briefing either. How does that impact the situation as we deal with this going on in Israel?
Well, look, many of us were on a briefing this afternoon with some of our friends from Israel. A pro-Israel association gave us a good inside briefing from people on the ground, people that we've had a personal relationship with. I've been over to Israel multiple times. I've been on the Gaza Strip at these kibbutz and seeing actually what's going on as well. So we're going to continue those connections. I have faith in Patrick McHenry, who's the, I guess, the speaker pro temp, so to speak, that if we need to do something on an emergent basis, we will. But fortunately, again, this long-term relationship with Israel, we're working right now to make sure they have the intelligence that they need, and we've already actually helped them with their weaponry as well, with their Iron Dome. So I think Israel's in pretty good shape for the short term, and we'll sort it out. Whatever we need to do, we'll do it.
Well, and I appreciate that optimism, Senator, but I interviewed former Speaker Kevin McCarthy earlier today. Here's a little bit of what he said as to Lauren's question. Listen here.
The Speaker is part of the gang of the 8 that takes action to be able to have the briefings. Why would you ever remove a Speaker during a term to raise doubt around the world?
And so Speaker McCarthy, former Speaker McCarthy, says that bills can't go to the floor. So the legislative branch is, as Lauren said, essentially paralyzed. And yet also, where are we with confirming a sitting U.S. ambassador to Israel? Have we in Washington really lost sight of how important we needed to firm this relationship? And now maybe the legislative branch can't do much about it if they need to?
Well, look, we all know that the White House has turned their back on Israel, that they support Iran. Those are what the actions are. Again, don't listen to what Joe Biden says. Watch what he does. He turned his back on Israel. He supports Iran as well. Over and over again, we see those actions happening. All I can tell you is that there is large bipartisan support. I still think that as a Speaker pro temp, that Patrick McHenry can do what we need to get done. And the executive branch has a certain amount of authority as well. We're going to be there for Israel, whatever it takes.
Well, and Senator, you talk about this administration and their support for Iran. I mean, we look at that money that they just unfroze, $6 billion. So why is this administration, and mind you, he announced that on 9/11, and then that money likely went to this 9/11 style attack in Israel. But why is this administration funding terrorists?
Well, you should ask them. Barack Obama himself said, whatever Joe Biden is doing on the foreign relations front for national security, you should basically do the opposite. I'm kind of paraphrasing there because this is a G-rated TV show here. But I think that you have to ask Joe Biden. Whatever he does turns out to be wrong. We saw it with the debacle in Afghanistan. We're seeing Ukraine crumble apart as well right now. And here we are. The reason that Hamas feels comfortable doing this is because they don't respect Joe Biden. Nobody respects him. He's a gutless wonder. Nobody respects him. And that's why these terrorist groups are reigning free right now.
Senator Marshall, thanks for joining us. Yeah, we've got war now in Europe and then now the Middle East as well under this administration. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time. Coming up, steadfast in their support, 2024 GOP candidates are standing by Israel in their fight against Hamas. Their reactions on the campaign trail, that's next. Stay with us.
Attention everyone on Medicare. If you have Medicare, this important message is for you. As you get older, quality primary care is critically important to your health. There is now high-quality, complete health care available right in your neighborhood that specializes in top-quality care for older adults on Medicare at no extra cost to you. Don't wait until a new health problem gets serious and you end up in the hospital. They are accepting new patients right now. With longer appointments, the doctors take the time to get to know you, understand your personal health issues, and answer all your health questions. Plus, there's same-day appointments, on-site lab work, and a 24/7 live patient support line so you can get help from a real person whenever you need it. And if you're on Medicare, there's no extra cost for you. That's right, high-quality, complete health care at no extra cost to you. Just call 800-996-6103 right now.
I get there and I'm thinking, typical doctor's office. I'm going to be here 20 or 30 minutes before I even get to see the doctor. Then less than 5 minutes later, this doctor comes out to get me and says, I hope you didn't have to wait too long. And that blew my mind.
If I hadn't called and set that appointment, I don't know what my health would be like today. They got out in front of it and kept me out of the hospital. I can tell you that.
I walked out of there when my visit was over, and I thought, what took somebody so long to come up with this kind of health care for seniors?
If you're on Medicare, call 800-996-6103 and get high-quality, complete health care right in your neighborhood with same-day appointments, on-site lab work, and a 24/7 live patient support line. This outstanding care for older adults on Medicare is available at Oak Street Health, and they are accepting new patients now. Call 800-996-6103 now. It's fast and easy. You don't have to worry about your medical records or insurance paperwork. They do all the work for you. And if you're on Medicare, there's no extra cost for you. Don't wait. Call now. 800-996-6103. 800-996-6103.
Stay tuned to get this 5-piece ultra non-stick bakeware set free from Granite Stone. Are you tired of pots that burn, lids that don't fit, and pans that stick? You know you need a new set, but the prices are so high it makes you sick. Well, get ready for a kitchen full of the most durable ultra non-stick cookware at the most affordable price anywhere. Introducing Granite Stone Blue, the fast, easy way to cook gourmet family meals every day. Each piece of Granite Stone cookware is pressed from a solid aluminum disc for even heat conduction and coated 3 times with our durable ultra non-stick Granite Stone Blue finish. Granite Stone Blue is oven rated up to 500 degrees for outstanding roasting and come with vented tempered glass lids to prevent boilover. Plus, all Granite Stone cookware is 100% dishwasher and metal utensil safe. Look, you'd expect to pay up to $500 for a professional quality cookware set. But during this special TV introduction, you can get the Granite Stone Blue 12-piece set, not for $500, $400, or even $300, but for the factory direct price of just 5 easy payments of $49.95. And for everyone who orders today, we're going to drop 1 payment. You get it all for just 4 easy payments of $49.95. Granite Stone cookware is so durable, it comes with a 10-year warranty. As a bonus, we'll include our self-draining fry basket, stainless steel steamer insert, and the steamer rack, a $50 value, absolutely free. And there's even more. As a special gift, you'll get our 5-piece Granite Stone Blue bakeware set, the fast, easy, ultra non-stick way to bake up your favorite desserts. No grease or oil needed. Together, they're a $110 value, yours free. That's an incredible 20-piece Granite Stone Blue set, all for just 4 easy payments of $49.95. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-236-4580. That's 1-800-236-4580 or order online at granitestoneblue.com.
Welcome back to the Big Weekend Show. President Biden condemning the attacks by Hamas militants. Biden spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier and reassured him of the full support from the United States.
Today, the people of Israel are under attack, orchestrated by a terrorist organization, Hamas. In this moment of tragedy, I want to say to them and to the world and to terrorists everywhere that the United States stands with Israel. We will not ever fail to have their back. We'll make sure that they have the help their citizens need and they can continue to defend themselves.
President Biden sitting alongside Secretary Blinken. Let's go right to Lucas Tomlinson live from the White House. Lucas, what's the latest there?
Well, Griff, President Biden went on in those remarks this afternoon here at the White House to issue the following warning to any country or terrorist group trying to join in the fight.
Let me say this as clearly as I can. This is not a moment for any party hostile to Israel to exploit these attacks to seek advantage. The world is watching. Let there be no mistake. The United States stands with the state of Israel.
Now, Bret Baier recently interviewed Saudi Arabia's crown prince, the de facto ruler of the country. He asked him how close Saudi was to recognizing Israel and establishing full diplomatic relations for the first time in history. Then, just a few days later, he asked Israel's prime minister the same question.
So you think, if you were to characterize it, are you close?
Every day we get closer. It seems it's for the first time a real one, serious. We're going to see how it goes.
You know, we just got back from Riyadh. I know you heard those words from the Saudi Crown Prince. What was your response?
Well, I was delighted to hear what he had to say, and to borrow a phrase, I think we're getting closer to peace every day that passes.
Now, Senator Tom Cotton says crushing this potential peace agreement is exactly why Hamas launched those devastating attacks today. Here's Cotton in a statement saying, quote, This war is a transparent attempt by Iran to derail the peace talks between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The United States should provide Israel the military and diplomatic support it needs to destroy Hamas. And the Biden administration should cease all engagement with Iran. And here's Israel's former Prime Minister just earlier.
We're fed up with this hypocrisy. It's time for Israel to fight back. It's time for Israel to destroy Hamas.
And earlier, former Defense Secretary Mark Esper called Hamas's large attack on Israel today an intelligence failure. Griff?
Lucas Thompson, live from the North Lawn of the White House. Lucas, thank you very much. Hey guys, so it's not just President Biden and others speaking out. We're hearing from the candidates that want his job on the Republican side. Ron DeSantis earlier today expressing his support for Israel. Listen.
First, just let me say, as Americans this morning, we all stand with the state of Israel, who is undergoing a terrorist attacks by Hamas, by Iranian-backed militants. They not only have a right to defend themselves, they have a responsibility to defend themselves with overwhelming force. We will stand by them when they do.
Let's go around the table. Lisa, clearly we're going to hear from all of the candidates, essentially. An important moment on the campaign trail for them to stand up to show if they were the leader at the moment, they could handle it.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of solidarity now in support of Israel, as we should. But I do worry about, as these dynamics play out, not from the right, but from the left, what that support's going to continue to look like. Biden says that they have his unwavering support, but this is also a guy who wanted to re-engage on the nuclear deal with Iran and then also just unfroze $6 billion to Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, also a funder of terrorism with Hamas, who just executed these coordinated attacks. So that doesn't really add up, right, for him to say that, but then to be funding Iran. And then you look at clips from MSNBC today, in people seemingly running interference for these terrorists and this attack and going after Israel. So the longer this goes on, what does that support look like from the left and from Joe Biden? I don't know.
Lauren, in the most recent candidate debate on FBN, Israel and the Middle East was not front and center. That may change now. These candidates are going to have a more responsible
approach to how they look at a policy? Because clearly their critique will be that the policy currently at the White House isn't working.
The focus for voters has been the economy, a disaster, the border, a disaster, and now foreign policy. When America is weak on the world stage, Afghanistan, we have the situation with Russia and Ukraine, and now this, foreign policy and the way we handle the issues around the world, our stance in it, I think that becomes a major voter issue. And so far, we've heard from the President of the United States, and he's condemned what's happened in Israel. We stand by Israel. But when Israel, because this is their 9/11 moment, when they respond with violence, is he going to condemn that? How does he address the violence that Israel will put back on Hamas?
It's a great point. And Pete, I noticed you got to listen to the actual language. Now, in Joe Biden's address to the nation, he said that Israel has a right to defend itself, full stop, he said. So he checked that box. DeSantis took the rhetoric one step further, saying not only a right, but a responsibility. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not worried about how the Republicans would respond to this. I mean, how many wars were started under Donald Trump's watch? Not Ukraine, not this. This is how many the White House is staffed by pro-Palestinian millennials. It is, whose reflex is to tweet both sidesism. You know, hey, both sides are responsible. That's their reflex. In fact, the Palestinian branch of the State Department in Israel tweeted something just like that right away and then deleted it. That's their instinct inside the DNA of the modern Democrat. Blame both sides. Calm down, everybody. I watched Palestinian, it weren't just terrorists, this is an army, go in and pull grandmas out and murder women and children. And what Israel's about to do is bring hell down on Hamas if they do it right. I mean real war, not like TV war. Real war, stacking bodies, dead people. Because Bibi Netanyahu's not going to mess around here. What happens when that happens? Will the pro-Palestinian millennials stay off their Twitter keep? I don't think they're going to be able to resist, let alone the squad. So it's going to take real fortitude to actually stand behind Israel.
A new issue for the candidates.
And does Biden have that? You know?
Pete is fired up. I love it. Coming up, we got more. Hamas's attack on Israel threatens stability in the Middle East. Former Deputy National Security Advisor Katie McFarland will give us her perspective on the geopolitical implications. That's coming up. Stick with us.
What does human talent look like?
Just go on Fiverr. See for yourself.
Imagine working with them.
Yeah, imagine that.
I never had so many compliments about the way my skin looks.
The secret is BioSil's patented CHOSA formula that generates and protects your own collagen for glowing skin, thicker hair, strong, smooth nails, and healthy joints. Try BioSil's advanced collagen generator today.
5 billion people lack access to safe surgery. Thousands of children are suffering and dying from treatable causes. For 40 years, Mercy Ships has deployed floating hospitals to provide the free surgeries these children need. Join us. Together, we can give children the hope and healing they never thought possible. It's a mission powered by love, made possible by you. Give today.
Hey, Emma.
We need a mattress, right?
Yeah?
I've been doing a little research.
Little?
The Sofa Classic has 2 layers of springs that contour to your body.
Nice, but...
It has a 3-inch Euro pillow top, Dan. And it's half the price of retail.
But I just wanted to know about dinner.
Look at this premium quality. And it's half the price of retail stores.
Hi, my name is Peg. I'm a wife, mother, and grandmother. Family is so important to me, and I want to stay healthy so that I can continue to do the things that I enjoy doing with all of them. I would recommend Balance of Nature. It's so easy to do every day. I feel great, and who doesn't want to feel great?
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours.
They're here.
Hey, I knew you were coming, so I WeatherTech the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now.
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Do you take vitamins? A study found little evidence they help, but people who eat 5 servings of fruit and vegetables a day are healthier. That's why I take Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable supports my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for energy and weight loss. And at your next checkup, Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back.
Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Money back terms and conditions apply.
What if there was a hearing aid that could keep up with you? This is Jabra Enhanced Select. It's a smart hearing solution that makes hearing aids more convenient and less expensive. It connects with your phone so you can stream calls and music. With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't have to start in a doctor's office. It starts with a free online hearing test you could take almost anywhere. So you can get your hearing aids custom programmed for you and delivered in days. From there, you can fine-tune your settings with your remote audiology team 7 days a week, so your hearing aids work when it matters most. In fact, more than 95% of Enhanced Select premium customers report hearing better with their friends, family, and colleagues. With Jabra Enhanced Select, you can get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional care you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. Try it risk-free for 100 days. Visit JabraEnhanced.com.
Welcome back to the Big Weekend Show. The finger-pointing begins after Iran-backed Hamas terrorists launched thousands of rockets into Israel Saturday morning. Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Qatar all justifying the brutality, blaming Israel for these unprecedented attacks. And former President Trump reacting as well. Watch.
The Israeli attack was made because we are perceived as being weak and ineffective and with a really weak leader. Isn't that a shame what's happening all over the world? Things are not what they were just 3 years ago.
Bring in former Deputy National Security Advisor KT McFarland. KT, Iran saw a window of opportunity, didn't they?
Absolutely. Iran is looking at this. How do they flip the script in the Middle East? Because the current script in the Middle East is Israel is making peace with all the Arab countries. Yeah. The Abraham Accords negotiated by President Trump, the looming Saudi-Israeli peace agreement. Iran wants to isolate Israel, and they want to flip the script and have all the Arab nations and all the Muslim nations of the world unite against Israel. So that's why they did it now. They've been planning it for a long time. This kind of operation was very well executed. There are a lot of missile supplies. They've been building that up for a long time. But this is when they lit the fuse.
KT, Lisa Booth here. We know that Hamas leaders are also in Qatar. So how broad does this thing get?
Well, I think that's why President Biden came out this afternoon and warned other terrorists in the region, don't get involved with this. And it was a veiled threat to Hezbollah coming from the north or to any of the Palestinian groups, any of the terrorist groups, don't get involved. The problem is going to be what happens next. You know, the Hamas has taken hostages now, and they've dragged them back through the tunnels, probably into Gaza City. They've targeted women. They stripped women and dragged them by their hair as hostages. They've targeted children. They've targeted grannies. Israel has to respond, and the way Israel's going to have to respond is with overwhelming force. They're probably going to have to go into Gaza, and that's exactly what Iran wants, because they want to have the bad Israelis look like they're taking civilian casualties on the Palestinians. They want to, again, flip the script to sort of isolate Israel, get the world thinking it's all Israel's fault. And the Biden administration is their opportunity. You know, the Biden administration has been, throughout its period, it's been anti-Israel, it's been pro-Iran. It gave millions back to Palestinian, probably terrorist groups, and it just gave $6 billion to Iran. This is Iran's war. Don't mistake it as anything else. Iran is the moving, it is the force that's causing all the panic and desolation and destruction in the Middle East. And Iran's looking at this as their window of opportunity. Israel's going to have to look at this as a window of opportunity as well.
KT, hey, it's Pete. Pull back for me to 30,000 feet. So you've got what's happening in Ukraine, the challenge from Vladimir Putin. You've got Hamas and Iran willing to move in Israel. You've got the South China Sea and Taiwan and China, signaling they may move. You've got our southern border. What kind of turning or moment are we in right now? What does it say about America's standing and leadership in the world?
Well, think about diplomacy as like Shark Tank. If one country smells blood in the water, a weak presidential administration, the shambolic withdrawal from Afghanistan, the open southern border, Ukraine, the Ukraine war, which seems to be a stalemated war, and the Chinese building up their military and being aggressive in the South China Sea, everybody's going to want to get in on this. This is their moment of let's take an opportunity to go after the United States. The thing that I want to watch in the next few weeks is if America and the Biden administration doesn't fully back Israel.
Yeah.
If they don't follow up the words with deeds.
KT, don't you think that's going to be their instinct? Don't you think that's their instinct, KT? I mean, they're saying the right things right now, but what do you give them? A week? Wait until the first time they cart bodies out of a hospital in Gaza and they say Israel's the aggressor. What's their instinct?
Their instinct will be to do exactly that. They're going to say, well, we want to have, we don't want to have an escalation of violence and the cycle of violence, and they're going to pull back the support for Israel. My worry is that Israel, sensing that, is going to, again, from the big picture, is going to say, wait, America doesn't have my back. Iran's about to get nuclear weapons. We need to make our move against Iran. And then you have a much bigger conflict in the region.
Yeah, and KT, it's Griff. And Pete, just picking up on what you were talking about a little bit about, what is this moment? Is this moment appropriate, Pete, for remember Bush labeled the axis of evil? And while Iran was not on the forefront, and KT, you mentioned, by the way, this all roads lead back to Iran. Iran's supreme leader, Imam Khamenei, in the last 2 hours is cheering this on in real time. Look at this tweet. He put a video of Israelis running from a settlement and tweeted this statement saying, God willing, the cancer of the usurper Zionist regime will be eradicated at the hands of the Palestinian people in the resistance forces throughout the region. Hashtag Al-Aqsa Storm, which was what Hamas had also put on their social media. So is it time? Are we at a moment, to Pete's point, that this administration needs to not only up the rhetoric, but declare it?
They've got to declare it, and they've also got to show indeed what are they doing. I was in the White House Situation Room 50 years ago when there was the Yom Kippur War, the first Yom Kippur War, when the Arabs all attacked Israel. The immediate response of the United States government, President Nixon and Henry Kissinger, was to Israel, we will give you whatever it is you need, give us a list. Yeah. And is President Biden doing that with Israel now? Because if he's not, this only gets worse.
KT, we have $2 billion worth of weapons that are stored in Israel. Can they just have access to them, or is that more complicated?
I think it's more complicated, and that's why we're going to, again, the next couple of days are going to make the difference. The weapons that we have there, the Israelis can't just go and help themselves. The United States has to offer them to the Israelis.
Well, hopefully we will. KT, thank you. And coming up, Israel wages war on Hamas over its deadly surprise attack on citizens and troops. A military expert breaks down Israel's military options right after this.
Before I would ever give a product to a patient, I tried it on myself. So I started taking Super Beets and I said, wow, Super Beets is a game changer. Super Beets helps dilate blood vessels. It helps increase my circulation. It's having a beneficial effect on my heart. It makes me healthier.
See why Super Beets is both the #1 doctor and #1 pharmacist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Get started with a free month supply at freesuperbeets.com. Use discount code FOXVIP and get an extra 20% off.
When every second counts, ADT self-setup with video verification helps police respond faster, so you get help sooner. You can even request help with just a tap.
We have a verified alarm.
All clear, all clear.
So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Pretzel fanatics are freaking out. Give your taste buds a twist. We at Pretzels.com freshly bake over 45 varieties of chef-crafted gourmet pretzels in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get a new twist for someone you love or yourself at Pretzels.com.
Our vision underscores the passion and the commitment that we have for our patients. After more than 35 years of working in some of the world's most challenging places, we've learned that while conditions can be radically different from one country to the next, The virtue of trust is universal, and children unite us all.
For the children around the world who unite us, help Operation Smile heal their cleft conditions. Scan now or go online to give today.
After switching to the farmer's dog, we noticed so many improvements in Remy's health. His allergies were going away, and he just had amazing energy.
It looks like nutritious food, and it is.
I'm investing in my dog's health and happiness.
Get started at longlivedogs.com.
My frequent heartburn had me taking antacid after antacid all day long. But with Prilosec OTC, just one pill a day blocks heartburn for a full 24 hours. For one and done heartburn relief, Prilosec OTC, one pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
If you have employees, you need to check out the ERC program, Chef Wonderful. Why, Mr. Wonderful? Because it's cash flow that you don't have to pay back. Good to know. This guy's so smart and so handsome. Go to wondertrust.com to see if you're eligible.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
People say Analon X is the perfect pan. Tough, triple thickness Italian titanium plasma nonstick surface. Analon X is the only pan that keeps oil in the center. Patented SearTech surface. Analon X sears like cast iron. Ultra thick base stores heat like cast iron for great even sear. There's harmony in these carefully constructed pieces. Analon X, the most advanced safe nonstick cookware.
Welcome back to the Big Weekend Show. We are continuing to monitor the situation in Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is saying the objective is to clear out enemy forces. Listen.
Since this morning, the state of Israel has been at war. Our first objective is to clear out enemy forces that infiltrated and restore the security and quiet to the communities that have been attacked. The second objective, at the same time, is to exact an immense price from the enemy within the Gaza Strip too. The third objective is to reinforce other fronts so that nobody should mistakenly join this war.
Let's bring in retired Vice Admiral and former 5th Fleet Navy Commander John Miller to discuss. Vice Admiral, Netanyahu has also said we will destroy them, we will turn them into rubble. What's that going to look like in the coming days, weeks, and months?
Well, it's difficult times ahead, both for the Israelis, but also for the folks that are living in the Gaza Strip. So, as the Prime Minister mentioned, there are a number of things that the Israeli Defense Force needs to do. They need to stop the attacks. They need to expel the invaders. Then they need to go on and prevent further attacks. And so when you look at the Gaza Strip, it's a very small area. It's very densely populated. And so for the Israeli Defense Forces, the challenge to them is going to be able to do the work that they need to get done to ensure the security of the state of Israel, while also trying to minimize the casualties on the civilian population. And you can see they're already starting to do that.
Commander, hey, it's Pete Hegseth. As an old Army infantry guy, when I hear the word clear out, that can mean a lot of things. I mean, do you think that means clearing out Israeli towns in the south where Hamas has taken hold a little bit? Or are we talking a clearing operation? Because clearing something like the Gaza Strip, that's going to take the entire Israeli military or a huge portion of it.
I think one of the challenges that the Israeli military faces is managing the escalation of the conflict. And that's both managing it within the confines of where it currently exists between Israel and Hamas, and making sure it doesn't spread to places like the northern border with Lebanon and Lebanese Hezbollah. But also it's managing the amount of work that's done to ensure Israel's security. So I don't anticipate that we would see a wholesale invasion, if you will, or an occupation of the Gaza Strip. But I think you'll see sufficient military operations to make sure that they're able to protect the Israeli people.
Vice Admiral John Miller, thanks so much for joining us, sir. I want to play this clip as we bring it out to the table. Thank you, sir. I want to bring this out to the table. Let's listen to this sound today from an Israeli citizen talking about how no one was prepared for this attack. Let's listen.
Me, myself, my friends, 0% prepared. This was completely unexpected. I was going to go to the beach today. That obviously did not happen. This is something nobody was expecting, and the gravity is shocking, it's horrifying, it's inhumane.
You know, Pete, we just heard from that Israeli citizen. We talked to Trey Youngst earlier about the level of coordination involved in this. How did they not know? Why didn't they know? Where was the breakdown?
Great question. That's what people are going to dig into. The IDF has a well-earned reputation as a fierce fighting force, but somehow they were caught flat-footed. And even the local forces that are supposed to be on station defending these southern towns, which are on the fringe, were quickly overrun, which means the IDF was not dialed into the capabilities of the enemy. That same IDF has to be prepared tactically and operationally to turn around, refit, and be prepared for an offensive operation. I don't think that means occupying Gaza, but if you're going to clear people out of your own country and across the border, that's a huge exercise.
Go ahead.
And at the same time, try to de-escalate it from Hezbollah and the other Syrian, Iraqi, the forces coming in too. Is Israeli intelligence and our intelligence in helping them able to do that?
That's where Benjamin Netanyahu has to manage the tactical, the operational, and the strategic riff, as you know about.
And, you know, just a quick point. It struck me when I watched, I saw that interview live on our air earlier, this young woman terrified. And the surprise came on a Jewish traditional holiday, not just Shabbat, but it's also Simcha, which is the last day of Sukkot. And so this is a traditional day of celebration. That's why she said she was going to go to the beach.
And take yourself back to 9/11 when you saw your own citizens jumping out of burning buildings. And imagine how Israelis feel seeing their own citizens being taken captive, slaughtered, a naked woman being brought around, a dead naked woman brought around like a trophy. It's horrific and disgusting, and these terrorists need to be brought to their knees. All right, stick around. More coverage of Hamas's attack on Israel is coming up.
So we decided to put in an in-ground pool.
I literally went on Angie and typed in pool and then got choices.
Getting to talk to different contractors, see different bids.
You can kind of look at their reviews, look at what other people think of them, and it's nice to know that you're meeting with people who already are at a certain level. We wanted something beautiful. We wanted something that our children would feel happy swimming in.
And we love it and still love it.
Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Get started today at Angie.com.
Hi, I'm Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas, and I'm here today to tell you about a hidden health crisis currently affecting nearly every American: sleep deprivation. And that's why you need to know about Relaxium Sleep. You see, getting a good night's sleep helps support a healthy immune system, helps maintain a healthy blood pressure, healthy cardiovascular system.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Join the hundreds of thousands of people who've experienced the relief and health benefits from getting a great night's sleep, and get Relaxium Sleep.
Yeah, Relaxium has been a miracle for us. Since I've been getting to rest, it's improved our marriage.
I don't even know how we lived for 30 years without it, because now I know this man differently than I knew him before.
It'll regulate your natural sleep cycle, relax your body, and calm the mind for better sleep through the whole night. Call today and get your very own risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep doesn't have any harmful chemicals like many prescription sleeping pills. With Relaxium Sleep, you can expect to start sleeping better the very first night. The very first night.
The change that it had in our lives was unbelievable.
If you're at home and you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. It'll work. I promise you it'll work.
If you're like I was, and you've got trouble sleeping at night, take control of your health. Stop struggling with restless nights. Sleep like you were meant to with Relaxium.
I'm telling you, Relaxium is the real deal.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work For you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles. Call and get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Call 800-384-8706 or visit tryrelaxium.com. That's 800-384-8706 or visit tryrelaxium.com.
Fine. Humans are noisy. They like to make things. They're fueled by inspiration. Inspiration is something called tacos. Change makes them nervous, but embracing it changes everything. Yeah, imagine that.
Meet Milo. He's part border collie and part party animal. Meet the new Bissell Little Green Hydro Steam Pet. It's part steam-powered stain remover and part party animal patrol. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
To rescue the Constitution.
I tell the story of how Washington was the human embodiment of the document that guarantees our liberty.
From the American Revolution to the creation of our government, Brett Baer details the first president's fight for freedom, Sunday.
Back with the Fox News alert, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu waging war against Hamas after the Iranian-backed terrorist group hit Israel with a land, sea, and air assault, which claimed the lives of at least 300 Israelis while wounding over 1,000 more. Let's go right around the table with the time we got left. Pete, I want to start with you. Don't give the battle plan away here, but clearly what Benjamin Netanyahu is about to bring is going to be serious, intense, and likely going to last for days, if not weeks.
Yeah, he's a warrior. He's lost his brother in battle. He understands the stakes against radical Islamists. We talk about America first here. This is going to be Israel first. They have to be willing to do what they need to do for the protection of their people against Hamas with an understanding of what Iran wants to do, which is wipe them off the map. The only language the Middle East understands is power. You better bring the power hard and fast now. And you don't know how long you have with the Biden administration, so get as much done as you can as early as possible.
Yeah. That's that window of opportunity. They're looking at a weakened America, and they're saying now is the time to do it. We gave them their resources back, all of their oil money back. So this was their window, and this is what happened. And the revenge, you heard it in Netanyahu's voice. You saw it in his eyes. That could be years. That we could be dealing with this for years.
And real quick, Lisa, I want to get your reaction to some of Benjamin Netanyahu's most recent statements saying this: we are embarking on a long and difficult war. The war was forced upon us by a murderous attack by Hamas. We will restore security to the citizens of Israel, and we will win.
Yeah, I mean, obliterate Hamas. I think that's what we would all like to see. One of the biggest lies that's ever been told in American politics is that Joe Biden was going to bring stability to the White House and to this country. We've got a war in Europe. We've got a war in the Middle East. And we've got China eyeing Taiwan as well. So how many wars are going to take place before the end of this administration? So, I mean, it's devastating seeing those images out. We pray for the people of Israel, and we pray for swift justice to be brought and to devastate and destroy
We
Hamas.
were warned. Bob Gates said Joe Biden was wrong on every single foreign policy decision for the past 4 decades.
And Biden said Barack Obama said don't underestimate his ability to F things up.
So, Pete, how much of an opportunity for not just former President Trump to talk about what he did, but also any of the others, DeSantis, Nikki Haley, to seize on this moment?
I think they're all going to say the right things. Their instincts are correct, but only Donald Trump can say, I was on the path to peace. The reason, big reason why people say these attacks are happening right now is to drive that wedge between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The only reason that's close is because of the Abraham Accord. So he's got a record to point to, moving the embassy, that I think will benefit him, continue to.
Great hour, great insight. Pete getting fired up about this. We'll have you tomorrow morning talking about this. Pete, Lauren, Lisa, great show. That will do it for us. We're going to have a little Mark Levin live coming up next. Join us here tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern, for the big weekend show.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin. And man, am I pissed off. And I want to get a few things off my chest here, like some facts. Enough of this PC stuff, enough of this spinning for the Biden administration. Massive intelligence failure all day long. Massive intelligence failure. Israel's under attack. They have people in the streets being slaughtered, people in their homes being slaughtered. Have you seen this video of them kidnapping people and just whacking them around like they're not even human beings, killing people left and right? And then they call them Gaza militants or Palestinian militants. These are Nazis. This is what the Nazis do. This is what the Nazis are all about. This is what their children are being taught, whether it's the Palestinian Authority or Hamas or Iran. The same thing as the Nazis taught their kids. Jews are dogs, Jews are non-humans. And this goes on and on and on. Accountability here is necessary. Accountability. First of all, an intelligence failure. I don't know. When Pearl Harbor was attacked, did the media go on and on and on about intelligence failure? When the Tet Offensive occurred in Vietnam, did the media go on and on and on about an intelligence failure? When 9/11 occurred, did the media go on and on about an intelligence failure? What is this? They could discuss an intelligence failure later. It's a country fighting for its survival, people who are being slaughtered. You got Hezbollah waiting in the wings. You got Iran trying to get nukes. The hell's wrong with our media? An intelligence failure? Well, something didn't go right, but right now these people need to fight for their lives. That's number one. Number two, stop calling them militia. Stop calling them terrorists. They are Nazis. It's an amazing thing. Our media doesn't have any problem calling Trump a Nazi and a supporter of Nazis or neo-Nazis or whatever the hell it is. But real Nazis who are slaughtering people because they're Jewish, using similar tactics. Reminds me of Kristallnacht, what I've seen today. No. Those are Gaza Strip militia. The media in this country is so bad, as a matter of fact, and it really is appalling. $6 billion. You hear this debate all day? Well, it's not really $6 billion. It's not in their account. It may have to go to this account, then it's got to work through the wire system, and they may not have it. Excuse me. We allowed $6 billion to go to Iran 2 weeks ago. Who cares what account it's in? Or if they have access to it this minute? Why the hell are we agreeing that Iran should have $6 billion, period? They threaten to blow us off the face of the earth. They threaten to blow Israel off the face of the earth. They're behind this entire damn thing right now that's going on in Israel. Why would we even think about giving them $6 billion to buy flowers if they want to do it? Let me ask you a question. Would Franklin Roosevelt have given an enemy of this country that threatened to blow us off the face of the earth $6 billion for any reason? How about Harry Truman? How about Dwight Eisenhower? How about John Kennedy? How about Richard Nixon? How about Ronald Reagan? How about the Bushes? Donald Trump didn't give them $6 billion, and he never would have given them $6 billion. So let's stop playing games with the propaganda from the Biden administration. Oh, it's not being used for that. And I'm going to tell you, they're right, in a way. We didn't give Iran $6 billion. We gave them tens and tens of billions of dollars. The Biden administration gave them tens and tens of billions of dollars, perhaps hundreds of billions of dollars. I'll get to that in a minute. Here's a press release. Our Department of Justice is very proud of itself. They get this Revolutionary Guard Corps, Islamic Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps guy who's plotting to murder Bolton and Pompeo. It was last year, press release from the Department of Justice. Wow, that's not nice. That's not. So why did we give them $6 billion when they're threatening to assassinate Pompeo and Bolton? For God's sakes, really? Well, there needs to be accountability here. Number one, ladies and gentlemen, as happens every time when Israel seeks to defend itself against these Nazi marauders who attack them. Give it 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. We'll have Thomas Friedman, a reprobate, we'll have the New York Times, which covered up the Holocaust, joined by the Washington Post, joined by the big three networks, joined by CNN and MSNBC and all the rest of the clowns. Oh, wow, Israel's really overreacting. Then you'll get the numbers like COVID. Right on the TV screen, it'll say, how many people have died in the Gaza Strip as a result of the Israelis, mind you. You know, Harry Truman dropped 2 nuclear bombs. I'm not proposing that. Don't get confused, Media Matters and Media. Don't get confused. But I don't remember our media saying, well, you know how many people died from that and died from that? It ended the war. And in many ways, he was a hero. That was a tough call. But it was out of 1 million troops, American troops, dead. So here we have our media giving aid and comfort to the enemy. It's coming. Wow, how many women and children have died in Gaza? How many casualties are there? So the Israelis, the Jews in Israel, we're going to rally around them as a government and as a people as long as they're victims. But if they use their own might, their own capabilities to defeat these Nazi bastards, Hamas, well then, they're the aggressor. We can't have that. No. The people in Israel should live like, did you see the videos of the girls being grabbed and kidnapped out of their cars, grabbing them by the hair? Did you see the little boys getting slapped around? Can you imagine what's happening to these people tonight in the Gaza Strip? Can you imagine the horror that's taking place right now by these Hamas Nazis, backed by the Iranian regime Nazis? It's unimaginable what's going to be taking place here. So there needs to be accountability. And by accountability, I want to point out a couple of things to you. I said I'm going to get some things off my chest, and I am. Trump killed Soleimani, the head Nazi, really, of the Iranian military. Trump was destroying the Iranian economy with brutal sanctions. The Iranians were rising up. They don't like that government. They don't like the Nazi government in Tehran. And they're now being mowed down, slaughtered, raped, imprisoned, God knows what, because of our current policies. Trump was Israel's greatest friend in the Oval Office ever. Can that be said of Obama or Biden? No. Biden reversed everything. Biden rebuilt the Iranian war machine. I'll prove it in a minute. I'm sure the reporters and others getting information from the Biden Pentagon and White House won't tell you this. No. I'll tell you this. Biden rebuilt the Palestinian war machine. They were all on their heels. That's why there wasn't a war when Donald Trump was president between the Nazi terrorists and the Iranian Nazi regime and the Israelis. And the Israelis today are paying with their lives. I told you, I'm not candy coating a damn thing around here. And I'm not going to. Now, what do I mean that Biden rebuilt the Iranian war machine? Well, the $6 billion is in this account, and it'll be that account. Okay, forget about the $6 billion. Although, the idea that a president of the United States would give $6 billion, or allowed to be given, to the Iranian regime that threatens the United States of America, that's unleashing holy Nazi-like hell on the Jewish people in Israel, and is threatening to get nukes, that's insane in and of itself. Iran's illicit oil exports hit 5-year high. Free Beacon, Adam Cradle. How is that possible? We have sanctions on their oil. How is that possible? Trump put sanctions in there. Well, Biden didn't exactly lift them, but he's not enforcing them. Listen to this. Iranian oil exports, a principal source of income for Tehran's cash-strapped regime, increased by 35% from 2021 to 2022. Gee, who was president then? Indicating that the Biden administration is not enforcing sanctions meant to prevent these sales. Oh, there's more. Get ready. I bet you haven't heard this all day. Amid this uptick in Iranian aggression, the Biden administration has failed to enforce sanctions on Tehran's oil trade, which benefits China, Syria, Venezuela. Iranian oil sales stood at $44 billion as of August 2022, a 77% increase from Trump's last year in office, with analysis attributing the rise to President Biden's, quote, terminally lax sanctions enforcement. Although the Biden administration has been armed with the intelligence information to seize at least 6 illicit Iranian oil ships in recent months, it has detained 1 ship in the past year, likely to appease Tehran amid diplomatic talks to restart the 2015 nuclear deal. Biden has also provided sanction waivers, permitting Iran access to $10 billion that was frozen in Iraq. Oh, but that's $6 billion in that account and that account. Biden is funding Iran and rebuilt their damn military after Trump had it on its back. Let's be honest. Now, the fact is that sanctions relief to Iran is fungible. And Iran has been using these resources to go from, listen to this, America, this affects us, 2% enriched uranium and not installing advanced centrifuges under the Trump administration to racing towards nuclear weapons under Biden, becoming a nuclear threshold state enriching more than 60% enriched uranium, 2% to 60%. Can you imagine if the Iranian Tehran Nazi regime had nuclear weapons today? Because that's what's coming. And then Biden has secret negotiations with the Iranians. Congress can't even get access to the information other than 8 or so people. They keep saying, what are you negotiating? We need to know what's going on. And they keep pushing them away, pushing them away. I don't have to tell you anything, the administration tells Congress. Then they pick exactly the wrong guy, this guy named Malloy, to negotiate, who's sympathetic with the Iranians. And now, of course, he doesn't even have a classified, clearance. What's that all about? I'm just getting started. Biden reverses Trump policy on aid to Palestinians. Fox News fails to condemn recent terror wave against Israel. Our enemies see all this. They see appeasement. Am I not supposed to talk about Biden appeasement? Was Churchill not supposed to talk about appeasement? Oh, Mark, you're being political. No, I'm telling you the truth. President Biden reaffirmed his commitment to a 2-state solution. You know what a 2-state solution is for Israel? It's the final solution. Look, that's just Gaza. You're going to have 2 states? What, are they going to have an air force? Are they going to have missile silos? What's this second state going to look like? And announced plans to bolster U.S. financial aid to the Palestinian people, reversing multiple policies implemented by, that horrible Donald Trump. During his comments, the president touched upon his administration's plans to implement a series of economic and confidence-building measures aimed at improving daily life for Palestinian people living in the West Bank, Gaza, but he stopped short of condemning Palestinian terrorism. Gee willikers. The president also said the U.S. would increase financial contributions to the controversial UN agency, UNRWA, that supports and advocates for Palestinian refugees, adding another $200 million to its budget to become the largest donor country. You see, the Palestinians want their refugees. They want their people poor because the head of the Palestinian regimes, whether it's the Authority, whether it's Hamas, they ruin their people. You basically have mobster-type Nazi thugs running everything. All the money comes through them. They divide their economies up. They have relatives. They have consiglieres that run everything. But look at this one, Newsweek. Biden's Taylor Force betrayal. What's that all about? Joe Biden's recent gift of $235 million, oh, he's pouring the money out, in aid to the Palestinians violates the spirit of the Taylor Force Act. It betrays the memory of Taylor Force himself. Who was he? He was a West Point graduate, U.S. Army veteran and graduate student at Vanderbilt University. He was 28 years old when he was murdered in Israel by a Palestinian terrorist named Bashar Maha on March 8, 2016. Maha wounded 10 others in his attack before being killed by the Israeli police. His family immediately attained celebrity status. Oh, under Abbas. That's the Palestinian Authority, the good ones, Celebrity status. And you know what they awarded him? They awarded his parents a big pension. Much of it paid with our tax dollars. So Congress said that's enough. So did President Trump. 2 years later, the Taylor Force Act was signed into law, ending all future aid to the Palestinian Authority unless and until the practice of rewarding terrorists and their families through the Martyrs Fund is ended. They didn't end it. So Trump put an end to it. And guess what? Joe Biden is ignoring the Taylor Force Act. And so The money continues to flow. The new funding was just one part of Biden's apparent plan to reverse all of Donald Trump's Palestinian-related policies. And then look at this. Just the other day, New York Times, Democrats tell Biden Saudi-Israel pact needs concessions for Palestinians. Here's Israel and the Saudi crown prince, this close to a peace deal. And Biden interrupts and says, not so fast. We need concessions to the Palestinians. Democrats, 20 Democrat senators signed a letter. No. No deal until there's more concessions to the Palestinians. You know, folks, I'm about sick and tired of candy coating all this stuff. Let me cut to the chase. The Biden administration has helped arm up the Iranian regime, helped to arm up Hamas, which gets support from the Iranian regime, helped to arm up Hezbollah, which gets support from the Iranian regime, and all the rest of it. And Joe Biden, in large measure, is responsible for it. And 1.5 years to go with this administration, we can only pray to God that the Iranian regime doesn't have nuclear weapons until this man can be removed from office, God willing. I'll be right back.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight. I saw results in my first 2 weeks.
We know grocery prices are out of control. We're here to help. Order right now to lock in our special introductory offer. Get over 50% off plus free extras. Get free protein shakes, a free shaker bottle, and free shipping. That's over $40 in extra savings and can be yours when you act now.
With Nutrisystem, I'm eating healthy and I'm saving money.
The phone lines are open and reps are standing by. With Quick 9, lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
Men, how many bathroom trips are you making each day? Try Super Beta Prostate Advanced, the #1 selling formula in its category. Made with Prostafend, a triple action blend to help reduce urges to urinate. Find it at Walmart or these retailers.
This place is a death trap. Shut it down. I came here to help you, but now we're starting to lose control. What is that? Are you willing to change?
Kitchen Nightmares, all new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Hi, I'm Alejandro, founder of Mod & Bow. We're on a mission to make the world's best fitting pair of jeans. Our signature jeans have dynamic stretch to provide flexibility. From the very beginning, Mod & Bow jeans were made to balance fit, style, and comfort.
Hi, I'm Daniel, the founder of Pretty Litter. By working with scientists and veterinarians, I was able to develop a long-lasting litter with advanced odor control, low dust, and most importantly, color-changing technology. So give it a try. Visit prettylitter.com today.
How do you make the most flavorful and delicious pasta sauce? At Botticelli, we grow our own tomatoes in Italy, then pick them fresh and rush them to our own kitchens, where we create farm-to-table pasta sauce in small batches, using only real, fresh ingredients. At Botticelli, we don't use artificial flavors, added sugars, or preservatives because nothing beats fresh. Only Botticelli can give your family a truly authentic Italian farm-to-table dinner. Get it at any retailer near you.
Here at Legion's Flag Supply, we take pride in providing such a special symbol for our country. All of our flag's materials are sourced in America and they are made by American seamstresses. So we are American made from beginning to end.
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with Multiview. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Welcome back, America. Colonel Richard Kemp was one of the first people I thought about, who I thought should be in this program. He's former commander of British forces in Afghanistan. He's been on the program before, former chairman of the Cobra Intelligence Group. But even more than all that, he is highly respected by Israeli intelligence, IDF, military officials, elected officials, including the current Prime Minister. Richard, if you were advising Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government about what took place today and how to respond, what would you say?
Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu doesn't need my advice. He knows exactly what he's got to do with this situation. He knows pretty much what you said during your monologue, which is that this is not just a ragtag bunch of terrorists out of Gaza who've carried out this devastating attack on Israel. This is a state-sponsored attack, and it's sponsored by Iran, predominantly by Iran, which funds, trains, arms, and directs Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and the other terrorists, as you rightly call them, Nazis in Gaza. And it's not just Iran either. It's also Russia. Russia's got its hands in this. Russia is looking to distract America from the war in Ukraine. All of the terrorist groups involved have visited Moscow in recent months, and they've got some of their orders from Russia as well. So it's those two countries that are behind this. But above all behind it, right behind them, is your president, I'm afraid to say, who has appeased and facilitated and enabled all of this to happen. And it's what the words you said earlier on are not even strong enough to describe the culpability that President Biden has on his hands. But so that's what's happened, but what should happen next? And I'm sure Prime Minister Netanyahu is not going to settle for what he's done before in Gaza. In other words, to fire some missiles and for aircraft and from tanks, etc., into Gaza terrorists and deal with them that way. That it's gone beyond that stage. I think what he's got to do now, obviously, take whatever action he can to secure the hostages that have been taken, and then he's got to move very, very strong military forces into Gaza and wipe Hamas off the face of the earth once and for all. It should have been done before. It wasn't done before, and partly it wasn't done because Israel has been so badly restrained by political leaders around the world who, when the casualty count among Gaza terrorists begins to build, they try and pull him back and try and pull the country back. Well, it's gone beyond that this stage, and he's got to get in there. He's got to annihilate the entire Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighting machine. That's a long process. It's going to spill a great deal of blood, and unfortunately, there's going to be a number of civilians killed as well, because these terrorists use civilians as human shields, and they will be hiding behind them, and therefore there will be blood spilled. If Israel's going to do this, what it needs above all else is the support of the United States and the West as a whole. And by support, I don't mean that they've got to do the fighting for them. I don't even mean they've got to arm them. What they've got to do is keep off their backs, allow them to keep fighting and keep attacking without constantly trying to restrain them, because it's that restraint that's reflected in the media, in human rights organizations, in the UN. It's that restraint that prevents Israel from fundamentally dealing with the problem and also encourages terrorists to have another go. They're not doing this because they think they can defeat Israel militarily. They know they can't. They're doing it so that they force Israel to respond with military action, and their own civilians are killed. And then the Human Rights Brigade, Western politicians, we've already seen it today from the BBC and other media outlets, calling on Israel to show the maximum restraint, worrying about the deaths in Gaza. And I'm afraid that, we can't have that anymore. We've got to have a situation where Israel just deals with it without too much restraint, obviously within the laws of war, not deliberately targeting innocent civilians, but recognizing that in annihilating Hamas, some civilians are going to die. It's unfortunate, but it's got to happen, because the alternative is for more Israeli civilians to die, to be brutalized, to be kidnapped, to be tortured, as some of these poor hostages undoubtedly will be over the next few days. And the scenes that we've seen, some of which you showed, I think, are reminiscent, exactly as you said, of Nazism, of Kristallnacht, of the biggest horrors that the Nazis perpetrated on the Jews. It's the same thing, and it's got to be stopped. And it can only be stopped by absolute, not unrestrained, but largely unrestrained force in Gaza. It's a huge problem, and it's not going to be something that's going to be finished with overnight either.
You make a good point. I mean, appeasement has consequences, as you guys in Britain certainly know. And to not call out our Neville Chamberlain, the way Winston Churchill called out Neville Chamberlain, and just pretend, well, it's not a Democrat thing, it's not a Republican thing. That's saying it's a Republican-Democrat thing. This president needs to at least be politically held accountable for what he did, so one day he can be replaced and somebody can get in there who knows what the hell they're doing. I thought Trump did a pretty good job in the Middle East. We had peace breaking out everywhere. Now we have terrorism and mass murder breaking out everywhere. Colonel Kemp, I want to thank you for coming on the program. From Britain, I know you had to stay up late, but I wanted the American people to hear what you had to say. God bless you, my friend.
Thank you. Pleasure to be with you.
We'll be right back.
It's time to replace your old tub with a new shower. But you don't want the hassle or the worry of getting it finished. You just want to pick a style and relax, knowing that it'll be wonderful when it's done. Is that too much to ask? No, actually it's not. Rebath, from start to stunning. Call us or visit rebath.com to schedule your free in-home consultation.
I'm Carolyn. I've been in private practice of physician's physical therapy for 35 years.
And you're going to come in, but breathe. Yep, perfect.
I open up at 4 a.m. and I'll go on till 10 a.m. and it's day after day. And as you can see by the equipment here, we are intensely active. People watch, they observe, and people say, Carolyn, what's your secret? And I say it's from proper diet, proper exercise, and of course through Balance of Nature. I'm 60, but since taking Balance of Nature, I feel the energy level of 27. I've been taking Balance of Nature for several years, and I love it. I endorse it, I believe in it, and I would recommend it.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Shipping is free, and don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Sustainably caught salmon in every bite. Jinx is real dog food made by real dog people.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Pretzel fanatics are freaking out. Give your taste buds a twist. We at Pretzels.com freshly bake over 45 varieties of chef-crafted gourmet pretzels in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get a new twist for someone you love or yourself at Pretzels.com.
Nice Oakleys, Stipe. Where'd you get them?
GovX.com.
Hey, Stipe, nice boots. Where'd you get those?
GovX.com. Use it. Exclusive deals for first responders, military, and law enforcement only at GovX.com.
I am Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a statin to reduce cholesterol. But statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels. That's why my doctor recommended Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has the #1 cardiologist-recommended form of CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Stop!
Get on the ground!
They're back.
You are going to jail today?
With all new episodes. Crazier twists.
Undeniable.
Hey, it's on video. Plots that defy reasoning.
I understand that my pants are down, that's weird.
And the best acting you've ever seen.
And this was how many grams?
Cops, all new episodes every Friday, only on Fox Nation. Sign up today for your last chance to get your first 3 months for $1.99.
The Giants take on Tua and the high-octane Dolphins.
What a play!
Or Jalen Hurts leads the undefeated Eagles.
Touchdown!
Against the Rams. Sunday on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
Welcome back, America. We have our friend Representative Chip Roy with us, who came out of the box swinging when he saw these horrendous attacks on the Jews in Israel. Chip Roy, what's your take on this?
First of all, we're praying for the people of Israel, Mark. This is an absolute disaster for the people of Israel in terms of the attack on these great people and our allies and our friends. I stand fully behind President Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu. We stand behind the people of Israel unequivocally. And there needs to be a united, strong message from the people of this country that we're going to fully back Israel and that they should use all of the force needed to stop what has happened. The videos and the pictures that I've had sent to me from sources inside of Israel make the stuff that y'all are showing on Fox and that we're seeing broadcast look like child's play. It is an absolute abomination. What we're seeing is savagery. What we're seeing is direct attacks on civilians. Prime Minister Netanyahu is 100% correct to say that he's going to take buildings in Gaza Strip down to rubble, where Hamas is using it to hide behind civilians. He's 100% correct. And to be very clear, I'm sick and tired of watching Democrats try to cover up for their complicity. It is this Democrat administration, the Biden administration, my Democratic colleagues in Congress, who are complicit in what has now just occurred in Israel because of their appeasement policies, their head in the sand policies, and they want to hide behind, the $6 billion that is sitting there in Qatar. Don't worry, Mark. Don't worry, Chip. You shouldn't get upset about that because they're not using it. Not a dollar's been spent. Bull. That's going to fund the next attack if it hasn't already funded the current attacks. But here's what really matters. The 1 million barrels of oil going from Iran to China because we lifted the sanctions, because this administration wants to bow down to the altar of the climate cult, and they want us to be beholden to other countries so they can advance their radical agenda. And there's consequences to that. That's the truth.
And you know, Chip Roy, right here, right out of the box, MSNBC, Velshi guests say no one's speaking to Israel's inhumane treatment of Palestinians after the Hamas attack. I don't know, are Israelis doing to Palestinians what's being done to the Israeli Jews right now?
Mark, what I saw in terms of the blatant attack on IDF forces where they killed members of the IDF in their sleeping quarters, pulling Jewish citizens out of their cars, shooting them in their cars, trampling their bodies, dragging their bodies in the streets. What we're seeing is an absolute abhorrent scene. And again, I want to go back to consequences. This administration has chosen policies that have directly led to this. We are seeing policies, whether it's the Iranian oil, whether it's the drones that we know that Iran is providing to Russia, that we're allowing Iran to make tons of money from our most hostile enemies because this administration does nothing about it. We provided direct funding to the Palestinian Authority through the United Nations, through UNRWA. We had direct funding under the auspices of COVID. So don't give me your crap about $6 billion. The $6 billion is a problem, but you have directly funded them and you have directly allowed Iran to profit from our enemies in China and Russia. And this is the consequence. And you don't even answer Netanyahu's phone call when he's first, in office. You won't even stand alongside Israel. You are criticizing Israel and bowing down to the political elements of your own party that want you to bow down to the Palestinian Authority. And the fact is, Israel is our ally, and we need to stand alongside of them firmly. And we need Republicans in Congress to get busy getting our speaker selected. We need to do that when we get back into office in D.C. on Monday. I have personally fought to get us back in on Monday, not Tuesday or Wednesday. We need to be back there. We need to select a speaker. We need to send a united message that we stand alongside Israel, and we need to get busy holding this administration in check and responsible for what they're doing to undermine our national security. And let me just say, our borders are wide open. 1 million gotaways. You just saw what a few dozen or hundreds of Hamas could do coming into Israel, taking these people out of their cars and shooting them, killing them in their sleep. Our borders are wide open. Yep. This administration is endangering us and our allies.
And that's not an intelligence failure. That's purposeful. Chip Roy, I want to thank you very much, my friend. Keep up the good work, and God bless you. We'll be right back.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants makes every day a confident day. A never hide my smile day. A life of the party day. A take on the world day. A believe in myself day. A flash my new teeth day. Because your Clear Choice day is the day you get your confidence back for good. A Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
Hi, I'm Sharon, and I lost 52 pounds on Golo. On other diets, I could barely lose 10 to 15 pounds. Thanks to Golo, I've lost 27% of my body weight, and it was easy.
Parents, is this what your kids are learning about President Trump? There's a reason he's leading the presidential race, and Mike Huckabee wants to show your kids why with the Kids Guide to President Trump. Get it for free at freetrumpguide.com. That's freetrumpguide.com.
Are you ready for life-changing prizes? Dude, somebody's gonna get this!
Go to onecountry.com to become a member today.
Hi, I'd like to tell you about a cashew farmer from Mozambique named Carlos. Carlos used to struggle to provide enough food and education for his family. But then everything changed. TechnoServe helps farmers like Carlos lift themselves out of poverty by building skills, connections, and confidence. Today, Carlos and his family are thriving, and so are his cashews. Go to technoserve.org and donate today. It's a different way to make a difference.
For centuries, the world's best pizza has been baked in ovens made of stone. But you can't put one of those on the countertop in your home. Introducing Paisano, the authentic pizza oven by Granite Stone. Now make the world's most delicious pizza with real stone right in your own home. You'll simply set it and let it. Make golden, crispy, extra cheesy stone-baked pies in under 6 minutes. The secret is the dual-controlled heat zones that quickly heat the real ceramic stone up to 800 degrees while melting the cheese and crisping the crust so you can stone-bake just like the pros in under 6 minutes. Look, take any pizza dough, sauce, add your favorite toppings, and you're making gourmet pizza with Paisano. You can even watch the pies rise through the window. Thin or thick, your pizza comes out crispy and quick. Even stone-baked, better-tasting frozen pies in a fraction of the time. You can even make a s'mores dessert pizza. Plus, there's no gas, wood, or charcoal needed. Paisano is electric, plug-in, and portable. Great for tailgating and RVing. Look, you'd expect to pay over $500 for a professional pizza oven. But during this special TV introduction, you can get your Paisano pizza oven at a price so low you can't say no. Just 4 easy payments of $49.99. And for everyone who orders today, we're going to drop 1 payment. You get it all for just 3 easy payments of $49.99. Paisano comes with a 10-year warranty, plus these professional pizza peels and the authentic pizza recipe guide. Yours absolutely free. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. For the best pizza in the world, it's Piezano. Paisano. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-715-9080. That's 1-800-715-9080 or order online at buypaisano.com. Call now.
Welcome back, America. I'm Mark Levin. This is Life, Liberty, and Levin. We have our guest, the former U.S. ambassador to Israel under President Trump, one of the most successful ambassadors in my lifetime, David Friedman. You folks had Iran on its back with your foot on its throat economically. The people were rising up against Iran. You had the Hamas and Hezbollah knew better than to commit acts of war against the state of Israel. The Palestinians continued to fund terrorism, and that would include the Palestinian Authority. And so President Trump said, you know what, we're cutting you off until you learn how to conduct yourselves, where you're not using our tax dollars for this stuff anymore. Everything changed. What changed?
Well, all those policies were reversed. You know, Mark, we are
We're looking, we saw today some of the most barbaric acts against Jewish people that we've seen since the Holocaust. This was very, very difficult to watch, painful to watch. I'm here in Jerusalem and I'm in and out of shelters all day long, but I certainly didn't get the brunt of it. I mean, Jewish people murdered, civilians murdered, pulled out of their homes and murdered, and all through a very carefully planned, expensive, highly sophisticated attack by Hamas with lethal and advanced equipment. Now, how does Hamas get all that stuff, right? I mean, they don't earn any money. I mean, it's a terrorist organization. They get the money from Iran, which we are now appeasing and facilitating and taking our lifting sanctions and emboldening them and making them richer. So we're giving Iran money to help Hamas. The Palestinian Authority gives a lot of money to Hamas. We didn't give them any money in the Trump administration. They're getting it now because the Biden administration has reversed that. UNRWA, which teaches Palestinians in the Gaza Strip to hate Israel, puts on plays where the kids, 5-10 years old, they dress up as terrorists, and others dress up as Jews, and they kill the Jews, and the parents all applaud. We're funding that all over again. The Biden administration created a Palestinian Affairs Unit, which is just another way of creating a consulate for the Palestinians in Jerusalem. We shut that down. The Biden administration put it together. What do they do today? They put out a tweet that said Israel should not retaliate. So this is our government directly and indirectly providing funding to some of the worst actors on the planet, and all that money, filters down, trickles down into the hands of this vile terrorist organization, which uses it to buy the kinds of weaponry and do the kind of planning and the kind of training that enable them to commit these barbaric acts today. So yeah, everything changed. I mean, all the things that we did differently, and we did it differently from the Obama administration as well. For those 4 years, we had a very clear policy, which is that if Israel is attacked, we're going to let Israel decide for itself how to defend itself and its citizens. And we're not going to put our thumb on the scale and superimpose our view 6,000 miles away for what Israel should do. They have to protect their own citizens. A lot of people today are condemning all the attacks. It doesn't take a real profile and courage to get up today and say we condemn the attacks by Hamas against Israeli citizens. The question is going to be, where are they going to be tomorrow, the next day, and the next day? Because this is going to be a war, and there are casualties of war, and war is ugly. And as that ugliness starts to filter through the internet, how many of the people who are today, defending Israel, how many of them are going to be defending Israel when Israel fights back? Because my experience has been that when the government gets tough, a lot of these friends of Israel go in a different direction.
Mm-hmm. When Joe Biden says Israel will get whatever they need from the United States and we back them up, isn't that a concern 5 days a week, 2 weeks in on this as well, that he tries to intervene and pull Israel back?
Yeah, because what's going to happen is, look, we've all seen this movie. Israel doesn't need American troops. Israel doesn't need American arms. Israel can defend itself. The question is America gonna get squishy and say, you know what, enough people died, enough buildings have been destroyed, enough terrorists, have been killed. You've done enough. Because when that pressure comes on Israel, and Israel pulls back, then Hamas declares victory, and a year from now, 6 months from now, we'll be exactly back in the same place. This was a signal to Israel, I think, that it's over. These people have to be eradicated. No more appeasement. And Israel will do this. I'm not worried about Israel. I'm worried about the rest of the world trying to put handcuffs on Israel, especially America, because that's the player that Israel cares about the most. And if Americans want to be Israel's friends right now, let Israel do what it needs to do by itself, for itself. They don't need a single American troop to go be on the ground. Let Israel just defend itself and eradicate this scourge. By the way, the entire world will be a safer place, not just Israel, if Israel is able to win this battle.
I want to thank you, Ambassador David Friedman. You're there in Jerusalem. You're in the middle of it. And I wish you and your family well, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
We'll be right back.
Doctors are like you. Too much fast food, not enough exercise. And we don't have time for 5 servings of fruit and vegetables a day. That's why I take Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable supports my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for energy and weight loss. And at your next checkup, Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back.
Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Money back terms and conditions apply.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I tried everything for my stubborn dandruff, and then I found Nizoral. Nizoral works differently to get to the root cause of dandruff. In fact, its active ingredient is 10 times more effective at fighting fungus, the primary cause of dandruff. Say goodbye to stubborn dandruff with Nizoral.
This is the Carry-On Closet, a suitcase with a one-of-a-kind patented closet system that keeps you organized anywhere. Pack all you need for up to 10 days and travel without ever unpacking. The comfort of home on the go. Unpack in seconds at Solgaard.co.
Ageless Male is a best-selling brand in male enhancement. Our rapid nitric oxide booster, our performance-boosting Wonder Pill, and our best-selling formula for boosting your total testosterone. Ageless Male. Be the man you want to be.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
Israel mobilized. After devastating Hamas attacks, we're breaking down the situation on the ground. First at 9, special 2-hour coverage on One Nation. Then at 11, Fox News Live, tonight.
If your cat's litter makes you do this, you need this. Pretty Litter is an odor-busting, low-dust, health monitoring solution to your cat's litter box. Get the Smart Cat litter that's conveniently delivered to your door by visiting prettylitter.com.
My family started making denim back in 1982. Today, we make modern bow jeans in that very same facility I visited growing up. Our signature jeans have dynamic stretch to provide flexibility, and we handcraft every pair with the care and quality you can only get from a family business.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with Multiview. Try free at FuboTV.com.
What does human talent look like?
Just go on Fiverr. See for yourself.
Imagine working with them.
Yeah, imagine that.
Welcome back, America. Brett Baer, as you know, he's been working hard today. He was in that part of the world not long ago, and he met with the Crown Prince, he met with Netanyahu. And what did these men tell you before this attack?
Mark, great to be with you. Both on camera and off camera, both the Saudi Crown Prince and the Israeli Prime Minister told me that they were very close, really close to a normalization deal. And they realized that there were complex hurdles ahead, that the devil was in the details, but both men publicly and then when the camera shut off, were very blunt about how close it was and how optimistic they were. Now, this obviously changes everything, and maybe this was all about how close they were. We'll have to see.
You know, Brett Baer, here's the thing. $6 billion, this debate all day long. Isn't this a stupid debate?
It really is, Mark. Listen, you can talk about the money didn't come from that fund and not a dollar came from the fund that came from the hostage deal. But listen, if money is fungible and if someone's giving you $6 billion, it frees up something. And for Iran, it's very specific. They have set aside money for food and medicine and all through the central bank. Well, the central bank was sanctioned and part of that hostage deal actually gave a waiver to the central bank. So not only it's not just the money, it is freeing up other money. So we can talk all day long about the specific money, but there are tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that have been funneled from Iran to Hamas and Hezbollah. And, that only increases with that $6 billion.
But isn't it true the Biden administration has been lax in enforcing the sanctions on oil? They've been selling oil to China, to Syria. They're selling it to Russia. They're selling it to other countries in the world. So the big amount of money, the tens of billions of dollars that Iran is using, is as a result of this administration, the Biden administration, refusing to enforce the sanctions.
Yeah, they didn't lift them, but they don't enforce them. So the last 2.5 years has produced a lot of money for Iran to deploy. And it is direct to Hamas. I mean, there's a direct line if you talk to intelligence officials. So all of this argument about the money, I think, is misplaced. What's really important is what's happening on the ground. And some of those videos today, I've heard your other guests. I've watched a lot of them. It's truly, truly horrific. And we're going to see a lot that happens in the next 48 hours, I bet.
Brett Barry, I had this happen to me once. We have a brand new book out and these events are flailing around and happening and so on. But there's something interesting about your book, To Rescue the Constitution. George Washington headed the United States Army up against the British. What did he do? What can we learn from George Washington when we watch what's taking place here? I mean, he was victory, right? That was it.
Yeah. Listen, he had a ragtag army that really was not well funded. They had not uniforms. They were kind of tattered. They had bloody feet in the snow of Valley Forge, and he convinced them that they could win. He went on to win, but a lot of people don't realize in the history here, Mark, how dangerous that time between the winning of the Revolutionary War and the formation of our government really was. And George Washington, in this book, you can see the narrative. It fills in the blanks of how important he was. I think history is really important. I keep on writing these history books. I have a great team that works on it, but it is important because we're missing our history. And when you look at something this big happening overseas, we have to look at how we started our country and what we could do to look to our history, to kind of look to our future. So hopefully, you're right. I wanted to talk all about this book forever, but today was breaking news that really is a world-changing event and could change the face of the Middle East.
But we can learn from these great generals, the great presidents, and these great leaders. And the book is To Rescue the Constitution. And my comments, not yours, I would advise the Israeli government, don't listen so much to Biden. I would read about George Patton and some of the other men throughout history who knew how to take on an enemy and defeat it, because this enemy must be defeated whether Joe Biden likes it or not. The book is To Rescue the Constitution. Brett Baer, thank you very much, and God bless you, my friend.
Thank you, Mark.
We'll be right back.
Our ears connect us to the moments that matter. Give them the nutrients they need with new Lipo Balance Support. It's formulated with ingredients clinically shown to reduce vertigo-like symptoms such as dizziness, spinning, and swaying. Never miss a moment with Lipoflavonoid.
Messy happens. When it does, there's Homaglow. For just $19, Homaglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at Licorice.com have 50-plus gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at Licorice.com.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to Ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit Ownerly.com today.
Grass-fed beef in every bite. Jinx is real dog food made by real dog people.
At FreeFly, we believe in more. More comfort, more freedom, more versatility, more adventures with family and friends. Shop now at freeflyapparel.com.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
Stipe, what's your problem today?
I just realized I've been wasting a lot of money by not shopping at GovX.com.
Isn't GovX that site where...
Yes, the site with all my favorite brands at discount prices for people like us who serve a country and communities?
Yeah, GovX.com, that's the one.
You knew and didn't tell me?
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
That's what Grandpa used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it.
Making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-916-7705. That's 1-800-916-7705.
Fox Nation brings you closer to the truth with Fox Justice. And now is your last chance to get your first 3 months for $1.99.
If it wasn't you, who did it?
Exclusive crime stories you can't see anywhere else.
This is Jeffrey Dahmer as he actually is.
And terrifying true cases that have captivated the nation.
It was the largest sex ring in the history of America at that time.
There's a heck of a lot that still needs to be answered.
All part of Fox Justice on Fox Nation. Sign up today for your last chance to get your first 3 months for $1.99.
Welcome back, America. Well, I want to make a couple final comments. First of all, if you want to help the people of Israel, particularly their ambulance service and so forth, you can go to israelrescue.org, israelrescue.org. I'd encourage you to help them out. I mean, obviously, they're facing horrific circumstances there. And I would ask that you remain strong. The media will not remain strong. The Democrat Party will not remain strong. Some Republicans might not, but I think they'll hold pretty firm. But it's going to be up to you, we the people, tens of millions of us, to make it abundantly clear that not only do we stand with Israel in the Netanyahu government, but we detest the Nazi Hamas terrorists, the regime in Tehran led by Nazis, the Hezbollah Nazis, and what they are doing. You know, it's said over the decades, never again will we allow this to happen. What happened in Germany and the rest of Europe and so forth. Never again. Well, it's happening. And this administration, the Biden administration, has not only rebuilt Iran, rebuilt these terrorist regimes, but they're about to give them nuclear weapons by their appeasement and so forth, with intercontinental missiles that can hit every one of your communities. And these people are evil. They'll be able to threaten us. They'll be able to blackmail us. That is why we must say, enough is enough, never again. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up live, One Nation with Brian Kilmeade. Thank you.
Fox News Alert. Israel's defense ministry launching retaliatory airstrike attacks against suspected Hamas Islamist targets along the Gaza Strip. This just after the Israeli Prime Minister declared war.
This morning, groups of Palestinian militants crossed the border on motorcycles and in pickup trucks.
Israeli officials are calling this their 9/11, one of the largest attacks on the Jewish state in its 75-year history.
The United States stands with the people of Israel.
A constant flow of civilians being loaded into ambulances here along the Gaza border. The military also bringing their injured troops here. Severely wounded soldiers are being evacuated from the front here.
Packing civilians, dragging them out into the streets, executing them, grabbing women and children and carrying them into Gaza through the tunnels. It's horrific.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. Welcome to One Nation. What a day. Israel declaring war, no doubt about it, after a brutal and unprecedented sneak attack by Hamas terrorists, and there's a lot of them. The terror group raining down thousands of rockets and then infiltrating Israel's border by land, by air, and by sea, and started slaughtering and kidnapping people, many of which are still missing. The carnage has left at least 300 Israelis dead, over 1,500 wounded, making it to the deadliest attack in Israel in decades. President Biden condemning the terrorist assault, saying that the United States stands firmly with the Jewish state, and as Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu says, enough is enough. He's vowing to reach every place to find Hamas and find out where they're hiding and reduce them to rubble. Those are his words, and we're beginning to see his actions. For more, Trey Yingst has been on the front lines, relentlessly reporting all day, and will be with us throughout the show tonight in Israel. Trey, update us.
Brian, good evening. At this hour, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered troops to the border with Gaza. We have seen videos of tanks and other military vehicles headed toward the Gaza border, and the Israeli Security Cabinet approved what appears to be an operation that will be launched into Gazan territory. The envelope around Gaza has been closed. We understand that there are still some battles along the border as the Israelis try to secure this area, and rocket fire from the Gaza Strip does continue. As you noted, more than 300 killed in southern Israel today, and more than 1,500 wounded. Thousands of rockets streaming through the skies of this country, and Israel bracing for the possibility of a multi-front conflict. I do want to show you what it was like earlier tonight as those rockets were fired into southern and central Israel. Right now, a massive barrage of rockets coming off of the Gaza Strip. This is an effort by Hamas and Islamic Jihad to overwhelm Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome. It's just a constant barrage, one after another. You can hear the explosions there. The Iron Dome picking up some of this fire, but not all of it.
Hamas entered our communities. It was the worst nightmare ever. Hearing about people who have been killed from your own community and people who have been kidnapped inside their house, and talking to my parents who live the closest to the border with Gaza, and hearing from my mother that first thing in the morning she hears that they broke the window and started wrecking things inside the house. It's true, my dad has a gun, but what can he do in front of 10 people or coming into their homes?
Truly a nightmare scenario in southern Israel. We know dozens of Israeli civilians and soldiers were taken by Hamas militants into the Gaza Strip. Tonight, the group releasing a statement saying they are keeping those prisoners of war in the tunnels beneath Gaza, in the same place they store their rockets and ammunition. Brian.
Trey, is it your understanding right now that Hamas has stopped with the offensive and they're holding what they stole, and is Israel on the offensive right now? Is the big push and the terror attack somewhat subsided?
The rocket fire does continue tonight. Much of the territory that was held by Hamas in southern Israel has been recaptured by Israeli forces. There was one piece of good news a few hours ago amid this horrific story. 11 people were rescued from a hostage situation in one of the communities along the Gaza border. It's unclear how much territory these militants still are holding, but we saw videos earlier today of them resupplying their fighters And it really gives you a sense of just how significant this cross-border attack was. They came across the border early this morning. They brought with them machine guns and RPGs and anything they had to wreak terror on the civilian population here. They first went to a concert and mowed down some of the attendees, throwing hand grenades into the crowd. They went to communities along the border, taking people hostage in their homes, killing women and children, and simply showing no mercy. This was a massacre on a scale that is hard to comprehend. Brian?
I see a number of 163 people who are being held against their will, prisoners of war, for lack of a better term. Is that the number you're going with, claiming?
So the group in control of Gaza, Hamas, put out a statement indicating the number is in the 160s, 163 or 164. We should note in the past they have made the numbers larger to make their efforts appear more successful. But we do know there are dozens of hostages inside the Strip now, and that includes civilians, it includes soldiers, and even foreign workers that were captured along the border. It is such a significant part of this story because traditionally the Israelis would go in with fighter jets and attack helicopters and target the Hamas positions and the rocket launching units within the Gaza Strip. We've been inside Gaza when that's happened. But today they will have to operate differently due to the fact there are just dozens of their own civilians and soldiers inside being held by these militants.
Trey Yingst, thanks so much. We'll check in with you shortly. Again, you're at the in the eye of the storm. Meanwhile, the deadly attack against Israel has shocked the U.S. and the world. Hamas terrorists, backed by Iran, storming the border from Gaza into southern Israel. Republicans have been blasting President Biden over the invasion and for releasing $6 billion in frozen Iran funds ahead of Hamas's horrifying surprise attack that is not over. But keep in mind, the $6 billion has not yet arrived. But there's other catalysts that could help Iran fund their terror gangs, like the Biden administration granting sanctions relief to Iran as they try to revive the 2015 nuke deal, and Iran pumping out oil, lots of it. Instead of 400 million barrels of oil, 400,000 barrels of oil, try about 3 million barrels of oil a day. That's a lot of money that's pouring into that country who finances Hamas. Right now, someone who's no stranger to that region, lived there for a while. Fox News' national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin joins us. Jennifer, what must it be like on the ground right now in the streets that you know so well?
Well, Brian, you remember back in 2002, we broke the story of a very large shipment of $100 million worth of Iranian weapons that were en route to the Gaza Strip. The Israeli Navy intercepted them in the Red Sea. We broke the story. I interviewed in prison, in an Israeli prison, the Palestinian captain of that weapon ship. That goes back to 2002. So for the past 20 years, the Iranians have been basically arming Hamas, sending money to Hamas. But I do need to clarify that $6 billion keeps getting tossed around for political reasons. And that $6 billion was not money that was sent to Iran. It was money that was Iranian money, not U.S. taxpayer money, that was in a South Korean bank. And for those 5 American hostages, it was sent to a Qatari bank. The U.S. Treasury has oversight over this money. And the only thing that is given to Iran is if money is taken out of that account, it is to buy food and medicine, and it has to go through a third party. It is not given directly to the Iranians. U.S. Treasury officials who I've spoken to, and they say that not a penny of that money has been withdrawn from the Qatari account. So just to put that to rest. Now, in terms of what it's like on the ground there, it's horrific. It's horrific. You saw the images of, I was there when one Israeli soldier was taken. Gilad Shalit was held for 5 years, and the Israelis stopped at nothing to try and go into Gaza and to try and rescue that soldier. You now have up to 100 hostages, civilians, women, children, grandmothers, and soldiers who are being held alive by Hamas in the Gaza Strip. That is going to change the way in which the Israelis are going to have to operate street to street within the Gaza Strip. But already we're seeing an airstrike has taken out the home of the head of Hamas in Khan Yunis, but we also have learned that the Israelis have lost the the head of their Nahal Brigade, Colonel Jonathan Steinberg, who was very, very well thought of. He was killed by terrorists, the Hamas terrorists, earlier tonight.
Jennifer, how long would Hamas last if Iran stopped financing them?
Hamas wouldn't exist if Iran didn't finance them. So you have the funding that is the oxygen that keeps Hamas alive, because there's no economy essentially in the Gaza Strip.
The Mahmoud Abbas, the other faction of the Palestinians, have they been vocal? Are they part of this? Are they laying out about this? Are they being targeted?
I think what's so interesting, Mahmoud Abbas, of course, is in the West Bank, in Ramallah. The Palestinian Authority, obviously no friend of Hamas, but unfortunately the two have become bedfellows over the years because of the lack of a peace process, the lack of a two-state solution. But what's notable, Brian, and what's important is the reaction from the region. The Qataris, the Saudis, and others have spoken out against Israel and have taken the side of Hamas. That is significant, and that should be watched. The real concern tonight here at the Pentagon and among U.S. officials is that they don't want this conflict to spread beyond Israel's borders. They want Israel to have whatever weapons they need in order to crush Hamas in the Gaza Strip. They recognize that this is a terror attack on the size and scale of 9/11 for the United States, but they do not want Hezbollah to get involved. They do not want Iran to take advantage of this situation and carry out more proxy attacks either elsewhere against U.S. troops in the region or against Israel itself. That's why you heard the president make the speech that he did from the White House today, warning Hezbollah and others without naming them, saying, do not take advantage of this moment.
Jennifer, how many attacks on U.S. troops or interests by Iran over the last 2 years? Is the number 80 plus?
I don't have a figure in front of me, but certainly if you go back to General Qasem Soleimani, who was killed by the U.S. While he was visiting Iraq a few years back, he was the principal mastermind of the support for groups like Hamas, Hezbollah in Syria, the proxy forces there, the Houthis. So Qasem Soleimani, the killing of that general was significant in terms of destabilizing Iran's efforts in the regions. But there are many more parts of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and they are sending money and weapons all the time to these proxy groups across the region.
Jennifer, thanks so much. Great perspective as usual. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jennifer Griffin. Meanwhile, Hamas terrorists firing thousands of rockets, sending dozens of fighters into Israel towns right near the Gaza Strip, catching them almost 100% by surprise. Israel conducting a major counterattack against Hamas, and it's going on right now. They want to crush them, but it's going to mean going street to street in Gaza, something they did not want to do in years past. Is it going to change now? Let's bring in General Jack Keane. General, if this is you and you're in charge of the response, where do you hit first?
Well, first of all, they have to secure their border, and they have to retake the territory that they lost. And they're certainly about that business as we speak. And it was quite stunning, the fact that they lost control of that border, and Hamas was able to attack into communities. I don't know if you've seen any of the stuff that's on the internet. It's pretty horrific how they just slaughtered families in their homes. A pretty outrageous attack. And I think psychologically, you know, the Israeli people probably feel quite vulnerable in a way that they haven't in the past. You know, it's not that they get numb by rocket and missile attacks, but they have a lot of confidence in Iron Dome's ability to deal with all of that. But now, attacks in their homes and then taking scores of them hostage, entire families, that's something that they have not seen in some time here. The second thing they've got to do, obviously, is suppress the rocket and missile attacks. And they've been about that all day and also into the night, and that'll continue. And then they have to make up their mind how they're going to deal with these hostages. Certainly, this is a concerted effort on Hamas's part. I mean, we know full well if they take a single soldier hostage, the Israelis will give up hundreds of prisoners to get that single soldier back, and the entire country emotionally is behind that. having scores of hostages and families, civilians, not a soldier, but soldiers are part of the group. This is a huge psychological and emotional event, for the Israeli people. And that's certainly going to complicate military operations quite significantly in dealing with Gaza itself. I think likely the Israelis will go to a third party here to try to work something, with Hamas. Obviously, they made an effort to do this, to have these hostages, and the implication is they're going to exchange them, and they want something in return. So there's an